Volume 12. Chapter 1101, She's Guru Oyun? 4. Chapter 1101, She's Guru Oyun? 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps, in the beginning, Lan Xiao could still hold on to a small shred of delusion by hoping that the woman in green was not Guru Oyun and everything had been a plot concocted by everyone else to fool him. However, when he heard Bai Yin's reply, his last sliver of hope vanished and his face instantly turned as gray as ash. His expression was now filled with hopelessness. So she really is Guru Oyun. Why had you lied to me and said that she has no background? Lan Xiao bellowed from the depths of his throat. It was easy to imagine the fiery anger that burns in his heart at the moment. Bai Yin laughed icily as she retorted, knowing your guts, if I had told you that she was Guru Oyun, would you have continued to help me harm her? However, Lan Xiao, you've realized this a little too late. Now that you're on the same boat as I am, she won't possibly spare you even if you want to get off this boat. Lan Xiao shut his eyes as his body trembled violently. This time, he had indeed boarded a pirate ship. No wonder Old Man Zhang and Old Man Gu still remained honor-bound to help her even when they were under the Red Lotus territory's threat. Her status was really that special. What should I do? Asked Lan Xiao as he cradled his head tightly. The space between his brows was full of agony and fear. She's a pill master, yet I have brazenly offended her. Knowing the power of a pill master's appeal, I'm afraid I won't be alive for very much longer. Pill masters now hold a majestic position on this mainland because ever since the Great War had exploded 10,000 years ago, all pill formulas have vanished from existence. Hence, that resulted in the pill masters having an existence similar to that of dinosaurs. Any person who could refine pills would attract the attention of countless powerful cultivators who will bow before them and would do anything for them. Hence, Lan Xiao had already considered his tragic conclusion. Bai Yin looked at the fear in Lan Xiao's eyes and laughed icily in a nonchalant manner. Isn't it too late for regrets now? Knowing that woman's savage and vicious methods, even if you were to beg for mercy, she won't possibly spare you. Hence, since that's the case, how about we continue our alliance and destroy that woman? Destroy her? Lan Xiao laughed bitterly. You speak as though it's so easy. How should I actually go about it? She is a pill master and is surrounded by powerful cultivators. Regardless of how powerful the Lan family is, we can't possibly kill her. Lan Xiao, have you forgotten where I come from? Bai Yin slowly raised the corners of her lips, yet her eyes carried an icy chill which would not melt. I come from the Red Lotus territory and our Grand Lord has broken through to the Martial Saint rank not too long ago. This is public knowledge on the mainland. Do you think that Guru Oyun's great power could go against a Martial Saint? I can tell you with utmost certainty that the Grand Lord is already rushing towards Main City and his objective is to kill Guru Oyun. Hence, this is your opportunity to shine. If you can destroy Guru Oyun, the Grand Lord will be extremely elated. When that time comes, he would certainly help the Lan family to become the only great family in Main City. At this moment, Bai Yin was not yet aware that her words would come to fruition. Grand Lord Hong Lian was indeed rushing towards the Northern Bloc territory. However, his arrival would spell the Lan family's doomsday. Fine. Lan Xiao took a deep breath. Right now, there was only one way out for him. If Guru Oyun was allowed to live, perhaps he would be the one who ends up dead. Now that he has Grand Lord Hong Lian as a pillar of support, why should he fear those powerful cultivators anymore? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, She's Guru Oyun? 5. Chapter 1102, She's Guru Oyun? 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Poor Lan Xiao had chosen to believe Bai Yin's words. This determined his ultimate tragic fate. Lan Xiao, have you ever wondered how Guru Oyun had managed to survive? Bai Yin's eyes flickered before she sneered. After I discovered her arrival in Main City, I'd been in deep thought for a few days and I have one conclusion. Lan Xiao shook a little as his eyes stared unblinkingly at Bai Yin, waiting for the next part of her explanation. Bai Yin's voice grew even colder, resembling an icebox. If my guess is right, the space beneath the lava must hold a divine weapon. Perhaps Guru Oyun has already obtained that divine weapon. A divine weapon. Those words entered Lan Xiao's heart and caused it to tremble. A sense of greed then flashed across his pale face. To the people on the mainland, a divine weapon was just as important as pills. If he could obtain a divine weapon, who would dare oppose him in the Northern Bloc territory from then on? Bai Yin clearly figured out what was going through Lan Xiao's mind and laughed icily. Lan Xiao, you shouldn't look too highly upon a divine weapon. If your powers are too weak, the divine weapon won't be able to display its full potential in your hands. Hence, this divine weapon should only be used as a present for the Grand Lord. If the Grand Lord obtains this divine weapon, his powers would be increased by several times more. By then, you would be able to enjoy plenty of benefits as well. All she needs to do was to obtain that divine weapon and give it to the Grand Lord. He would then have a whole new level of regard for her. Perhaps she could still return to the Grand Lord's side again. A smile appeared on Bai Yin's face at that thought. That smile was no longer as frosty as it once was. Instead, it was as delightful as a blossoming white lotus. Lan Xiao did not notice the smile on Bai Yin's face as he was deep in thought. After a long pause, he seems to reach a decision as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. That old man would never agree with my decision to deal with Gu Ruoyun. However, I have no choice but to force him into an agreement now. At the meeting hall. After Lan Xiao and Bai Yin had left the room, they gathered everyone in the Lan clan for a meeting. After all, he had managed to become master of the Lan family through a lot of assistance from these elders that year. So, if he wishes to force the old man, this was the only way. Lan Xiao, is there anything that you wish to discuss by gathering us here? At this time, a man over 70 years of age was seated on a chair with his back straight in the meeting room. He was wearing long, navy blue robes which made him look more energetic. This old man was the great elder amongst the Lan family elders and has a position second only to the old master. As the leader of the elders, he was extremely useful for making a statement. Even the old master would need to discuss things with him. Elders, I'm sure that you've all heard the matter regarding the master of the medicine manor, Gu Ruoyun. A fierce light flashed across Lan Xiao's eyes. I had previously served my father's orders and went ahead to gain Gu Ruoyun's favor. Who would have thought that Gu Ruoyun had an exaggerated opinion of her own abilities and refused to place any importance on the four great families of Main City? She has even declared that she wants to uproot the four great families. I will not stand for it, so I had clashed with Gu Ruoyun's people. The old master's expression changed drastically. After all, this was not what Lan Xiao had previously told him. At the time, Lan Xiao had not only claimed that Gu Ruoyun's subordinates were snobs who wanted half of the Lan family's estate. Now, it has become a claim that her group wanted to uproot them all. No one except the old master was more clear of the weight behind those words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, She's Gu Ruoyun? 6. Chapter 1103, She's Gu Ruoyun? 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, what the old master was unaware of was that each time Lan Xiao had lied, his soul would feel as though it was being torn into pieces. It was so agonizing that he almost wishes to leave this place. However, in order to go up against Gu Ruoyun, he will endure it even if he has to experience great pain. The great elder fell silent. After a long pause, he slowly replied, Is this true? Gu Ruoyun really wishes to uproot the four great families? Do the other great families know of this? Lan Xiao. The old master's face sank as he realized that Lan Xiao was about to continue his slander. This is not what you had previously told me. At that time, he had not even managed to see Gu Ruoyun's face, so how could he have determined that she had actually said those things? Father, Gu Ruoyun had refused to see me now because she had told me these things when we had crossed paths with each other before. I had happened to bump into her, which was how I found out that she was Gu Ruoyun. A malicious light then flashed in Lan Xiao's eyes as he sneered. Besides, I also know that Gu Ruoyun has a divine weapon in her hands. A divine weapon. Boom! Those words were like a sudden stroke of lightning which instantly exploded in the meeting hall. Everyone, including the old master of the Lan family, was so shocked that they almost forgot how to breathe. Lan Xiao, is this true? A light flashed across the great elder's eyes as he asked darkly. Great elder, I can swear that Gu Ruoyun most definitely holds a divine weapon in her hand. Miss Bai Yin can also bear witness to this. Besides, Gu Ruoyun has a grudge against the Red Lotus territory. Emissary Bai Yin has given me her word that as long as we are willing to get rid of Gu Ruoyun, the Red Lotus territory will send us aid, sneered Lan Xiao as he gritted his teeth firmly. The elders looked at each another. In the end, it was the great elder, the one who holds the most power, who slowly replied, All right, I've heard all I needed to hear. Lan Xiao, you may leave first. The elders will discuss amongst ourselves and determine the Lan family's next course of action. Yes, great elder. Lan Xiao joined his fists, and when he turned around, the corners of his lips were curled into a scheming smile. After Lan Xiao had left, everything became quiet instantly in the meeting room. The old master knitted his brows as he swept his gaze across the elders. Everyone, I don't agree to make an enemy of the medicine manor. Gu Ruoyun is a pill master, even the members of Wind Valley have their eyes set on her. Besides, she's also the Holy Doctor's disciple. According to a reliable source, that Martial Supreme seems to have recently broken through to the Martial Saint rank. One Martial Saint's power is far too great, we cannot afford to defend against that. The Great Elder suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke again. Didn't you all hear what Lan Shao had said? Gu Ruoyun and the Red Lotus territory have a grudge against each other. If we choose to deal with Gu Ruoyun, the members of the Red Lotus territory will definitely send us their aid. Besides, so what if the Holy Doctor is powerful? When compared to the abnormally strong Grand Lord Honglian, who is also a martial saint, the Holy Doctor's powers are far inferior. I agree with the Great Elder's words. The Holy Doctor may be powerful, but he's a long way off from the Northern Bloc territory. If we kill Gu Ruoyun and take the divine weapon before he arrives, he would be no match for the Lan family, especially if we have the divine weapon in our hands. Another elder nodded as he agreed with the Great Elder. The crease between the old master's brow deepened as he replied indifferently, I have a feeling that Gu Ruoyun's future achievements won't stop from here on. She will become even more powerful, and if the Lan family truly wants to make an enemy of her, we will regret it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, She's Gu Ruoyun? 7. Chapter 1104, She's Gu Ruoyun? 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Old Master, I understand your worry. Gu Ruoyun is a pill master and even the members of Wind Valley want her favor. However, based on what I know, she had rejected Wind Valley and embarrassed the eldest lady of Wind Valley in front of everyone. Therefore, I don't think that her relationship with Wind Valley is a friendly one. Gu Ruoyun's power is truly great. If we want to get rid of her, we shall have to cut her off at the root. We can't give her any chances to grow any further. A malicious light flashed in the Great Elder's eyes as he made a chopping motion with his hand. That year, when the Old Master's father had wanted to hand Lan family over to the Old Master, he had been worried that the Old Master's personality was too weak, so he had also formed the Council of Elders. In addition, he had appointed the Great Elder as the Old Master's assistant. Hence, amongst the Lan family members, even though the Old Master was the most powerful of all, the Council of Elders would only listen to the Great Elder alone. That also clearly showed the Great Elder's capital for standing by his word in the Lan family. Great Elder. The Great Elder cut the Old Master off gloomily when he saw that the Old Master was about to continue speaking. I know that you've never been happy with Lan Shao's personality. You feel that Lan Shao values his own interests too much and is a scheming person. However, Lan Shao is your only flesh and blood after all and is the only one who can inherit the Lan family. Could it be that you now want to place all your hopes onto Lan Ji's shoulders? That good-for-nothing, Lan Gu, is absolutely useless. The day he becomes the master of the Lan family will mark the end of the Lan family. That year, in order to prevent exposing his identity as a demi-beast human, Lan Gu had hidden his powers and allowed everyone to think that he was a good-for-nothing. Unfortunately, while the Old Master wishes to nurture him, the Council of Elders had objected. As a result, the Old Master had sent Lan Gu away from the Lan family for the sake of Lan Ji's safety. Besides, said the Great Elder as he glanced at the Old Master's silent old face, I've heard that Gu Ruoyun is a vengeful person. Lan Shao has already crossed her, so do you think she'll spare him? If you don't want the only son you have left to leave you, you have no choice but to agree with our decision. The Old Master trembled and gently closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a hint of resolution shot across his gaze. I understand, we shall do as you say. This was for the sake of the Lan family. No matter how reluctant the Old Master felt, he could only agree with the Great Elder's decision, but... The Old Master sighed gently before slowly rising to his feet and declared indifferently, I'm tired, I'm going to go get some rest. You can decide on what to do next yourselves. I don't want to be a part of this, so don't ask for my opinion either. I am old. I may not be able to control the Lan family, but I can only hope that the Lan family won't be destroyed by Lan Shao's hands. After he had said his piece, he stumbled out of the meeting hall. His shadow looked a little crooked, as if he had aged 10 years in that instant. It seems that the old ancestor had good foresight for appointing the Great Elder to manage the Council of Elders. One of the elders turned towards the Old Master's departing figure and sighed exasperatedly. Knowing the Old Master's cowardly and timid nature, how could we possibly expand the Lan family to greater heights? If the Great Elder hadn't been here, perhaps this old fellow would have given the Lan family over to the little bastard, Lan Gu. If that had happened, what right would the Lan family have to stand in this world? That's right, the Great Elder's decision is the right one. I also believe that Gu Ruoyun must die. Once she is dead, the divine weapon will naturally fall into our hands. If we had left it the old master with his exasperatingly slow personality, the Lan family can forget about any improvements in this lifetime. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 1. Chapter 1105, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Our old ancestor really had good foresight. With Great Elder making the decisions, I can already picture the Lan family's glorious future. The Great Elder's face did not change at all when faced with their admiration-filled voices. After all, at his age, he has experienced a lot of people sucking up to him. He was now completely immune to it, not like some youngsters who would grow proud and arrogant from a bit of praise. Alright, let's adjourn. I need to prepare for what's to come next. The Great Elder slowly rose to his feet, placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the meeting hall's door. He did not give anyone the opportunity to speak before he disappeared from their gaze. The Medicine Manor. The Beast King surveyed the entire Medicine Manor curiously. However, when he saw the demonic man who had come out to greet them from the Medicine Manor, a wave of wariness rose from within. The Beast King understandably put that man into his danger list. This man is very powerful, he looks to be almost on par with Lord Qianbei. However, Gu Ruoyun is Lord Qianbei's woman. This man has tagged along by her side, so he obviously has treacherous intentions. No, Lord Qianbei is rushing here now. Before he arrives, I must uphold the mistress' safety and not give this man any opportunity. Zixi seems to sense the Beast King's stare as his purple eyes glared back at him coldly. Simply with that one glance, the Beast King could feel a chill running down his back. He could not help but shiver and pulled his head back. Where did this little tiger come from? On this mainland right now, perhaps Zixi was the only one who would dare to call the Tiger King one of Nemesis Forest, whose very name would terrify everyone, a little tiger. However, when the Beast King sensed the sharp demonic air from Zixi's body, he did not say another word and could only shrink his head even lower. So be it. It's my fault for being weak. I'll let Lord Qianbei handle this love rival. There's no need for me to entice bitterness upon myself. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders before turning Zixi and smiling gently. He had tagged along on his own. Zixi raised his brows but did not say anything more. A cold light appeared in his purple eyes as he turned towards the Beast King and gave him a warning look before quickly turning away. Since you've returned, go have a look at the formation I've created over the past few days. Zixi's handsome features displayed a gentle smile when he turned towards Gu Ruoyun. You won't have to worry about the members of First City causing trouble for you. Even those who have reached the Martial Saint rank can't enter this place. At that point, he paused for a moment before he continued to speak. I've also created an extra path in the formation. Once it's nighttime, the path in the formation will open. No stranger can enter Medicine Manor, but for the sake of convenience, that formation will close on its own once dawn arrives. Even though Gu Ruoyun was not limited by the formation, there are others in the Medicine Manor as well. Hence, this was why Zixi had made it so that the second path in the formation would close on its own at daybreak. Nevertheless, the formation which prevents martial saints from entering the area would always remain shut. Gu Ruoyun smiled. This guy is as cautious as always. Zixi, thank you. I can be at ease with you around. Little girl, is there any need for words of thanks between us? If you really want to thank me, you can promise me your body, smiled Zixi as he spoke ambiguously. Besides, a demi-beast human's talents are far more powerful than a regular human. If we unite, our children will most certainly become the most outstanding people on the entire mainland. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 2. Chapter 1106, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's face instantly turned black. Clearly, she should not openly express her gratitude to him. Otherwise, this fellow would tease her as he always did. Alarm bells began to ring in the Beast King's mind. His heart was now greatly anticipating Qianbei's quick arrival. Otherwise, his woman would be snatched away by some other man. Let's go, Zixi, we shall have a look at your formation. Gu Ruoyun yawned as she headed towards the Medicine Manor, ignoring the Beast King who was tagging along behind them. After Gu Ruoyun left, Zixi shot a look at the Beast King who had shrunk his head back. Zixi then followed the flash of green robes into the courtyard. During this period of time, the Medicine Manor was thronged by many visitors. Many have journeyed to the front gate of the Medicine Manor early in the morning for the sake of meeting the Medicine Manor's master. Unfortunately, Wei Yi and the others did not give anyone the chance to do so. Hence, no matter diligent they were all turned away in the end. There were some forces that decided to secretly sneak into the Medicine Manor at night after being denied entry many times. They had thought that if they were lucky enough, they might be able to steal 1 or 2 pills even if they did not manage to meet Guruoyan. However, the thing which everyone found to be extremely strange was that the Medicine Manor, which does not look all that big in the first place, was like a maze. They could not even find the exit at all, much less locate a single person. Of course, these people were not aware that once nighttime arrived, the Medicine Manor's formation would activate and anyone who enters the Medicine Manor would fall into the formation. Even if a member of the Medicine Manor were to walk past them, they would not be able to see them at all. The crowd was unfortunately not aware of this. Hence, they would walk from night to dawn and still remain stuck in the Medicine Manor's courtyard. In the Lan family's meeting hall, the great elder had a sunken look on his face. His expression was extremely ugly to behold as he said, "I had sent a group to the Medicine Manor to investigate them so that we can prepare for our fight in the future. However, I never thought that the Lan family members would end up becoming lost upon entering the Medicine Manor. They had only managed to find their way out at dawn." "They got lost?" an elder exclaimed in shock. "How can this be? The Medicine Manor is not that big, so how could they possibly have gotten lost? There must be some other reason." The great elder took a deep breath and his elderly expression looked ashen as he said, "Guruoyan doesn't seem to be all that simple. She must have guessed that the Lan family would make a move against her, so she has already put up her defenses. If my guess is right, the reason why the Lan family scouts had gotten lost was because she had done something to the Medicine Manor. Great elder, what should we do?" "Wait." The great elder's expression grew increasingly ugly as he gritted his teeth and spat out his answer. "The only thing we can do is wait now. Guruoyan had announced not too long ago that she would be holding a banquet in half a month's time. Perhaps we would only be able to meet her when that time comes." The great elder's eyes then darkened. "That would be our only chance to make our move against her, but..." The group of elders looked at each other. After a long time, one of them finally spoke up, "Great elder, since that's the case, we shall do as you say. Half a month is not too far off, she won't be alive for very much longer now. It's decided." The great elder laughed icily as a dark light flashed across his eyes. "Besides, I just heard some news. Grand Lord Hong Lian has been sighted in the northern block territory. Furthermore, he's headed towards the main city. If Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, Guruoyan would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately, I can't contact Grand Lord Hong Lian. Otherwise, I could discuss the ways to deal with Guruoyan with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1107, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 3. Chapter 1107, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, the great elder never thought that while the Grand Lord Hong Lian was indeed on his way to Main City, his arrival in Main City would bring about a doomsday for the Lan family. It was evening and the lights were lit. The entire street in front of the Medicine Manor was now bustling with excitement. Countless grand carriages have stopped in the road, causing an extremely narrow squeeze until not even a single person could walk through it. At the same time, the number of powerful cultivators who were descending from the sky was no small matter either as they congregated in front of the Medicine Manor's gate. Everyone in Main City could not help but gasp at the sight of the powerful cultivators who have arrived in Main City. All the martial supremes have assembled here. In this world now, who else has the power to command such a rallying force aside from the Medicine Manor's master? The citizens who had not received the Medicine Manor's invitation could not help but feel a sense of envy as their eyes stared unblinkingly at the powerful cultivators who were entering the Medicine Manor. When the cultivators entered the Medicine Manor's hall, they were greeted by a scene straight out of a painting. Dressed in green robes, the woman stood tall yet approachable like a bamboo tree. She was extremely luminous and elegant, looking very immaculate. Her features were exquisite while the clear and cold space between her brows carried a sharp aura, causing everyone who walked through the hall to feel stifled. It felt almost like the temperature in their surroundings had dropped by several degrees. Next to the woman in green was a little Lolita of around 5 to 6 years old. She blinked her large eyes as she stared inquisitively at her surroundings. There was a grin across her tender, pink cheeks, and she looked absolutely innocent. However, the strangest thing was that the little Lolita was not only dressed in red robes, even her eyes and brows were a striking shade of red. The red color was like a blossoming blood flower that carries a sense of icy cruelty, making those around her feel suffocated. However, Didn't the medicine manor's master invite us to participate in a banquet? Where is this banquet? The crowd returned to their senses and immediately thought of this question: why had the medicine manor invited them over but not made any preparations? Almost half of the invitees have arrived. Gu Ruoyun smiled faintly. Her eyes were very clear and cold as she spoke. However, there are still a few who haven't arrived. Once everyone is here, I will make an announcement. After that, Gu Ruoyun did not do anything more and did not even ask the guests who have arrived from far away to take a seat. Everyone could not help but look at one another when they felt her indifference. Their hearts thumped, unsure of why Gu Ruoyun had summoned them here. However, even though everyone had the same thought, no one dared to say a thing. Gu girl, are we late? A clear and bright laughter suddenly sounded from outside the door. A small hint of a smile appeared on Gu Ruoyun's face when she heard that laugh. Old man Jiang, she said, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Old man Jiang and I had been delayed, so we had arrived late. As a token of our apology, Old man Jiang and I will hold a dinner party for you, alright? The person who had spoken was Old man Gu, who had arrived at the same time as Old man Jiang. Unlike Old man Jiang's entertaining, clear, and bright voice, his voice was calm and gentle. Agreed. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. Once I'm finished with my business, I will naturally accept your invitation. Please have a seat now. Wei, pour some tea for both of them. Old man Jiang and Old man Gu paid no attention to formalities as they laughed loudly and went their seats. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 4. Chapter 1108, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as the both of them had taken their seats, a cold laugh erupted from outside the door. I didn't think that both your families would arrive first. The Mu family and I are late. The Mu family was the most mysterious of all the four great families. Even the other three families do not know the concrete details surrounding the Mu family. While the Mu family have always had a good relationship with the Lan family, they also do not know the full extent of the Mu family's master's power, However, the person who had arrived today was not the mysterious Mu family's master. Instead, it was the granddaughter of Master Mu's direct line of descent, Mu Yuyu. Gu girl. Old man Jian was afraid that Gu Ruoyun was not aware of who these people were, so he quietly gave her an explanation. The person who had just spoken was the great elder of the Lan family, and the old man next to him is the old master of the Lan family. As for the young woman, she is the number one person in the Mu family's younger generation, Mu Yuyu. Mu Yuyu has an almost mythical existence, but of course, she's a far cry from you, Gu girl. Gu Ruoyun did not look at anyone else. Instead, her eyes immediately fell upon the old master of the Lan family, and a peculiar light flashed across her pupils. If my guess is right, this old man is Lan Ji's grandfather. Old man Gu laughed icily before he spoke disdainfully. I never thought that the Lan family would have the audacity to show your face here. Could it be that you're not aware of what Lan Shao has done? Even though old man Gu has an even temper, he would only show this towards those he was well acquainted with. Otherwise, how could he have possibly have been given the position of the master of the Gu family if he did not have a bit of a temper? Now, each time he remembered how Gu Ruoyun had nearly lost her life in the Sea of Flames, the burning rage in his heart would blaze. The great elder laughed icily and looked at the two old men before he walked towards a seat on the other side. Just as his buttocks was about to land on the seat, a great force suddenly slammed heavily onto the chair, splitting it into pieces with a loud crack. Smash! The crowd stared as the great elder's buttocks landed on the floor. In contrast with the pain in his rear end, most of the pain he felt was humiliation. His face turned ashen as he glared viciously at Gu Ruoyun. Is this the medicine manor's etiquette in welcoming guests? You would actually use such shoddy chairs like this to receive your guests? Gu Ruoyun glanced at him indifferently before she turned away, as if she was not the person responsible for destroying the chair. The expression on the great elder's face became increasingly horrendous to behold. Just as he was about to scold her, a sneering laugh sounded. That childish voice was melodious and clear as it rang instantly throughout the guest hall. You guys are really funny. My master, as the master of the medicine manor, have not asked you to sit, yet you had sat down on your own accord. You really don't know that you're an outsider. The vermilion bird grinned until her eyes lifted upwards like crescent-shaped moons. If one was to disregard the vicious currents coursing through her being, she really does look like a 5 to 6-year-old child. To the uninformed, it would be really difficult to imagine that this little Lolita doll was actually an old monster who has been alive for over 10,000 years. Also, The smile on the vermilion bird's adorable cherub face became even more pronounced as she continued, "The medicine manners chairs aren't designed for people like you to sit on. Since we haven't asked you to sit, you shall remain standing. Do you understand?" Her tone of voice changed at the end of her response. A highly dominant air appeared and she no longer carried her naive and innocent demeanor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 5. Chapter 1109, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyan gently stroked the teacup in her hand as the corners of her lips became increasingly indifferent. She has already left the situation before her in the vermilion bird's hands. The great elder's eyes darkened. "Only cultivators at our rank are allowed to attend this banquet, yet you would let a child in? Furthermore, she has no manners. Not even a hint of proper upbringing at all." It was no surprise that the great elder does not place any importance on the vermilion bird. After all, Lan Xiao had never given the great elder an honest explanation of his previous loss in front of the vermilion bird. Otherwise, the great elder would never have said such a thing. Mu Yuyu, who was right next to the great elder, took a look at the vermilion bird and a light flashed across her eyes. However, she remained silent and her thoughts were shrouded in mystery. "Didn't Lan Xiao from the Lan family tell you?" chuckled the vermilion bird. This time, her smile no longer reached her eyes and her blood-red pupils were now drenched in a bloody red light. "Anyone who crosses the people on my side will die a tragic death. If you want to be made to kneel on the streets and confess your mistakes just like Lan Xiao, I can grant you your wish." The great elder's expression changed twice. He had known that Lan Xiao had been mystified in some way and had unconsciously said those things on the street. Could it be that this little girl had something to do with that? How can this be? The little girl before him looks to be around 5 to 6 years of age. Anyone at that age should not have started to cultivate yet, so how could she possibly have that kind of power? However, the great elder seems to have forgotten that on the mainland, powerful spiritual beasts can change their appearance at will. The same applies to the vermilion bird. Even though she has been around for more than 10,000 years, she could appear before others in the form of a little Lolita and fool everyone in the world. He, sneered the great elder as he returned to his senses. His cold and distant gaze then landed upon the two old men who were seated on their chairs, sampling the food in a carefree manner. The great elder commented, "I just can't seem to understand the medicine manners etiquette in treating guests. Why are old man Gu and old man Jiang allowed to sit yet I can only stand? My position is not inferior compared to the both of them in main city. Isn't this a little unfair?" Upon hearing the great elder's words, everyone broke into a cold sweat for his sake. The Lan family may be very powerful, but Gu Ruoyan was a pill master. Many forces were not even given the opportunity to gain her favor. What on earth has caused the great elder to become so bold to yell at her so publicly? "Unfair," said Gu Ruoyan as she smiled indifferently. Her clear and cold gaze turned towards the great elder as she said, "In my territory, I should be the one who determines what is fair or unfair. Old man Jiang and old man Gu are my old friends. Furthermore, both of them are rather advanced in age and their legs are not what they used to be. It's expected that I would let them take their seats first. As for you..." Gu Ruoyan surveyed the great elder as the smile on her face grew even more pronounced. "I can see that you are hot-tempered. Also, your vital energy and circulation aren't too bad, so you aren't at the stage where you absolutely need a seat." The great elder clenched his fists tightly. His ashen face looked absolutely furious. Old man Jiang and old man Gu are advanced in age and their legs aren't what they used to be? When it comes to cultivators, especially those who have reached their ranks, which old man would be reduced to such a lack of stamina? Besides, the great elder was much older than these two old men. Even if she was looking for a reason, she should pick a more reliable one. Not even a 3-year-old child would believe her excuse. "Gu Ruoyan, don't think that you can bully others just because you are a pill master. Others may fear you, but the Lan family does not." The great elder finally lost control of the flaming anger in his heart and yelled, "Let me tell you this, because of your insult towards the Lan family today, I won't take this lying down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1110, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 6. Chapter 1110, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The great elder had already discussed this with the Mu family before they arrived at the banquet. After killing Gu Ruoyan, the Lan family would take the divine weapon while the pill formulas would belong to the Mu family. With the Mu family's help, they would be able to get rid of Gu Ruoyun very quickly. If she dies, her status as a pill master would no longer hold any impact. Lan Hong. Old man Jiang slammed his hand onto the table and rose to his feet. He then sneered and said, "You don't even pay any attention to the Jiang family. By daring to provoke the Gu girl, do you think of me as a dead corpse already?" Old man Gu did not say anything, but his furrowed brows showed the dissatisfaction in his heart. The great elder burst into laughter. "Old man Jiang, on account that you are also a member of the 4 great families, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't get mixed up in these muddy waters. Do you know who Gu Ruoyun has offended? She has offended the Grand Lord of Red Lotus Territory. Red Lotus Territory has already issued the order to have her killed. Yet now, you still insist on helping this girl? Red Lotus Territory wants to kill me?" Gu Ruoyun gently raised her brows. She wanted to reveal the fact that Grand Lord Hong Lian was her biological father, so there was no way the Red Lotus Territory would possibly issue this order. Nevertheless, she knows that even if she were to reveal the truth, no one would believe her. Gu Ruoyun, who did not put any weight on the great elder's words, would not reveal her actual relationship with Grand Lord Hong Lian. However, this does not mean that the people standing by her would tolerate this. Tisk, tisk. The vermilion bird burst into clear laughter. Her eyes were filled with smiles, yet her tone of voice was filled with disdain. "You claim that Grand Lord Hong Lian wants to hunt Gu Ruoyun down and kill her? I've never heard such nonsense in my life. A tiger, no matter how vicious, would never eat its own young. Grand Lord Hong Lian is my master's father, why would he want to kill her? Are you certain that the person who was giving you this information isn't trying to hurt you?" The vermilion bird has lost control of her emotions long ago. When she had met Lan Xiao and Bai Yin for the first time at Windfall Village, she had already felt the itch to reveal this fact. However, she had been stuck in the ancient divine pagoda at the time and could only watch as those idiots started a ruckus in front of Gu Ruoyun. Now that she has been presented with the chance to do so, how could she remain silent? Old man Zhang's brain instantly crashed and his mind was blown. He stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock, wishing that he could ask her to explain the truth. Grand Long Hong Lian is Gu Ruoyun's father? Why have we never heard of this? Wasn't Grand Lord Hong Lian a loner who had no offspring? Ha ha! The great elder roared with laughter. The crowd in the great hall then followed suit and laughed. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great elder. Some tried to stifle their laughter for fear that they would offend Gu Ruoyun. Without a doubt, the vermilion bird's words had amused the crowd. They had met many overconfident people, but they have never met anyone quite so presumptuous. Just what kind of person was Grand Lord Hong Lian? He was a madman who with a notorious reputation known throughout the entire mainland. His powers were unimaginably great and his behavior was just as unreasonable. She's really great, isn't she, posing as that madman's daughter? Does she think that she's been on this earth for far too long and now wishes to dig her own grave? They have all heard of how Grand Lord Hong Lian had been separated from his wife for many years and he had never remarried. If that was the case, where would a 20-year-old daughter come from? This has clearly been for their amusement. You claim that she's Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter? The great elder's eyes were filled with disdain. He then pointed at Gu Ruoyun and sneered, "Do you think of us as fools? Grand Lord Hong Lian doesn't have a daughter. Where on earth had she come from? Next time, if you want to impersonate someone else, at least do your research on that person's situation in case you end up as a joke." Ha ha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:11, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 7. Chapter 11:11, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently when she heard the great elder's exaggerated laughter. She already knows that this would be the outcome once anyone said those words. This was the reason why she had not bothered to explain herself when Bai Yin had slandered her the first time. Besides, be it Bai Yin or the members of the Lan family, they were nothing more than jumping little clowns in her eyes. She never paid any attention to them. The vermilion bird's expression changed. She never thought that these people would doubt her words. My master has always been Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. She holds Grand Lord Hong Lian's token in her hands. Everything I've said is true. Token? The great elder laughed curtly. Grand Lord Hong Lian's token is an emissary Bai Yin's possession. Perhaps the one in your hands is a fake. I will never believe that Grand Lord Hong Lian has a daughter unless he was to announce it personally. Gu Ruoyun's identity was not considered to be a secret in the Red Lotus territory, and only Bai Yin, who had escaped a long time ago, was not aware of this. However, Grand Lord Hong Lian has incurred countless enemies. Aside from the Lin family of First City, he has many other rival forces. To prevent them from causing trouble for Gu Ruoyun, he had this a secret. However, he never thought that his concealment of this fact would result in Gu Ruoyun's current situation. Gu Ruoyun noticed how the vermilion bird was about to continue her argument with those people and calmly cut her off. She then spoke in a clear and cold voice, "Let them say whatever they want to say. Why waste your spit on them? There's no use in doing that." The vermilion bird still felt rather unsatisfied. However, she did not dare to oppose Gu Ruoyun's order and could only suppress her fiery rage. Old man Jiang gaped, burning with questions. At that moment, Gu Ruoyun turned to face him and gently nodded. This one action answered all of old man Jiang's questions. Instantly, he felt as if a stroke of lightning had flashed across the top of his head, stunning him on the spot. Old man Gu was also just as stunned. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They simply never thought that Gu Ruoyun was actually Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. No wonder this girl was so abnormal. Who else but that big abnormality could possibly produce a small abnormality like her? The funniest thing was, they had previously decided that if Grand Lord Hong Lian was really going to trouble the little girl, they would ensure her safety no matter what as a token of their gratitude for saving their lives. However, they never thought that the two would actually turn out to be father and daughter. As her father, why would Grand Lord Hong Lian possibly want to hurt his own daughter? Old man Jiang slowly exhaled as the corners of his lips carried a bitter smile. It was obvious that Gu Ruoyun has truly shocked him today. His heart, which had been stretched for many days, finally relaxed. I will settle my grudge against the Lan family in the future. Gu Ruoyun turned and glanced at Lan Xiao before she looked back at the crowd and said, "Now, I have other announcements to make. You all know who I am. I have completed my duties in the medicine sect during their general meeting, so the medicine sect had given the Northern Bloc territory to me as a gift. From now on, I shall be the Grand Lord of the Northern Bloc territory." Her clear and cold voice slowly echoed throughout the crowd, silencing the entire hall. The meaning behind Gu Ruoyun's words was obvious. I am the Grand Lord of the Northern Bloc territory, so, from now on, the Northern Bloc territory shall only listen to my orders alone. All of you shall serve me and become my subordinates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11-12, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 8. Chapter 11-12, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun, are you joking? The Great Elder laughed icily. You want to unite the whole of Northern Bloc territory? This was something which not even the medicine sect could achieve, yet you're indulging in flights of fantasy? Let me tell you this, the Northern Bloc territory belongs to the 4 great families. You are a foreign power, so stop your dreaming. Old man Jiang laughed. Lan family elder, you can't say things like that. The medicine sect had never united the Northern Bloc territory because the medicine sect did not have this power. The Gu girl is not like them. As a pill master, be it power or influence, she has surpassed the medicine sect by a large degree. Hence, if she wishes to take the position of Grand Lord, it's not entirely impossible. Old man Jiang. The Great Elder's expression sank and he spoke in a dark voice. Could it be that you plan to rely on her? You're going to hand the Jiang family's estate, which has lasted for hundreds of years, over to an outsider. How are you going to face the forebears of the Jiang family? Old man Jiang smiled complacently. Elder of the Lan family, it seems that you are mistaken in this matter. Even if the Jiang family serves her, I will still remain as the master of the Jiang family. Nothing is going to change aside from the fact that we'll have an extra leader. Actually, old man Jiang did not have any objections against serving Gu Ruoyun. After all, this little girl had saved his life several times. Logically speaking, he should repay her goodwill. Also, based on Gu Ruoyun's powers, if the Jiang family were to serve her, they would only receive advantages. Old man Gu smiled as he declared gently, "Hee, I really like this little girl. If we really do let her unite the Northern Bloc territory, this little girl and I would become family." That isn't too bad either. The Great Elder had never thought that these two old fellows would agree to such an absurd request. His expression sank even more. Old man Jiang, old man Gu, you're going to regret this. The Great Elder took a deep breath before he turned towards the crowd of cultivators as a vicious light flashed in his eyes. What about the rest of you? Can it be that you're willing to be made into the subordinates of another and dedicate your loyalty to serving others for the rest of your lives? You would give up your rights and freedom? Instantly, the crowd began looking at one another, all deeply considering the Great Elder's words. Based on their powers, they were intimidating in all four corners of the Northern Bloc territory. Hence, do they need to pledge allegiance to another? You seem to be mistaken in one thing. Gu Ruoyun slowly rose to her feet. Her brows and eyes were as cool and clear as ever as she spoke coolly. I'm not discussing this matter with you, I'm only informing you. The Northern Bloc territory shall become mine soon, and I will become the Grand Lord of this territory. Those who comply can continue to stay here, while those who do not. She smiled gently, but her smile scared them witless. It's fine if you don't wish to comply. However, you will no longer be a citizen of the Northern Bloc territory. That was right. She was not putting this matter up for discussion, she was merely informing them. Gu Ruoyun, I may admire your abilities, but do you think that you and your group would actually have the ability to go up against so many powerful cultivators here? The Great Elder burst into laughter. I really don't know if I should call you youngsters naive or that you have an exaggerated opinion of your own abilities. Oh, really? Gu Ruoyun lifted the corners of her lips indifferently. The smile on her face was as light as a breeze. Just as the Great Elder was trying to decipher the meaning behind her words, a loud bang sounded as a large body descended from the sky, smashing a hole in the roof. The Great Elder felt his vision darken as a huge object smashed fiercely into his face. The foul smell of *T attacked his senses, overwhelming the Great Elder's stomach. When he opened his eyes, he found his face pressed up against someone's buttocks. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 9. Chapter 11:13, The Strong Assemble in the Medicine Manor, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that moment, the Great Elder's face had turned as green as a bamboo leaf. He really wanted to scream angrily, "Do you not wipe your SS after taking AF King SH*T? However, at this moment, he was completely suffocated by the sheer pressure of the buttocks and was unable to speak. The large fatty who was sitting on his face, however, did not seem to be aware of this at all. He has no intentions of standing up. Get off! The Great Elder, who almost puked blood from being squashed by the fatty, finally managed to spit out 2 words. His voice was filled with fury as if raging flames were spitting out from within. Poot! Just as the Great Elder was about to cry out again in anger, a warm, smelly gas erupted around him. The stench was so heavy that he nearly fainted. This damned fatty, not only is he using his buttocks to squash my face, he has even farted. The rage in the Great Elder's heart grew even greater when he thought of the insult he has endured in the Medicine Manor. His face was an extremely horrid sight to behold now. My apologies. The fatty finally returned to his senses and removed his buttocks from the Great Elder's face. He then slowly rose to his feet as he scratched the back of his head in a simple yet honest manner and chuckled, "I accidentally slipped, I didn't intend to sit on your face." His expression looked innocent, but everyone could not help but shiver at the sight of it. The Great Elder's elderly face has turned ashen from the fatty's fart. His pupils could not focus clearly. Even if he had not fainted from the stink, he would not have been able to determine his bearings. The crowd could not help but feel sorry for the Great Elder when they noticed his tragic expression. Indeed, it was better to offend a demon than to offend a member of the Medicine Manor. They certainly did not believe that this damned fatty had not done it on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have remained seated on the Great Elder's face for such a long time. He had even farted on his face. I'm going to say this one more time, but I won't repeat myself a third time. Gu Ruoyun ignored the uproar before her as she swept her gaze across the crowd. She then calmly explained, "I've asked you all to come here not to discuss this matter with you but to inform you of my status. From now on, the Northern Bloc territory shall belong to me and I shall be the Grand Lord of the Northern Bloc territory." Her tone of voice was as serene as a gentle wind. However, those words were like heavy waves which slamming fiercely into the crowd, creating thousands of waves in their hearts. Then again, they have been used to their freedom, so how could they bow before another willingly? Everyone was now silent as if they were considering their countermeasures. The Great Elder was unconscious. Old Man Jiang and Old Man Gu were clearly standing on Gu Ruoyun's side. As for the old master of the Lan family and Mu Yuyu, they have not said a word at all. Roar. An angry roar suddenly rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble with fear. They quickly turned towards the direction where the roar had come from. Soon after, they were faced with the Beast King's fleshy features. At this moment, his fat face has become vicious and malevolent as he bared his fangs at them. He looked as if he could swallow them alive. A spiritual beast? Mu Yuyu stared at the Beast King in astonishment. Her graceful features flashed with deep thought. This lump of fat is also a spiritual beast and a pretty powerful one too. No wonder the members of the Medicine Manor would dare to act so brazenly. They had a trump card like this. It looks like this time, the Mu family had underestimated these people. Besides, if the Medicine Manor had produced a trump card like this, the Mu family should reconsider their alliance with the Lan family. It doesn't seem worthwhile to gamble the whole Mu family away for the sake of helping the Lan family and to gain a few pill formulas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1114, Grand Lord Hon Lian arrives, 1. Chapter 1114, Grand Lord Hon Lian arrives, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Do any of you have any objections to what I've just said? Gu Ruoyun asked airily as she swept her gaze across the crowd. The crowd was silent. No one dared to voice any objections. Gu Ruoyun's delicate yet beautiful face lit up with a small smile when she noticed the expression on their faces. Alright, since you have no objections, I shall make the decisions for the Northern Bloc territory from now on. The only person in the room who openly opposes Gu Ruoyun was the Great Elder, and he could not even stand up after being squashed by the Beast King. He could not speak and had to be carried away by the servants of the Lan family. The old master of the Lan family sighed gently but did not say very much. He had the feeling that everything the Great Elder had done today would certainly cause the entire Lan family's destruction in the future. Ha, laughed old man Jiang as he congratulated Gu Ruoyun sincerely. Congratulations, Gu girl. The Northern Bloc territory can be considered to be now united by your hand. Besides, an old man like me would not have any objections to having a Grand Lord like you. Gu Ruoyun smiled but did not say very much. Her clear and cold eyes were now turned towards the Great Elder who was being carried back home. A cold light then flashed across her eyes. The old master of the Lan family sighed and shook his head exasperatedly. He took one last look at Gu Ruoyun before he turned around and left as well. His waning footsteps clearly displayed his old age. Miss Gu. Mu Yuyu slowly stepped forward. There was an unreadable light in her pretty eyes. Even though I'm here to represent my grandfather in this banquet, I will need to go back and discuss with grandfather on whether the Mu family will serve you before making a decision. What do you think? Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled in a nonchalant manner. Regardless of the outcome from the Mu family's discussion, my decision will remain the same. This means that no matter what, the Mu family must serve her. Otherwise, there will be no place for them in the Northern Bloc territory. Furthermore, this mainland has always honored the powerful. Hence, Gu Ruoyun did not see anything wrong with her decision. This should be it. Meanwhile, a grim figure was standing tall in midair outside the city gates. His red robe fluttered gently in the wind as the man's handsome features lit up with a smile. Since Yunar has arrived in the Northern Bloc territory, she must have headed to the Medicine Manor. Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart filled with excitement as he thought of the daughter whom he had not seen in a long while. He slowly took a deep breath before his red robe shot across the sky like a flame, rushing towards the nearby Medicine Manor. In the Lan family meeting hall, the Great Elder had a sunken look on his face as he sat down on a wooden chair. His expression was an extremely ugly sight to behold as his elderly face still carried that grayish-green hue which refuses to disappear. Great Elder, I think we should give this matter a rest. The old master sighed gently and shook his head exasperatedly. The unfortunate thing was that even though he was the old master of the Lan family, he was unable to control the Council of Elders. Otherwise, he would not have needed to consult the Great Elder for his opinion. The old master truly believes that making an enemy of Gu Ruoyun would not end well for the Lan family. Give it a rest? The Great Elder sneered. How can we let this matter fall? I will never let the members of the Medicine Manor get away with this. Besides, since we've already crossed her, she won't let us off either unless we eradicate her. The old master gently knitted his brows as he continued to speak. Great Elder, you should have been able to sense that fat middle-aged man's power. If my guess is right, he's already above the rank of a Marshal Supreme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1115, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 2. Chapter 1115, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Above the rank of a Marshal Supreme. What kind of an existence was that? On this entire mainland, only the members of First City have that kind of power. However, they never thought that she would have a Marshal Saint spiritual beast by her side. The Great Elder's eyes sank. Had he known from the start that Gu Ruoyun holds a trump card like that in her possession, he would not have chosen to make an enemy of her either. Unfortunately, since he has already offended her, he had no choice but to carry on to the end. The great elder took a deep breath at the thought of this and spoke in a dark voice, "We still have one last hope. That is Grand Lord Hong Lian. Even though he is a martial saint as well, I believe that the spiritual beast is no match for Grand Lord Hong Lian. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun has offended the Red Lotus territory. As long as we ally ourselves with Grand Lord Hong Lian, she will die without a doubt." That was right. That madman, Grand Lord Hong Lian, had been able to defeat a martial saint from First City while he was at the rank of a high-level martial supreme. As long as the Grand Lord steps in, 100 Guruyuns would not be enough to kill him. Hence, this was really why he had dared to act with such arrogance. Slam! Suddenly, the meeting room's door swung open and a guard rushed in. Before he even had the chance to explain himself, he heard the great elder chiding him. "Who gave you the permission to barge into my meeting hall?" The great elder's voice was eerily cold and carried an air of murderous bloodlust. The guard was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt to the ground and replied as he trembled, reporting to the old master, "Elders, I have some news to share." "Poof." The great elder scoffed icily before he replied eerily, "You better explain and tell us what is so important that you would behave so disobediently. Otherwise, I will kill you now." Great elder, the guard shivered a little as he lowered his head and hurriedly replied, "This information has just arrived from someone stationed outside the city gates. They said that a man who looks very much like Grand Lord Hong Lian has just entered Main City and is headed towards the Medicine Manor." The great elder was hit with a wave of shock when he heard this. It was then followed by a wave of joy and his heart could not help but leap in his chest. "Is this true?" "Reporting to great elder, everything I've just said is true. The man in red robes really looked very much like Grand Lord Hong Lian. That's why I've come to inform the elders of this," the guard replied as he trembled with fear. Even his voice was shaking. "Good. Ha ha ha." The great elder threw his head back and burst into laughter which echoed throughout the meeting hall. "Servants, we're going back to the Medicine Manor immediately. There's one more thing, inform Miss Bain and the members of Wood Manor. Tell them that we're going to witness a great show. By his reckoning, since Grand Lord Hong Lian has arrived, the Medicine Manor's doomsday should not be too far off. Guru Woyun, I'd like to watch and see what you're using to declare a personal fiefdom over the Northern Bloc territory," scoffed the great elder with an eerie smile on his face. "Besides, you won't be able to ensure your own safety very soon. It's your fault for having delusions over Grand Lord Hong Lian." Meanwhile, Mu Yuyu had returned to Wood Manor and had just described everything which had happened in the Medicine Manor in a practical manner. Hence, there were many elders who have gathered to discuss Wood Manor's future at this moment. "Yuyu, is this true? The master of the Medicine Manor isn't all that simple?" The person who had spoken was an old man in green robes who was seated in the middle. The old man carried a sense of deep thought on his face as he asked in a deep voice. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:16, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 3. Chapter 11:16, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mu Yuyu gently nodded. Her graceful features were lined with seriousness as she spoke. "Grandfather, I feel that it's best we avoid muddling ourselves in this. Gu Ruoyun has a martial saint spiritual beast by her side. Even though you have already silently reached the rank of a martial saint, however." A peculiar light flashed in her pretty eyes before she continued, "If she can show this spiritual beast in front of others, that proves that this spiritual beast is not her greatest trump card." Old Man Jiang and the others probably never expected the master of the Mu family to have reached the rank of a martial saint long ago. As he was unwilling to let go of the Mu family, he had not entered the First City. When he had his breakthrough, he had headed towards a secluded place and concealed the fact. Hence, even though Old Man Jiang knew that the old man from the Mu family has great power, he was uncertain about his current rank. Master Mu nodded. "Not bad, your analysis is rather accurate, Yuyu. To most people, the greatest trump card would only be used in times of survival. Since she can casually produce a martial saint spiritual beast, this proves that she must have other trump cards in her hands. That little girl is really not easy." Mu Yuyu smiled gently as a wise and far-sighted light flashed across her eyes. "Grandfather, I feel that we should reconsider our alliance with the Lan family. After all, I really don't want the Lan family to drag the Mu family down with them." Just as the others began to nod in agreement, an anxious figure rushed in from outside the door. Reporting to the master. "The Lan family have just sent their members to inform us that Grand Lord Hong Lian is now on his way to the Medicine Manor and has invited us to make our way there to watch the show." Grand Lord Hong Lian? Master Mu was shocked. He mildly raised his brow as a sense of contemplation appeared on his face again. Grand Lord Hong Lian is here? Mu Yuyu lifted the corners of her lips. Her smile was like a gentle breeze as she spoke. Previously, the Lan family have mentioned to us that there was a grudge between Gu Ruoyun and Grand Lord Hong Lian. They even said that she had angered Grand Lord Hong Lian because of her previously fruitless attempt to seduce him. I wonder if Grand Lord Hong Lian has really made the journey here for the sake of dealing with Gu Ruoyun. However, Mu Yuyu shifted her glance and the smile on her face became even more pronounced. I don't believe that Grand Lord is simply here for Gu Ruoyun. If he really wanted to kill Gu Ruoyun, he would have done it back when she had made a move on him. Why had he spared her only to come and look for her now? Yuyu, Master Mu chuckled while a grin grew on his elderly face. What do you think? Mu Yuyu thought for a moment before she slowly replied, perhaps Grand Lord Hong Lian has found out about the divine weapon in Gu Ruoyun's hands and wishes to obtain this divine weapon. However, I can sense that Gu Ruoyun is not all she appears to be. She must hold an even more powerful trump card in her hand, and when that happens, we only need to enjoy the show. Nothing's wrong with watching a fight between two tigers. Master Mu nodded in satisfaction. Obviously, Mu Yuyu's analysis was in line with everything he had put into consideration. It goes without saying that amongst all of his descendants, he was the most satisfied with this granddaughter of his. She was far too powerful compared to the boys of the Mu family. Unfortunately, she had been born a daughter. Otherwise, he would have given the position of the master of the Mu family to her. Good. As the Lan family has invited us to enjoy the show, you shall lead the Mu family members to the Medicine Manor to enjoy that show thoroughly. Perhaps this show would help the Mu family to make our final decision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1117, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 4. Chapter 1117, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A profound light flashed across Master Mu's eyes as he chuckled silently. If Gu Ruoyun could survive under Grand Lord Hong Lian's pressure, it would prove that this woman has the right to make the Mu family serve her. If she were to die in Grand Lord Hong Lian's clutches, the Northern Bloc territory would simply revert to their previous configuration. Nevertheless, out of all the possibilities Master Mu had considered, he never thought that Grand Lord Hong Lian would turn out to be Gu Ruoyun's father. In the Medicine Manor, the atmosphere of the entire place changed as soon as that flash of red robes had entered the manor. The change was not very obvious, but Grand Lord Hong Lian was a martial saint after all. Just how accurate were his senses? He had immediately seen through the patterns in the atmosphere. An illusion? Grand Lord Hong Lian furrowed his grim brows. He instantly stretched his mental state. A constant surge of energy was then released into the surroundings of his red robes, engulfing the space around him. Boom, dot. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful energy slammed into the atmosphere but could not shift the illusion. This must be an illusion created from a formation. However, what makes me curious is that who could possibly have the ability to create such a powerful illusion? Even the full extent of my power cannot break it. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed bitterly at the thought of this. He never thought that it would be so difficult just to see his daughter. Which father in this world would have to endure such agony? At this moment, Gu Ruoyun, who was seated in the Great Hall, sensed a strange movement. Her eyebrows knitted together as she said, "It seems that someone has entered the formation." "That's right." The vermilion bird nodded. That person should be a martial saint, so he had entered the formation upon his arrival in the Medicine Manor. Besides, that person's scent is rather familiar. Their scent is familiar? Gu Ruoyun was stunned. The vermilion bird has not met a lot of people from the first city, she had mostly encountered those from Wind Valley alone. Could it be that the members from Wind Valley have arrived? The vermilion bird furrowed her brows. After a long pause, she relaxed them. That scent is very familiar with yours, master. Gu Ruoyun was stunned. A martial saint whose scent is similar to mine. Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility appeared in her mind's eye. Gu Ruoyun rose to her feet with a whoosh. Her initially delicate and pretty features were filled with excitement as she rushed out without any warning. Grand Lord Hong Lian, who was deep inside the formation in the courtyard, was searching for a way to break out of the illusion. However, at that moment, the ripples in the atmosphere disappeared instantly and everything returned back to its initially peaceful and quiet state. A face that he had longed for day and night then appeared before his eyes. Yunur, dot. Grand Lord Hong Lian's expression moved a little as he stared at the woman in green who was standing in the courtyard. His grim, black eyes softened and became very gentle in an instant. The cold lines at the corners of his lips gradually softened as well. Father is here to see you. Gu Ruoyan took bigger steps and the crowd watched as she threw herself into Grand Lord Hong Lian's arms, holding the man in red in a tight embrace. Her tensed heart slowly relaxed. Father, you've finally arrived. Ever since she found out that old man Jiang had reported her perilous incident to her master, she knew that her father would have immediately rushed over from the Red Lotus territory. However, she never thought that he would arrive so quickly. After all, this news had to be sent out from the Northern Bloc territory. Considering the distance from the Red Lotus territory to the Northern Bloc territory, even someone traveling at the speed of a martial saint would need a month to traverse that distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1118, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 5. Chapter 1118, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yunner, it's really difficult to even see you, Grand Lord Hong Lian chuckled and teased as he remembered how he had been trapped in the formation. Gu Ruoyun laughed awkwardly when she heard those words. We had set that formation because my friend was trying to prevent the members of First City from causing trouble for me. Anyone who has reached the rank of a martial saint would become trapped in the formation, but... Anyone at the rank of a martial saint would become trapped in the formation? A wave of shock entered Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart. How powerful was this person to have the ability to construct such a powerful formation? A smile crept up upon his handsome face at the thought of this. Yunner, I have been quite worried that no one would be able to protect you while I was not by your side. Now I see that you have quite a few capable people on your side. I can rest assured now. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled. In this life, to have received Zixie's help was the honor of a lifetime. Yunner, has anything happened to you while you were in the Northern Bloc territory? Grand Lord Hong Lian seemed to have recalled something and knitted his grim brows. I have heard that the Northern Bloc territory has always rejected the geniuses sent over by the medicine sect. You've come here in the medicine sect's name as well. Has anyone caused you grief? As Red Lotus territory was quite a distance from the Northern Bloc territory, Grand Lord Hong Lian had not stopped to rest along the way so that he could see his precious daughter as soon as possible. Naturally, he would not be aware of the news surrounding Gu Ruoyun in the Northern Bloc territory. Gu Ruoyun was shaken as she stared at the concerned look on Grand Lord Hong Lian's face. She then rubbed her nose. It seems that father hasn't heard anything at all. That was not such a bad outcome either. She was perfectly capable of settling the matters surrounding the Lan family on her own and did not need anyone's help. Father, do you think that I'm the kind of person who would suffer in silence? Gu Ruoyun lifted the corners of her lips and smiled. Don't worry, no one can abuse me in the Northern Bloc territory. Grand Lord Hong Lian smiled and stroked Gu Ruoyun's head lovingly as his dark eyes flashed with a gentle light. I know better than anyone of your powers. The only thing is, being your father, I will never allow anyone to bully or humiliate you. Anyone who dares to do so shall be given the taste of a true madman. Just as Grand Lord Hong Lian had spoken, a sound came from his communication token. Grand Lord Hong Lian furrowed his brows upon hearing that sound. Ultimately, he picked up the wooden token and his expression reverted to his initially icy exterior. Grand Lord, I've finally managed to contact you. I've been trying to call you through the communication token for a while now. Why didn't you answer? The communication token was a type of summoning tool on the mainland and was much more convenient than sending a pigeon. If one wishes to create a communication token, one must first seal both parties' mental energies in the communication token, then call each other through their mental energies. The communication token was more than a medium of communication. In fact, the other voice would be transmitted directly into Grand Lord Hong Lian's mind so no one else could hear it. However, to make a successful call through the communication token, one must do it when the other party was completely at ease. Grand Lord Hong Lian, who had been rushing towards his destination, had his mind filled with his precious daughter's image. How could he have possibly heard the call from the communication token? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1119, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 6. Chapter 1119, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hence, the members had only been able to reach him now. What is it? Grand Lord Hong Lian asked as he knitted his brows, clearly not happy with the person who had disturbed his interaction with Gu Ruoyan. Grand Lord, something has happened. An anxious voice cried out from the other end of the communication token. Something has happened? Grand Lord Honglian's brows furrowed even further as he replied icily, regardless of what has happened, it can be settled once I've returned to the Red Lotus territory. Right now, I do not have the time to concern myself with matters surrounding the Red Lotus territory. To Grand Lord Honglian, nothing was more important than reuniting with his daughter. No, Grand Lord, it's not a matter concerning the Red Lotus territory. Something has happened to the eldest lady. Something has happened to Yuner? Grand Lord Honglian was thoroughly shocked. He then stared curiously at Gu Ruoyun as his eyes filled with confusion. Yuner is clearly by my side, how could something have happened to her? What on earth do you mean? Grand Lord Honglian calmed himself down and asked in a deep voice. Grand Lord, the eldest lady had run into some trouble in the Northern Bloc territory a while ago. We heard that the members of the Lan family allied themselves with Bai Yin and caused the eldest lady, who was investigating a mountain cave, to fall into a sea of lava as she attempted to save others. Falling into a sea of flames pretty much guarantees death. Right now, this news has reached the general population. The Holy Doctor is already furiously rushing towards the Northern Bloc territory to avenge the eldest lady. I've been trying to contact you over the past few days, but I haven't been able to connect with you. That voice was filled with anxiety and rang continuously in Grand Lord Honglian's ear. Boom! An infinitely burning anger exploded from Grand Lord Honglian's body. His red robes were like flames as they danced in the wind. The man's initially grim eyes were now filled with a keen light while his handsome face was filled with anger. Gu Ruoyun blinked suspiciously, unable to comprehend what had happened which would anger her father so immediately. Slam! Grand Lord Honglian cut the voice in his head off. He then turned around outside the gate. A cold smile has begun to form on the corners of the man's lips and his expression was extremely maddened. He was not able to hear anything else clearly. All he had heard was that the Lan family of Main City had formed an alliance with Bai Yin and planned to harm his precious daughter. Just as Grand Lord Honglian's anger was growing stronger and stronger, a bustling noise sounded from outside the gate. Grand Lord Honglian then saw the Great Elder leading everyone from the Lan family into the Medicine Manor, crowding the already small courtyard. Grand Lord! The Great Elder's eyes sparkled. Of course, he was not addressing Gu Ruoyun as Grand Lord. Instead, his address was directed towards Grand Lord Honglian who was standing in front of Gu Ruoyun. That was right. This man was most certainly the Grand Lord Honglian. He had been fortunate enough to meet the man once, so he had instantly recognized him. Who are you? Grand Lord Honglian's dark eyes turned grim and sharp. It was as if a sharpened darkness has just landed in front of the Great Elder. There was a fawning smile on the Great Elder's face as he said, Grand Lord, have you forgotten me? We've met before. I am the Great Elder of the Lan family. This time, I've come to congratulate you on your breakthrough to the Martial Saint rank. Furthermore, Emissary Bai Yin, whom you've sent, has been in the Lan family's care. We have never treated Emissary Bai Yin unfairly. The Great Elder did not seem to notice that when he mentioned the words Lan family, the man in red's features grew even fiercer. His grim and dark eyes were now flashing with murderous intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120, Grand Lord Honglian arrives, 7. Chapter 1120, Grand Lord Honglian arrives, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Grand Lord, Emissary Bai Yin told us how Gu Ruoyun had tried to seduce you to get the position of the Grand Lady of Red Lotus territory. However, a great man like you was simply no match for this woman. We could not stand for it, so we decided to avenge you, Grand Lord. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun has obtained a divine weapon. Don't worry, Grand Lord, we will help you kill her and present this divine weapon to you as a gift. With each word that the Great Elder uttered, the aura from Grand Lord Honglian's body turned colder as a murderous air circled around the courtyard. The Lan family, Bai Yin. Ha ha. Grand Lord Honglian laughed icily and a murderous smile hung upon his grim face. The Great Elder finally realized that something was not right. He lifted his head in shock and his eyes landed upon Grand Lord Honglian's murderous yet handsome features. Grand Lord, Lan Xiao stepped out from behind the crowd and spoke in a respectful tone, I am the master of the Lan family and I've long heard of your great name. You only need to say the word and we will kill this woman immediately. A woman like her is simply... Lan Xiao's words came to a sudden end before he could finish speaking. He had stopped because the cold man in red robes has turned his gaze towards him. The man's eyes were as sharp as a sword and as cold as an icicle. Lan Xiao felt as if a knife had been stabbed into the middle of his neck. His heart could not help but tremble, there was no way he could say anything else. This. What's the meaning of this? Even the Lan Xiao's brain had not been quick enough, he could sense that something was not quite right. It looks very much like Grand Lord Hong Lian does not have any intentions of killing Gu Ruoyun but was instead unhappy with the Lan family. However, the Lan family has never offended the Grand Lord. Grand Lord. Lan Xiao gulped and a sense of panic appeared in his eyes. Where's Bai Yin? The Grand Lord's voice was as cold as a sword in the middle of wind and frost. It slowly rang throughout the courtyard. I'm not sure. Lan Xiao's voice was trembling. I had informed Miss Bai Yin before I made my way to the medicine manor that you've arrived and asked her to come with us. However, she said that she needed to make some preparations, so she had asked me to head over first. Gu Ruoyun's eyes flickered and she softly issued an order to the vermilion bird before turning her gaze back towards them. The vermilion bird's body gradually turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the courtyard. I've just asked the vermilion bird to escort Bai Yin here personally. Gu Ruoyun smiled as turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and replied gently. Grand Lord Hong Lian nodded but did not say very much. At that moment, everyone could sense that the grim aura around him had vanished. It was as if he would only ever put his vicious currents away when he was in front of the woman in green. Lan Xiao was stunned. He was unable to regain his senses and comprehend what had just happened. Why do I have the feeling that the relationship between Grand Lord Hong Lian and Gu Ruoyun is not what I've imagined? Not too long after that, a ray of red light descended from the sky and the vermilion bird's little face, filled with a disdainful smile, appeared before them. She then threw a woman dressed in white robes fiercely onto the ground before exclaiming disdainfully, Master, this fellow was trying to escape and had already left the city. I've just dragged her back here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 8. Chapter 1121, Grand Lord Hong Lian arrives, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Yin lay spread out on the ground, her icy cold features have now turned completely ashen. She did not have the courage to look at Grand Lord Hong Lian. Instead, she could only shut her eyes as she trembled. When she heard from Lan Xiao that Grand Lord Hong Lian had arrived in Main City, she knew that her plan had failed. In order to escape, she had sent Lan Xiao away first and had then intended to secretly sneak away after that. However, who would have thought that she would have gotten herself caught and dragged back here the moment she had stepped out of the city gate? Miss Bai Yin, what's the meaning of this? A sense of suspicion has appeared in Lan Xiao's heart, yet he did not dare to believe it. His voice trembled as he asked, Aren't you an emissary of the Red Lotus territory? Didn't you say that Gu Ruoyun had tried to seduce Grand Lord Hong Lian but to no avail? Can you please tell me what is the meaning of this? Bai Yin shut her eyes tightly and did not say a word. The moonlight which was shining on her skin made her look exceptionally pale until she resembled a corpse. Bai Yin, how dare you? The flaming rage within Grand Lord Hong Lian's being erupted, smashing heavily into Bai Yin's chest. Who gave you the audacity to pose as an emissary of the Red Lotus territory? Ugh! The impact of the heavy attack caused Bai Yin to spit out a mouthful of blood. She finally opened her eyes and smiled miserably. Grand Lord, why is it that even after I have followed you for so many years that you don't have any sense of camaraderie? I had sent you to accept punishment in the Red Lotus territory, yet you had secretly slipped away. Hence, you are no longer a member of the Red Lotus territory, you are only a traitor. Grand Lord Hong Lian's voice was grim and devoid of any emotion as it landed fiercely into Bai Yin's heart. She felt a great agony in her heart. The man whom she has loved and pursued for so many years was now treating her this way for the sake of a woman that he had only met a few times. This woman merely shares some similar features with the missing Grand Lady. Why is the Grand Lord siding with her so much? To the extent that he would even treat me so cruelly without hesitation. Grand Lord, I've pursued you for many years, fought by your side, shielded you from countless troubles, yet you would call me a traitor? Her smile has grown even more miserable and her face was like dead ashes as she spoke. It would seem that my accompaniment with perseverance and consistency for you is nothing compared to a woman who looks like the Grand Lady. I can guarantee that this woman has ulterior motives for approaching you. Her intentions aren't pure at all. Grand Lord, could it be that a smart man like you would fall into a pretty woman's trap too? Upon hearing Bai Yin's words, the people by Gu Ruoyun's side could not help but to send her a look. They all stared at her as if they were looking at an idiot. After all, Gu Ruoyun was Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter. Could it be that, as a father, he would not protect his own daughter but would side with the woman who wants to kill his daughter instead? Ha ha! Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed in spite of his anger. A flaming rage began to overflow from his body. He then reached out and grabbed Bai Yin's neck fiercely. It was this very moment that the Lan family members began to realize what was going on. They had been fooled by Bai Yin all along. She had used them and they have offended Grand Lord Honglian. Now, whenever they thought of this outcome, everyone in the Lan family would shiver from their very core. They did not even dare to say another word, dearly wishing that they could lower their own existence so that Grand Lord Honglian would not notice them at all. Only Lan Xiao, upon realizing that he had been fooled by this woman, glared at Bai Yin fixedly. He looked as if he could eat her whole. Bai Yin. Do you know who she is? A cruel smile hung on the corners of Grand Lord Honglian's lips. His grim eyes stared coldly at her as he said, She, Gu Ruoyun, is my precious daughter who had been separated from me for so many years. So you tell me, should I protect her or you? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122, Grand Lord Honglian arrives, 9. Chapter 1122, Grand Lord Honglian arrives, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the beginning, Grand Lord Honglian had not intended to let anyone know about Gu Ruoyun's true identity. He has too many enemies and he wanted to conceal this fact to prevent his enemies from harming his precious daughter. However, it now looks like even if he were to conceal this matter, others would still cause trouble for her. She had nearly lost her life in that sea of flames because of them too. Even though Grand Lord Honglian did not know how Gu Ruoyun had managed to escape the sea of flames, he could imagine the dangers she has had to endure. All this was because he had concealed her true identity, but hence, the Grand Lord was now experiencing remorse and anger at the same time, causing a surge of power in his large hands. He will not leave anyone who has harmed his precious daughter alive. Boom! Those words exploded like a stroke of lightning in Bai Yin's mind, causing her lips to tremble. She widened her pretty eyes which were filled with disbelief. Gu Ruoyun is the Grand Lord's daughter, this. How can this be? The person that I've been jealous of was actually his daughter. The Lan family were in a greater state of panic than she was. After all, they had believed Bai Yin's claims and had thought that Gu Ruoyun was a SL*T who wanted to seduce Grand Lord Honglian. However, they never thought that Bai Yin, whom they had believed to be an emissary of the Red Lotus territory, was a traitor. Furthermore, the person they wanted to go against was Grand Lord Honglian's own flesh and blood. They were finished. This time, they were completely finished. Instantly, the hearts of everyone in the Lan family turned as silent as dead ashes. They did not even have any intentions of fighting back. After all, they had offended that madman, Grand Lord Honglian. Regardless of how one was to fight back, it would be useless. Instead, their death would become even more tragic. All this had been brought on by that woman, Bai Yin. If it had not been for her, the Lan family would never have formed a grudge against Gu Ruoyun, nor would they have directly offended Grand Lord Honglian. Bai Yin gaped. Her pale face was clearly desolate. She wanted to speak but felt her throat tighten and could not make a sound. All she could do was to stare pleadingly at Grand Lord Honglian. If she had known that Gu Ruoyun was Grand Lord Honglian's daughter, she would never have offended her. She would even have tried to gain her favor. However, she had placed this woman in the position of a love rival, which had then resulted in the outcome today. Bai Yin, do you have anything else to say now? A murderous intent flashed in the corner of Grand Lord Honglian's eyes as his crimson robes fluttered in the wind, carrying a powerful murderous intent. Bai Yin gently shut her eyes. After a long pause, she opened her eyes again and, with all her might, croaked her answer. Please, Grand Lord, grant me a peaceful death. She knows that based on the Grand Lord's methods, she could not possibly survive this. All she could hope for was a death without any pain. This was her last wish. Peaceful? Grand Lord Honglian laughed icily and flung Bai Yin's body fiercely onto the ground with a loud thud. His voice was cold and grim as he continued, You had nearly caused my precious daughter's death. Do you really think that I would grant you a peaceful death? She is my dearest treasure. Even I could not bear to lay a hand on her, yet you dare have the audacity to hurt her. But Bai Yin's heart trembled when she heard his cold and emotionless voice. This man is exceptionally cruel and he always will be. Even if I had pursued him for many years, he still would not consider our camaraderie. Could it be that he would only ever show his gentle side in front of Gu Ruoyun or the great lady's portrait? Now, he would not even grant me a peaceful death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1123, Deep Feelings, 1. Chapter 1123, Deep Feelings, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh! As Bai Yin stared hopelessly, the man in red raised a wave of powerful flames from within his body. The flames instantly engulfed Bai Yin, causing her to let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Aho, dot. Bai Yin's throat has become hoarse and her hoarse screams caused everyone's hearts to shiver. The Lan family members could not help but shudder as well. As they stared at Grand Lord Hong Lian's cold and merciless eyes, they felt a deep and terrifying sensation crawling out from their hearts, causing them to tremble incessantly. This man was just as cold and heartless as the rumors say. He would even burn this woman, who had pursued him for many years, so cruelly while she was alive. What more anyone else? The Lan family members' hearts were eroded with remorse at the thought of this. If they were given a chance to do it all over again, they would never have fallen under Bai Yin's spell. Grand Lord, I beg you to please grant me death. Bai Yin's trembling voice slowly echoed through the silent courtyard. Her face has become twisted with agony in the flames. At this moment, to Bai Yin, death was a welcome release. Your ending is to remain in the flames and await the complete destruction of your soul. The man's voice was just as cold as ever but also heavily eliminated Bai Yin's final hope. Her expression had changed from its initial terror to the color of dead ash as she stared in despair at the handsome face before her. She had loved this man and he had caused her so much agony for so many years. Now, in contrast with the scorching pain on her body, this man's heartlessness and cold distance caused her even greater agony. If she could not be free from this kind of agony, death was better than life. He. Suddenly, she laughed and her smile was extremely desolate. Her laughter continued to the end, growing louder and louder. It also became increasingly mournful like a ghostly wail. It made one's hair stand on end. Grand Lord, if I were to be reborn, I hope that I'll never meet you again, If she had not met this man, she would not have wasted her life away and would never have had to endure such a tragic end. Up until now, Bai Yin still does not believe that she had done anything wrong. She believes that her only and greatest mistake was to fall in love with a man that she should not have fallen for. For the sake of this man, she would have gladly sacrificed her life. However, she only holds a superficial existence in this merciless man's heart. How could she not feel hurt? Even now, you're still unaware of your sins, asked Grand Lord Hong Lian as he looked at the woman in white who was burning up in the flames. He stared dominantly at her and continued, you are jealous by nature and have a vicious heart. Time and time again you've crossed my precious daughter. In my heart, you can never be compared to her and her mother even if there were 100 of you. Don't even think of trying to surpass them. The man's words were like 10,000 arrows which pierced through her heart, causing Bai Yin to close her eyes in pain. After a long pause, she opened her eyes again and stared at Grand Lord Hong Lian hurtfully. Grand Lord, if the Grand Lady never existed in this world and if I had met you first, would you have fallen for me? She asked. At that time, was it not because of the Grand Lord's sincere outpouring of feelings towards the Grand Lady's portrait that had moved her and caused her to waste her life away? Hence, many a time, Bai Yin had deeply considered this question. If she had been the one who had met the Grand Lord first, would this man have turned out to be just as devoted to her? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1124, Deep Feelings, 2. Chapter 1124, Deep Feelings, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That was right. Grand Lord Hong Lian was indeed known to be cold and unfeeling in the eyes of the world. However, it was only because he had given all his gentleness and emotions to one woman. Hence, everyone else was left with the remnants of his cold and distant heart. Fine, in order to let you understand the circumstances of your death, I will answer your question. A grim light flashed through Grand Lord Hong Lian's eyes as he replied unfeelingly, only you will ever hold my heart in this lifetime. For her sake, I would even rush through heaven and hell. If she has truly disappeared for good, never to return, I will remain as her widow for the rest of my life. The flames on Bai Yin's body was now burning even more vigorously. She was in so much pain that she could no longer speak, but the heartbreak and hopelessness in her eyes were clear for all to see. In love, it's never about first come, first serve. If you fall in love, you fall in love. Even if I had met another woman first, the only woman I will ever love is Dongfang Yu. Others may call me the god of death or a madman, but if I can cover my family with my wings so that no one can ever hurt them or humiliate them, I don't see anything wrong with being labeled as a madman. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my family shall be given the taste of a true madman. Bai Yin lowered her eyelids and a bitter smile hung on the corners of her lips. She really envies the woman in the Grand Lord's heart. To have such an outstanding and devoted man, it was more than enough. Unfortunately, that woman was not her. Bai Yin, you have been by my side for so many years, so you should be very aware of my taboos. Grand Lord Hong Lian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, the sharp aura was spiraling out from within his being. If you ever hurt my family members, death will forever be an extravagant hope for you. Due to Bai Yin's overly mournful cries, her throat had grown hoarse. The intense burning pain made her want to cry out again, but at the end of the day, her throat could only make a hissing noise. Yes, Grand Lord Hong Lian was never a kind-hearted person. Anyone who harms the people by his side should look at death as a form of extravagant hope. The Lan family quickly lowered their heads, trying to lower their existence. Just then, they felt a swift and forceful cold glare landing upon them. The Lan family? Grand Lord Hong Lian gently curled the corners of his lips. A smile then formed on his grim features, but it was full of murderous intent. You should rejoice over the fact that my daughter is still alive. Otherwise, there's no need for the Northern Bloc territory to continue to exist. He paused, then continued to speak as the crowd stared anxiously. However, while I can spare the Northern Bloc territory, the Lan family should pay the price for your stupidity. If Gu Ruoyun had really fallen into danger in the Northern Bloc territory, Grand Lord Hong Lian would have released his fury upon the entire territory. If that were to happen, the rivers of the Northern Bloc territory would flow with blood and bodies would cover the entire land. It was a good thing that Gu Ruoyun had survived. Therefore, Grand Lord Hong Lian had spared his grief from the rest of the people in the territory this time. However, for the Lan family who had joined forces with Bai Yin to hurt Gu Ruoyun, there was no need for any mercy. Thud! The great elder was so terrified that he knelt on the ground and trembled. He then glared at Lan Xiao angrily and bellowed with a fury that extended to the sky, Lan Xiao, this is all your fault. If you had not believed Bai Yin's words so easily, the Lan family would never have fallen into such miserable circumstances. Furthermore, you were the one who had told us about the grudge between Grand Lord Hong Lian and Gu Ruoyun. Hence, you be *starred, you are responsible for pushing the Lan family into this misery. How will you ever face the Lan family's ancestors in the future? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1125, Deep Feelings, 3. Chapter 1125, Deep Feelings, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A sense of terror appeared on Lan Xiao's face and he bit his pale lips. He never expected Bai Yin to be an impersonator who had posed as an emissary of the Red Lotus territory and that Gu Ruoyun, whom they have allied themselves against, to turn out to be Grand Lord Hong Lian's biological daughter. Heavens, how could I have made such a stupid decision? The more Lan Xiao thought about it, the more his mind filled with fear. He then glared fiercely at Bai Yin, who was being slowly burned alive. If it had not been for the fact that Bai Yin was covered with flames right now, he would have rushed over to kill this woman. Grand Lord, I was really unaware that Gu Ruoyun was your daughter. Lan Xiao threw himself down and knelt on the ground as he spoke in a trembling voice. If I had known the truth, I would never have treated her this way. I had acted that way because I had been fooled by this *T, Bai Yin. I beg you to spare the Lan family on account of my ignorance, but... Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed icily and replied in a grim voice, the Lan family's greatest mistake is your ignorance of the truth and to stupidly allow yourselves to be fooled by Bai Yin. Hence, why should I spare you? We really had no idea that she was your daughter. Lan Xiao was now panicking, especially after he had witnessed Bai Yin's fate. His heart was now filled with even greater fear. Humans make mistakes, so why don't you give us a chance to change? Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian laughed maniacally. His domineering laughter filled the sky and the sound of it was excruciatingly painful to Lan Xiao's ears. That's true, humans do make mistakes. However, why should my precious daughter have to pay for your mistakes? I don't care whether want to correct your mistakes or not. Forget about the fact that my daughter had nearly died in a sea of flames because of you. Even if she had suffered the slightest hurt, I want the Lan family to pay with your lives. Boom. Upon saying his piece, Grand Lord Hong Lian raised his hand and a red-tinted tornado whirled towards Lan Xiao, landing squarely on his chest. Lan Xiao's body was instantly flung out of the way and landed heavily onto one of the walls in the courtyard. Blood splattered from his mouth, dyeing the ground red. Standing right in front of him was a figure dressed in red robes which were fluttering in the wind, carrying an air of murderous intent. Lan Xiao raised his brows in astonishment, but before he could say another word, he could only watch as a leg landed fiercely on his wrist. Crack! Ah! The snapping sound of his bone breaking echoed in the air. After that, agonized squeals, much like a pig being slaughtered, rang out in the courtyard. Lan Xiao's face was twisted in agony as large beads of sweat began to roll down his face. It was so painful that he almost could not bear it. From now on, the Lan family shall no longer exist in the Northern Bloc territory. At this moment, numerous powerful cultivators had gathered outside the medicine manor. Before they could grapple with the fact that Gu Ruoyun was actually Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter, they heard the man's cold and unfeeling voice. The Lan family shall no longer exist in the Northern Bloc territory. This declaration has determined the Lan family's final tragic fate. Perhaps the Lan family never expected the outcome of their 100-year legacy being destroyed because of one stupid decision. The old master of the Lan family did not say very much. At this moment, everyone could sense that he had aged incomparably in an instant. Even his once perfectly straight back had become hunched. Perhaps he was the only one who had known from the moment the great elder had decided to willfully carry on his own way that this would be the Lan family's fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Deep Feelings, 4. Chapter 1126, Deep Feelings, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The old master's deepest regret was that he had not put enough effort to stop the great elder. Otherwise, the Lan family would never have thoroughly offended Grand Lord Honglian. Mu Yuyu, who was standing in the midst of the crowd, started to back away. She was silently rejoicing as she had escaped the dire circumstances that the Lan family had encountered this time. After all, even though the master of the Mu family had broken through to the Martial Saint rank, he was no match for a madman like Grand Lord Honglian. Come, we shall return to the Mu residence and report this matter to my grandfather. Mu Yuyu showed no signs of hesitation as he led the Mu family members away from the crowd. She had no intention of saving their former allies, the Lan family, at all. On this mainland, where only the strong were revered, this was the reality of it all. If someone had power, many would wish for their favor. However, once they had befallen on hard times, that relationship will be considered redundant. No one would remember the good rapport they had once had. This was the current situation for the Lan family. Yuner, Grand Lord Honglian no longer bothered to look at those eyesores and turned to approach Gu Ruoyun. His cold features became gentle and his eyes filled with tenderness as he said, "I'll send some of my subordinates over to deal with them. On the other hand, we haven't seen each other for so long. I'm curious about what had happened to you after you had arrived in the Northern Bloc territory." Gu Ruoyun smiled. She did not ask Grand Lord Honglian what his plans were for the Lan family. However, she knows that the Lan family's fate would be a horrible one. All right. She nodded and smiled gently. Let's go then, it's not worth dirtying your hands over these people. Let your subordinates handle them. Oh, you're my little girl. Grand Lord Honglian smiled as he stroked Gu Ruoyun's head. The love in his eyes was more than words could describe. Since that's the case, we shall have a good chat. If you were here. The atmosphere instantly turned very silent. The smile on Grand Lord Honglian's face had disappeared. It was replaced by a hint of agony in his gaze as if he had just remembered his long-lost wife. Father, don't worry. Once I've broken through to the Martial Saint rank, I'll journey towards the first city. By then, we will definitely discover Mother's whereabouts, said Gu Ruoyun earnestly as she held Grand Lord Honglian's hand. Grand Lord Honglian laughed bitterly. I've longed for our family's reunion for so long, but I don't know when our family will truly be reunited. His dream for many years was to reunite his family. Unfortunately, despite his many years of effort, he could not find the woman who haunts his thoughts every day. Gu Ruoyun did not say very much. However, she made a decision in her heart that she would achieve her breakthrough as quickly as possible so that she could journey forth towards the first city. She has a feeling that her family could be reunited only when she has entered the first city. The night was calm and peaceful. The night wind brushed against the air and the rustling of leaves sounded from outside the window. Gu Ruoyun gently closed her eyes as she lay on her bed in her chambers. She had not completely gone into a deep sleep, so she managed to detect a small sliver of aura which slipped in from outside the house. However, she did not make any movement but remained with her eyes gently shut as if she had not sensed a thing. A hand landed gently on her face and trailing tenderly down towards her neck. The hand moved so gently as if it was stroking a most beloved object. She then felt a warm sensation washing over her lips. Gu Ruoyun's brows moved a little, but she did not open her eyes and allowed the man to softly kiss her lips. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Deep Feelings, 5. Chapter 1127, Deep Feelings, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The man carefully tasted her lips before his hand began to move in a dishonest manner as it trailed down from her neck. Just as his hand reached her stomach, another tender hand grabbed it. The woman, whose eyes had been gently closed, suddenly opened her eyes. A small smile had appeared on the corners of her lips. Xiao Yi, when have you become so vulgar? The man that Gu Ruoyun was staring at smiled gently. His blood-red eyes were filled with deep love and joy. His smile shone as brilliantly as the sun on his peerlessly beautiful face. Even though Gu Ruoyun had known this man for many years, she was still deeply mesmerized by his features. Not many others would have such beautiful features as well. I only wanted to find out how much longer do you plan on pretending to sleep. His smile was very beautiful and deeply moving. However, it would only be shown to one person. That was right. Gu Ruoyun had sensed Qian Beiye's presence the moment he had appeared. Otherwise, he would never have been able to enter her room so smoothly. Of course, what Gu Ruoyun did not know was that even if she had secretly shut herself in the formation, Qian Beiye would have been able to charge out of it sooner or later after some time and based on his level of power. I also want to find out what you planned to do to me while I was asleep. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as she smiled gently at the man's peerlessly beautiful features. The man curled his lips and smiled as his red pupils stared deeply at the woman on the bed. The smile on his lips then grew even more pronounced. Yuner, I'm back. The deep love in that sentence struck a chord in Gu Ruoyun's heart. She no longer cared about anything else as she immediately threw herself into Qian Beiye's embrace. She hugged him tightly as she let go of all of her longings during the past few days. Xiao Yi. She no longer spoke in that cold and clear tone she typically uses in front of others. Instead, her voice was now full of gentleness and was enveloped with a deep yearning. Qian Beiye's peerless features softened as he lowered his head towards the woman in his arms. He then leaned over and kissed the pair of lips which he had yearned for day and night. Her lips were just as soft as ever, carrying the only sensation that captivated him. Perhaps, in this lifetime, only this woman could pull at his heartstrings so easily. Her every kiss, every word, and every expression made his heart skip ceaselessly. No one else could hold his heart but her alone. Yuner. After a long pause, Qian Beiye released Gu Ruoyun's lips but the deep love in his eyes remained. There was a mesmerizing smile on his peerless features. After we've found your mother, let's get married. Wouldn't that be great? Gu Ruoyun nodded as a smile crept up on her face. All right. This was her promise to him. Once our family has been reunited, we shall have a wedding, but... Qian Beiye pulled Gu Ruoyun into his embrace once again. The smile on his face was so beautiful that everything else on heaven and earth seemed to pale in comparison. Don't worry, I'll find mother-in-law as soon as possible. By then, you will be able to marry me in peace. By the way, father-in-law had previously interrupted us during that matter. So, are we? Gu Ruoyun became dazed before she suddenly regained her senses and understood what Qian Beiye was alluding to. Previously, back in Drifting Wind Country 1, she had agreed to give herself to Qian Beiye. However, her father had unexpectedly paid her a visit, so Qian Beiye, who was at the most critical moment, had been interrupted by her father. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128, Deep Feelings, 6. Chapter 1128, Deep Feelings, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gu Ruoyun's face. Nevertheless, she lifted her head to look at Qian Beiye's expectant face and nodded in agreement. All right. Qian Beiye's heart leaped in his chest as he lifted his hand and pulled Gu Ruoyun into his embrace. He then carried her towards the large bed and carefully lay her down. His movements were particularly gentle, as if he was holding a precious jewel, afraid that he might accidentally hurt her. Yuner. He gently murmured Gu Ruoyun's name, then bent down to kiss her lips. As their lips met, he dispersed his mental energy throughout the entire medicine manor. He had clearly raised his vigilance due to his previous failure. If anyone were to get anywhere near this bedchamber, he would sense them immediately. Gu Ruoyun gently closed her eyes and surrendered herself to Qian Beiye's gentle kiss. Just as she was at the peak of enjoyment, she felt a warm sensation dribbling from her lower abdomen, causing her body to shake. Xiao Yi, I. Qian Beiye released her lips and gazed with deep love at the woman who was lying beneath him. He raised his brows and asked, "What is it?" "Don't worry, no one will interrupt us now." "That's not it." Gu Ruoyun looked a little embarrassed as she replied weakly, "I think it's that time of the month for me." Qian Beiye was stunned by Gu Ruoyun's response. He then smelt the faint scent of blood in the air. It was almost discernible as it wafted within the bedchamber. It was likely that no other man in this world was as unlucky as Qian Beiye. During the first time, just as his love had gone into the deep abyss, his own father-in-law had gatecrashed the party and interrupted him. He had no choice but to squash all his urges and restrain himself. This time, he had taken many precautions and refused to let anyone else disturb them. Who would have thought that Gu Ruoyun would end up getting her period now? Deep down, Zhen Beiyi was about to go mad, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he pulled the quilt up onto Gu Ruoyun's body and gently pulled the woman closer into his arms. He then smiled and said, "It's late now, let's get some rest." Gu Ruoyun nodded gently but could not wipe the embarrassment from her face. She never expected her period to arrive at such an unfortunate time. Zhen Beiyi was feeling extremely uncomfortable right now as he was holding his beloved but could not do anything about it. It was an absolutely unbearable feeling, yet he could not bring himself to hurt her. All he could do was to concentrate all his spiritual energy into forcibly restraining his urges and pushing them back to where they had come from. Even though there were many nights when Zhen Beiyi had hugged Gu Ruoyun to sleep just like this, Gu Ruoyun had not agreed to surrender herself to him back then. Hence, he had been able to endure it. Now, however, he had clearly received her permission but could not do anything. Who could tolerate this kind of frustration? Zhen Beiyi exhaled and a bitter smile hung on his lips. He pulled his arms closer and held the woman in his arms even tighter. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun tried to speak but the words would not come to her. Yuner, Zhen Beiyi's gaze landed upon the woman's lucid and elegant features. His red eyes were filled with a gentle smile. As long as I can hold you to sleep, that's enough too for me. Don't worry, since you've promised to be with me, I'm not anxious about this moment. Gu Ruoyun placed her head on the man's chest as a gentle smile played on her lips. Once I've found mother, we can get married. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129, Deep Feelings, 7. Chapter 1129, Deep Feelings, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once she had finished speaking, she lowered her eyelids and the thoughts behind her clear and cold gaze were shrouded in mystery. Only her face carried a sense of determination. First City. It seems that I would have to break through to the Martial Saint rank as soon as possible. Only when I've reached the Martial Saint rank would I be able to enter the First City. Grand Lord Hong Lian had intended to visit his precious daughter first thing in the morning. Who would have thought that upon reaching her door, the door would be pushed open and a flash of red robes would step out from within? When he lay his eyes upon the peerless man who had emerged from the room, Grand Lord Hong Lian was in a daze. He then asked, "What are you doing here?" Furthermore, this man had emerged from his daughter's room? Could it be that he was sleeping here last night? Grand Lord Hong Lian felt a twisting and sour feeling in his heart. Indeed, when a girl was of age, she must be married off. She had not even begun to experience the joys of a father and daughter relationship, yet she has already been snatched up by this piece of sh*t. Zhen Beiyi noticed Grand Lord Hong Lian as well and a smile appeared on his peerless face. "Father-in-law, I'm obviously here for Yuner." "Who are you calling father-in-law?" Grand Lord Hong Lian glared at Zhen Beiyi before he scoffed and said, "I haven't recognized you as my son-in-law. Even though you've gotten together with my precious daughter, if you wish to make her your wife, you'll have to get past me first. Yuner has already promised me that once we've found mother-in-law, she shall marry me." Boom! His announcement was like a stroke of lightning on a clear day, crashing into Grand Lord Hong Lian and rendering him unable to make sense of his direction. "My daughter has agreed to marry this damned kid." Grand Lord Hong Lian's heart shattered when he heard Zhen Beiyi's words. He then glanced up at the sky sorrowfully. Our daughter is all grown up and she wants to get married now. We haven't even enjoyed domestic bliss with our daughter and she's going to run off with someone else. I had thought that we could have her to ourselves for another 2 to 3 years, but when a girl is of age, she must be married off. We can't hold her back." Zhen Beiyi curled his lips at the sight of Grand Lord Hong Lian's sorrowful face. "I have no father or mother and I am all on my own. Therefore, I can be your adopted son-in-law." Grand Lord Hong Lian, who was in the midst of sorrow, suddenly revived when he heard this. "Are you speaking the truth?" Zhen Beiyi looked at Grand Lord Hong Lian and slowly replied, "For her sake, I am willing to become an adopted son-in-law." That was right, he was willing to become an adopted son-in-law only for Gu Ruoyun's sake. Grand Lord Hong Lian began to feel a lot better. At least his daughter would not be snatched away by some random man but had brought one home instead. "At least you are tactful enough, kid. However, if you wish to marry my daughter, I'll need to evaluate your behavior." Grand Lord Hong Lian looked at Zhen Beiyi and said, "If I ever find out that you've bullied her, I won't let you get away with it. Don't worry, even without your warning, I know the right thing to do." A determined light flashed in Zhen Beiyi's red eyes. "Besides, I won't let anyone harm her." Grand Lord Hong Lian said nothing else as he took one last look at Gu Ruoyun's room before he turned and headed out towards the courtyard. However, a smile appeared on his initially cold and grim face as soon as he had turned around. He does not wish for Gu Ruoyan to get married so soon because they have finally managed to find each other with great difficulty after being separated for so many years. However, his daughter was about to run off with someone else. Still, if Qian Beiyi was willing to become their adopted son-in-law, that would be another issue entirely. Not only will his precious daughter get to stay with him, she would also bring the man into their home too. No matter how he looked at it, it was a beneficial arrangement for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, Deep Feelings, 8. Chapter 1130, Deep Feelings, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Grand Lord Hong Lian seemed to remember something and a fiery rage rose within his being. So what if Qian Beiyi is willing to become our adopted son-in-law? No matter what he says, it does not change the fact that this damned kid had taken advantage of my absence and licked my precious daughter clean. To this day, the unfortunate Grand Lord Hong Lian was still not aware that this particular thing he was thinking of has not yet taken place between Gu Ruoyan and Qian Beiyi. All of that had been a lie which was concocted by Qian Beiyi. Gu Ruoyan stared at Qian Beiyi, who had just walked back into the room. She smiled gently as she asked, "Xiaoyi, do you really plan to become an adopted son-in-law for my father's sake?" Clearly, she had overheard their conversation from the room. Qian Beiyi stepped forward, pulled Gu Ruoyan into his arms, and replied adoringly, "Yuner, wherever you go, I'll go too. My home is wherever you are, so what's wrong with me becoming an adopted son-in-law? I won't only become an adopted son-in-law, I can give you everything I have. My people are yours and every organization that I've built will become yours as well. As long as it is something that you want, I will bring everything I have and give it to you, Ot." Gu Ruoyan's heart softened. This fellow has always treated her this way. How fortunate was she to have a man like this? "Xiaoyi, what plans do you have after this?" Gu Ruoyan lifted her head and stared at the man's peerless features. "I only want to keep you company." Qian Beiyi smiled and bent down to gaze upon the woman in his arms. "I'll stay here and keep you company. Once you've broken through to the Martial Saint rank, we'll go to the first city together, alright?" Gu Ruoyan gave it some thought before she nodded and said, "Alright, the matters in the Northern Bloc territory have pretty much been settled. I've also sent out an announcement for the medicinal herbs needed to refine the flesh-bone regeneration pill. In the meantime, I will enter closed-door cultivation as I wait for the medicinal herbs to arrive." She had made the trip to the Northern Bloc territory simply for the sake of the medicinal herbs needed for the flesh-bone regeneration pill. Now that she has united the territory, obtaining the medicinal herbs would be much easier now. All she needed to do was wait. "When are you going into closed-door cultivation?" Qian Beiyi gazed upon the woman in his arms as he asked. "Today." A light flashed in Gu Ruoyan's eyes. "I must reach the Martial Saint rank as soon as possible. Only when I become a Martial Saint can I access another level of experience. Perhaps the answers I seek lies within the first city." Time flew past. It was easy for one to forget the time when undergoing cultivation. Ever since the Northern Bloc territory has been united, the territory has grown in abundance. Within that year, everyone was busy searching for Gu Ruoyan's medicinal herbs, and some had even journeyed into the Northern Bloc territory's forbidden areas for her sake. As for the Lan family who had fallen into Bai Yin's trap a year ago, they had slowly disappeared from everyone's memories. At this moment in the Medicine Manor, a powerful force suddenly erupted from Gu Ruoyan's bedchambers. It burst through the air, carrying a forceful and suffocating aura. The powerful cultivators in the Northern Bloc territory could not stop themselves from rushing towards the sudden burst of powerful energy. They then stared in shock at the powerful hurricane swirling above the Medicine Manor. Old Man Jiang, who had been playing chess with Old Man Gu, noticed this as well and laughed bitterly. "That little girl's talent has certainly exceeded our expectations. She has actually broken through to the Martial Saint rank so quickly." The Martial Saint rank was an inaccessible position to them at this point in time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, The Emissaries of First City, 1. Chapter 1131, The Emissaries of First City, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Perhaps Old Man Jiang had thought to get the younger generation of his family to go after Gu Ruoyan in the beginning. However, no one amongst the Jiang family's younger generation could measure up to the little girl now. Even the most illustrious Jiang Maju could not meet her standards either. Unconsciously, Old Man Jiang sighed as he glanced at the area where Jiang Maju had been using for his closed-door cultivation. He knows that ever since Jiang Maju had laid his eyes upon Gu Ruoyan, this kid's heart had glided towards her. However, that little girl's talents were far too superior. With the addition of her current position, this kid does not really stand a chance. Old Man Gu smiled as he put the chess piece in his hand down. He then remarked, she has managed to break through to the Martial Saint rank, she'll definitely attract First City's attention now. I believe that First City's emissaries will arrive in Main City very soon. On this mainland, whenever anyone has broken through to the Martial Saint rank, it would become a sensational news. Unless that person was to conceal their breakthrough, like the master of the Mu family, this matter would fall into First City's ears and the newly minted Martial Saint would receive the First City's invitation. The Medicine Manor. The hurricane slowly subsided and the door to the bedchamber opened slowly. Just as Gu Ruoyun stepped out of the room, she saw a peerless-looking man leaning against a tree. The gentle breeze brushed through his silvery hair and made him look like a deity while his red robes fluttered in the wind. The man had turned to face the woman in green who had stepped out from the door. His peerless features then lit up with a smile. Yuner, congratulations, you've finally broken through to the Martial Saint rank, but... Gu Ruoyun smiled and slowly approached the man who was leaning against the tree. Xiao Yi, guests from the First City will arrive very soon. We must make preparations to welcome our honored guests. A glint flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes. Perhaps it was time for her to enter that place now. This should be the place. A few days later, a few figures descended from the sky to stand outside the Medicine Manor's gates. Standing at the front most of the group was a young man. He has rather average-looking features and was the kind of person whose face would easily get lost in a crowd. However, this man had eyes as sharp as an eagle's. His gaze was incomparably keen and his entire body emits a strong aura. Gu Ruoyun had sensed their presence immediately and promptly deactivated the formation. Hence, these people had been able to enter the Medicine Manor unhindered. At this moment, a woman in green was sitting bolt upright on a hardwood chair in the Medicine Manor's great hall. Her clear and cold eyes observed the group in white robes as they entered the door. Next to the woman in green was a cold and grim man in crimson robes. He pursed his sharp, knife-like and thin lips, curling it into a disdainful angle. It was obvious that Grand Lord Hong Lian does not have a good impression of anyone from the First City, no matter who they may be. I believe that you, sires, are emissaries from the First City? Grand Lord Hong Lian looked at the young man as he spoke icily. Grand Lord Hong Lian may have previously broken through to the Martial Saint rank, but due to his constant absence from the Red Lotus territory, the First City's emissaries would have been greeted by an empty space even if they had paid him a visit. Therefore, this was the first time he had met a high-level emissary from the First City. That's right. The emissary seems to be disgusted with Grand Lord Hong Lian's rudeness. He then frowned and replied in a cold and proud voice, we have journeyed from the First City and have been known as the guides in the secular world. Only we can guide the cultivators of the secular world like yourselves towards the path that leads to the First City. I am here to congratulate you. You can finally leave this place and journey to the heaven that many cultivators yearn for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132, The Emissaries of First City, 2. Chapter 1132, The Emissaries of First City, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Put. A soft giggle sounded just as the emissary had finished speaking. The vermilion bird's childish voice soon chimed in, heaven? Isn't heaven a place that people only go to when they're dead? Could it be that one can only go to the First City when one is dead? The emissary's expression blackened instantly. If it had not been for the fact that the vermilion bird looked to be a 5 to 6-year-old child, he would teach her a thorough lesson of the consequences on humiliating the First City. Humph, scoffed the emissary icily before he remarked arrogantly, my purpose here today is to bring you all to the First City. I'm not here to quibble with a little girl. However, I need to inform you of the First City's rules as well. The First City is not like your mainland. In the eyes of the citizens of First City, the people of the mainland are merely people of the secular world. Even our lowest of the low would be more powerful than anyone from the secular world. Hence, don't think that just because you can break the law and commit crimes in the secular world that you could do the same thing in First City. It's true that you have broken through to the Martial Saint rank at the age of 20 or so and you can be considered an unparalleled genius. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the First City's cultivators, you are no different from an average citizen. As one of First City's emissaries, he clearly has the right to be arrogant. These people who had broken through to the Martial Saint rank in the secular world could not be measured up in his eyes. Besides, who from the secular world would not bend the knee at the very sight of him? They would even fight to gain his favor, all for the sake of receiving greater opportunities upon entering First City. Hence, he believes that these two people before him were just like that too. No one would be stupid enough to make an enemy of an emissary of the first city. Furthermore, the emissary glanced at Gu Ruoyun and Grand Lord Hong Lian before he continued to speak. In First City, no one can kill others arrogantly and without permission. Anyone who crosses this rule will receive severe punishment. Regardless of your previous grudges, you must write them all off. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. Obviously, since the emissary had said these things, it proves that he had seen right through Grand Lord Hong Lian's identity. Naturally, he knew about the grudge between Grand Lord Hong Lian and the Lin family. Ha ha ha. Grand Lord Hong Lian burst into maniacal laughter. His laughter was filled with dominance and rang throughout the entire medicine manor. So, the emissaries of First City are that unreasonable. The Lin family has hunted me for so many years and had torn my family apart. Are you saying that I should not have my revenge? No matter what, I will repay the Lin family for their blood feud. The man's cold and grim features flashed with a deep murderous intent. His red robes filled with a murderous air, causing the temperature in the great hall to plummet. I'm only saying what needs to be said first. The emissary then gently narrowed his eyes as he replied in a cold and distant manner, however, you must trust in the First City's power. Do you know why you're still alive despite being hunted by the Lin family for so many years? That's because the Lin family is under the First City's control and is unable to mobilize their powerful cultivators. Otherwise, you might have been dead long ago. However, as you are about to enter the First City, this means that the Lin family can now attack you whenever they wish. As long as it's not a large-scale massacre, the First City will not interfere. The emissary paused and his face was as now arrogant as before, hence, I'd advise you to lay down your grudges. This is for the sake of your own safety, yet if you still remain wanton and unrestrained, you will call upon your own tragic end. I'll leave the token needed to enter the First City here. Farewell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, The Emissaries of First City, 3. Chapter 1133, The Emissaries of First City, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The emissary took one last look at Gu Ruoyun and her father before he then turned around to head out of the Great Hall. Just as he was about to step out the door, a head full of silvery hair glided across his sight, carrying a gloomy aura that made his heart race. Silver hair and crimson robes. It was said that not too long ago, a peerless genius had appeared in the First City. No one had known what his name was, and all they know was his signifying features. He had a head full of silver hair and was dressed in crimson robes as he drove 10,000 beasts and cut across the vast skies. That must be a coincidence. The emissary shook his head. What would a peerless genius of the First City be doing in a place like this? Even though this person has silver hair and red robes as well, he might not be that man. He no longer hesitated at the thought of this as he led the group of members from the First City out of the medicine manor. Yu-Nur. Xianbeiyi did not bother to give the emissary a second glance as he walked towards Gu Ruoyun. His red eyes landed upon the gold token in front of her and his lips curled into an angle. You have the token now, it's time we make our way towards the First City. Gu Ruoyun nodded and turned towards Grand Lord Hong Lian and said, Father, do you have any plans? Grand Lord Hong Lian thought for a moment before he slowly replied, I need to make a trip back to the Red Lotus territory and make my preparations. I'll look for you in the First City once I'm done. Perhaps your mother is waiting for us there. If Xianbeiyi had not been here, Grand Lord Hong Lian would never have let Gu Ruoyun risk her life and brave the dangers in the First City alone. Now, he could clearly sense that this man's power has grown to a substantial degree. At least, at this point in time, the Grand Lord was no longer of any match for him. With this man by Gu Ruoyun's side, he would be able to leave peacefully. All right. Gu Ruoyun nodded. I need to make a few arrangements as well. We'll leave for the First City tomorrow. Before the cultivators of the First City had arrived, the people of the Northern Bloc territory have found the medicinal herbs that she needed. Now, it was time for her to start refining the flesh-bone regeneration pill. Based on Gu Ruoyun's current level of power, refining the flesh-bone regeneration pill would no longer pose a problem for her. Hence, after Grand Lord Hong Lian left, she immediately entered the ancient divine pagoda to refine the pill. This pill did not take up too much of her time and was successfully refined. As Gu Ruoyun stared at the sparkling and translucent jade green pill, she slowly exhaled and said, the refinement process was a success. I'll give this to Yuer for consumption now. Over these past few days, Yuer's arm had been an aching pain in her heart. Now, this sore point could be released. The medicine manor. The light of the sun was shining in the courtyard as Xia Lingyu stood bolt upright outside the gate. His clear, limpid eyes had never left the tightly shut door and his delicate features showed a sense of concern. Just as he was about to move, the room's door slowly opened. "You're?" Gu Ruoyun did not expect Xia Linyu to appear in front of her door. She was shocked before she gently raised her brows. "What are you doing here?" "Sister." Xia Linyu gently lowered his eyes and his long lashes concealed the emotions in them. "Are you heading to the first city?" Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before she slowly nodded. "I want to search for our mother in this life." "Sister." Xia Linyu lifted his head as if he had made a decision and his clear, limpid eyes which were like pools of water fixed upon Gu Ruoyun. He then said, "I don't wish to remain hidden under your wings for the rest of my life, so I won't be following you to the first city this time. I want to train myself and grow. Only then will I be under favorable circumstances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1134, The Emissaries of First City, 4. Chapter 1134, The Emissaries of First City, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Linyu had been a good-for-nothing in his past life and relied on his sister for survival. Therefore, he no longer wishes to live in such a weak existence in this life. However, if he wishes to grow, he has to leave his sister's side. "Sister." A sense of determination flashed in Xia Linyu's eyes as he stared at Gu Ruoyun, who was silent. "I've been thinking about this for a while now and I've made my decision. Don't worry, once I've gathered enough power, I will look for you in the first city. When that time comes, you'll meet a whole new version of me." Gu Ruoyun was silent and did not speak. After a long pause, she lifted her gaze and stared at the young man's delicate yet determined features. "If you have truly made your decision, I will support you. If you should ever run into any issues, you can head to the Medicine Manor or the Red Lotus Territory and ask for help. You can also head to Gold Country and ask for Supreme Jean. I believe that these people will help you. Sister, I'm your brother, so I won't let you down." Xia Linyu smiled. His smile was shy and tender, one could not help but feel their heart soften. "This is the Fleshbone Regranation Pill." Gu Ruoyun produced the pill from her hands and placed it in front of Xia Linyu. "Consume it and that severed arm will grow again." Xia Linyu stared at the pill in the woman's hand as his heart began to race. He really did not think that this day would come and his arm would grow back. Perhaps not one person in this world ever believed that growing back an arm would be a possibility. Xia Linyu took a deep breath at the thought of this and took the pill without another word. He then placed it in his mouth and carefully swallowed it. As the pill dissolved in his mouth, Xia Linyu felt an itching pain on the stump of his left arm. He felt a strong urge to reach out and scratch it. A clear and cold voice immediately cried out and stopped him in his act. "Bear with it, don't move." Upon hearing this, Xia Linyu naturally would not dare to make any movements. He quickly put his hand down and forced himself to bear with the painful itching on his left shoulder. However, Xia Linyu was soon stunned by what happened next. He could see his own severed arm growing visibly longer. How many people would be able to accomplish the freakish feat of regrowing a new arm? However, Gu Ruoyun has done it. Even if this were to get out, no one would believe it. "Sister. My arm, it's really back." Xia Linyu's voice trembled. He could not stop his tears from streaming down his face. One could imagine how happy and excited he was feeling, but no matter what, losing an arm had meant a huge curb on his powers. Now that his arm has grown back, he has a 100% guarantee that he would be able to follow Gu Ruoyun into the first city. The objective for our travels to the Northern Block territory has been completed." Gu Ruoyun smiled and patted Xia Linyu's shoulder. "You can continue your cultivation normally now." "Sister." Xia Linyu lifted his tear-stained and delicate features. His lips gently trembled as he spoke. "Even though you had told me from the beginning that you could regrow my severed arm again, I had not put too much hope into it. I was afraid that if I had too much faith, my disappointment would be even greater. However, I never ever thought that you'd actually be able to achieve it." Gu Ruoyun smiled gently. Her eyes were deeply moved. She did not have many loved ones in her past life, all that was left was perhaps Xia Linyu, who had been reincarnated with her. Hence, she had spared no expenses in coming to the Northern Block territory, all for the sake of refining this fleshbone regeneration pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135, The Emissaries of First City, 5. Chapter 1135, The Emissaries of First City, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It was a good thing that Gu Ruoyun had been successful in refining that pill. I'll be leaving tomorrow. I'm leaving Wei Yi and the others to take care of the Northern Bloc territory. If you ever feel tired in the outside world, you can come back here for a rest. Not even the cultivators from the first city can harm you in the Northern Bloc territory. Before Gu Ruoyun heads off, she would hand the formation over to Wei Yi. With this formation in place, even the members of First City could forget about killing anyone in the medicine manner. I understand. Xia Linyu's heart was filled with emotion. However, when he remembered how Gu Ruoyun was about to leave, his eyes filled with reluctance. Sister, you must wait for me in the First City. I will rush right over to meet you. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Gu Ruoyun had gazed upon the young man's delicate features as she replied clearly. The Secret Order. A faint white mist covered the place, turning it into a fairyland in the human world. A woman in white who had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed suddenly opened her eyes. She then turned her gaze towards an old woman who had stepped towards her on the clouds. The woman in white slowly rose to her feet and said, Master. The old woman paused in staring lovingly down at the absolutely beautiful woman in white robes. She then said, I had once promised you that once your closed-door cultivation has ended, I would let you leave the secret order. The time has come and I should fulfill my promise to you as well. You can now leave this place and go find your husband and children. It was as if a warm sunlight had shone down from the skies, melting the woman in white's cold as ice expression and filling her with gentleness and softness. The smile on her face could move one's heart. Yes, Master. It has been over 20 years. Now, I can finally leave this place and look for my family. Furthermore, I can make those who have harmed my family pay the most painful price. Go. As the sacred lady of the secret order, your position is set on high. You should not have had to suffer the abuse of others in the first place. You can make others pay for the pain you've endured, but the secret order can't help you. You must exact your revenge on your own. The old woman looked at the woman in white robes as her eyes filled with love. After all these years, she had long seen this woman as her own daughter. Now that her daughter was about to leave her, how could she not feel reluctant? The woman in white wished to speak, but the words did not come in the end. She lowered her body and knelt on the ground before bowing towards the old woman. She then said, Master, thank you for saving my life that year. Without you, the Dongfang you today would not exist. I will never forget your kindness. Once I've found my family, I will return to the secret order. A satisfied smile appeared on the old woman's face and she nodded gently. There's one more thing I must tell you. No matter what you do in the world outside, you must never let anyone find out about your identity in the secret order. Otherwise, if anyone finds out about your identity as the sacred lady of the secret order, there will be a lot of trouble. But the secret order was indeed very powerful in the first city. Even the first city's administrators would need to leave some form of sensibilities for the secret order. However, the secret order had concealed itself from the world for many years. If anyone were to discover Dongfang Yu's identity, complications would arise. More importantly, this was related to very person the secret order had been controlling. That person has been under the secret order's guard for over 10,000 years, yet they could not prove that he no longer has any remaining confederates left in First City. If word of Dongfang Yu's identity as their sacred lady got out, danger may arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136, The Emissaries of First City, 6. Chapter 1136, The Emissaries of First City, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was what the old woman was most concerned about. I understand, Master. Dongfang Yu rose to her feet and joined her fists towards the old woman before she turned around and left. However, just then, something tugged at her trousers suddenly, causing her to pause in her footsteps. Growl. The white dragon let out a low groan and his eyes were filled with reluctance as he stared pitifully at her. Dongfang Yu's heart softened instantly. She stroked the white dragon's head and the cold light on her face as long disappeared, replaced by a gentleness like the spring breeze. I'm going out to find my family, I'll be back very soon. The white dragon opened his mouth sulkily before licking Dongfang Yu's hand as he continued to stare at her in a broken-heartedly. Dongfang Yu hardened her heart and did not give the white dragon's pitiful eyes a second glance. She then turned around and headed down the mountain. Now, each time she thought of how she would soon meet the man whom she had longed for day and night, her heart would fill with excitement. In the end, she took a deep breath and turned to look at the sky, gently murmuring, Brother Tian, I'm coming for you very soon. It has been more than 20 years. No one knew what she has had to endure these past 20 years. If it had not been for the strength she had gathered from her longing for her family, she would not have been able to stand it at all. Time had hung heavily during her cultivation on this mountain. There has not been a moment when she did not wish to leave this place to search for her family. Now, she could finally walk out of the secret order and journey towards the mainland that she had been away from for more than 20 years. First City. This was the most mysterious part on the East Peak mainland and was located in a completely different dimension. If someone wishes to enter the First City, they must first hold the token granted to them by the First City. Otherwise, no one could enter the First City's threshold so easily. At this moment, a man and a woman paused in their steps at the outskirts of the First City's space. At first glance, one could see that the woman, who was dressed in green, has delicate features. She was clearly beautiful and pristine. Her black eyes held a cold and clear light as they stared at the tightly shut great dimensional door before her. No one could tell what she was thinking. A man with silvery hair and red robes was standing by her side. This man has features that could topple nations. His red eyes were like those of a demon and were tantalizing and seductive. However, when he gazed upon the woman in green next to him, a fascinating smile would appear on his lips. Following their appearance, the people around them could not help but turn their eyes towards them. Some found it difficult to turn away. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and chuckled, I sense that these women around us want to swallow you whole. Qianbei Yi wrinkled his brows as his red eyes stared indifferently at the women who were staring at him. A gloomy light flashed in his eyes and magnified the cold and eerie aura from within his being. It made the women who had been staring at him shiver and quickly turn away. It looks like this man was pretty powerful, it was best not to provoke him. I believe that the both of you have arrived in the First City for the first time? Of course, there were a few overly daring women who had completely ignored Qianbei Yi's eerie aura. They bent their slim waists and stepped forward, displaying what they thought was a seductive smile and said, Let me introduce myself, I am Wu Meier, a disciple of the Charm Sect. You are welcome to seek me out at the Charm Sect if anyone causes trouble for you in the First City. Even though she was speaking to the both of them, her eyes were fixed upon Qianbei Yi from the beginning and her drooling expression was clear for all to see. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137, The Emissaries of First City, 7. Chapter 1137, The Emissaries of First City, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a decree in the First City which forbids any cultivator at the Martial Saint rank or above to harm people of the secular world at will. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the First City. However, as long as they do not break the rules, these people can go in and out of the First City whenever they please. This was also the reason why so many people were standing in line in front of the dimensional door. This woman is actually a disciple of the Charm Sect. I've heard that the Charm Sect only ever accepts women as their disciples. Their method of cultivation consists of a highly dishonest practice. The disciples would borrowing male force to strengthen female health by sleeping with men. Hence, many in the First City have been subject to their abuse. The disciples of Charm Sect actually use this method of cultivation? Why haven't those people from the First City punished them? You might be unaware of this, but the disciples of the Charm Sect use a cultivation method which can seduce another's heart. They only need one look and those men will find it difficult to resist. Those men would voluntarily have sexual intercourse with them. The disciples of the Charm Sect had never forced those men, so why should the First City interfere? Besides, the members of the Charm Sect have always set their sights on men who have just received an invite into the First City. People like them don't have any protection from any power in the First City, so they are ripe for the Charm Sect's picking. The crowd had begun to chatter ceaselessly. Based on the current situation, that disciple from the Charm Sect was eyeing the silver-haired man before her and would like to lure him back to the Charm Sect to borrow his male force and strengthen her health. The pitiful one would be the delicate and pretty girl next to the silver-haired man. Her man would soon be snatched away for that Charm Sect's disciple's enjoyment, while all she could do was to stand back and watch it all happen. However, Wu Meier was shocked when she saw how Qianbei Yi did not seem to hear her at all. She took a deep breath and flashed a seductive smile on her face once again and spoke with a wave of coquettishness in her eyes, Sir, I am Wu Meier of the Charm Sect. If this is your first time in First City, I'm sure that you must not have much of an understanding of the city. How about I give you an explanation? Wu Meier secretly maneuvered her glamour skills as she spoke. She believes that no man would be able to resist a disciple of the Charm Sect's glamour. Eventually, this man shall become an object for her enjoyment. Wu Meier's smile grew even more enticing, as if she could already picture it, and her greed showed in her eyes. Gu Ruoyun had not said a single thing from the very beginning. She did not even bother to look at Wu Meier, as if she had never seen someone seducing Qianbei Yi before. If you don't wish for the charm sect to disappear. Just as Wu Meier was filled with expectation and greed, a deep and gloomy voice rang out above her head, "You'd better get lost." Wu Meier was in shock while the smile on her face disappeared. She lifted her head in astonishment and a pair of sober and calm red-colored eyes appeared within her sights, making her shiver. Was this man not seduced by my technique? How could this be? Regardless of any man's power, he shouldn't possibly be able to escape a charm sect disciple's glamour skills. However, the silver-haired man before her did not show any signs of a daze or lust in his eyes. Instead, there was only a bloodthirsty murderous intent. Wu Meier bit her lips as her face drained of color. She simply refused to believe that anyone would be able to break through a charm sect disciple's glamour skill. She then took a deep breath before her soft and tender body collapsed towards Qian Beiyi as if she had completely lost all her strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138, The Emissaries of First City, 8. Chapter 1138, The Emissaries of First City, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wu Meier had assumed that this was Gu Ruoyun and her companion's first trip to the First City because Gu Ruoyun was holding the token in her hand. Hence, Wu Meier had guessed their situation at first glance and this was also the cause of her impudence. After all, prior to this, there was no lack of this behavior on her end. However, she was not the only one. Each time a man from the secular world set foot in the First City and bumped into a disciple from the charm sect, those men would be immediately bagged and turned into male tools which the disciple would sleep with to revitalize their health. Furthermore, the charm sect has never failed. How could Wu Meier possibly live with the fact that a man had escaped from her glamour skills? If word of this were to get out, how could she possibly survive in charm sect? Her sect master would most certainly have her driven out of the charm sect and she would become the laughingstock of First City. Boom. Just as Wu Meier's falling body was about to touch Qian Beiyi, a loud bang sounded and an eerily cold aura, followed by a powerful hurricane, exploded from the man's surroundings. In that instant, Wu Meier's body was flung out of the way. Blood overflowed from her mouth and her face was completely drained of color. Gu Ruoyun shook her head as she glanced at the agonized Wu Meier and exclaimed in an indifferent manner, "You were given a chance yet you did not appreciate it. It's your fault so don't blame others for it. He is my man and no one is allowed to even look at my man." Qian Beiyi's attack had snapped Wu Meier's veins and tendons. From now on, she would never be able to continue her cultivation. Was it cruel? Gu Ruoyun did not think so because this woman was trying to steal a peep on her man. If Qian Beiyi had not reacted, Gu Ruoyun would never have let him off either. However, she knows that her Xiaoyu would never let these matters trouble her. Hence, she had stayed silent from the very beginning. Meier. The rest of the disciples saw Wu Meier who was lying in a pool of blood and hurriedly rushed to help her up. After closely inspecting Wu Meier's body, they glared angrily towards Gu Ruoyun and Qian Beiyi. "You too, what has Meier done to offend you that you would be so cruel to her and inflict such heavy damages upon her?" Qian Beiyi glanced icily at the woman who had questioned him and replied gloomily, "She had delusions of seducing me." She had delusions of seducing me. His simple reply thoroughly enraged the members of the charm sect. They rose to their feet in unison and glared at Qian Beiyi fiercely. "Meier has only taken a liking to you. What was so wrong with that to cause you to deal with it in such a heavy-handed manner? Besides, I can see that this is your first time here. By offending the members of the charm sect upon your first arrival, you won't ever have peace in the days ahead. Wu Meier does not have great power in the charm sect and was only an outer disciple. Regardless of that, she was still a disciple of the charm sect. No one was allowed to cross anyone who holds the charm sect's name. Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently as she glanced at the disciples of the charm sect and replied in a breezy manner, "If you don't wish to share her fate, you'd better leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave at all." The angry charm sect disciple's face darkened. She glared at Gu Ruoyun and Qian Beiyi icily before waving her hand, ordering the other disciples to spread-eagled Wu Meier. Things never end well for those who cross the charm sect. "We're leaving." Once she had finished speaking, she led the group of disciples and left without sparing the rest a second glance. "Father had mentioned these organizations to me." A glint flashed in Gu Ruoyun's eyes as she stared at the direction where the charm sect disciples had left. She seemed to be deep in thought. "I remember that the charm sect and Wind Valley seem to share a pretty good relationship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1139, An Acquaintance, 1. Chapter 1139, An Acquaintance, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wind Valley. Gu Ruoyan went deep into thought when she recalled that place. I had once promised the Fire Spiritual Beast that I would help restore his Fire Spiritual Beast clan to freedom. That Fire Spiritual Beast clan is currently under Wind Valley's control. Hence, I will run into the members of Wind Valley sooner or later. This was a promise which she had once made. The Fire Beast, who was now residing in the ancient Divine Pagoda, did not expect Gu Ruoyan to remember this matter, and his heart was deeply touched. If she could truly help to restore the Fire Beast clan to freedom, he would give everything he has to protect her from that moment on. Xianbei smiled and pulled Gu Ruoyan into his embrace. However, when he turned to the direction where the members of the Charm Sect had departed, a murderous intent flashed through his blood-red eyes. If the Charm Sect wishes to offend them, he does not mind having the entire Charm Sect disappear from the first city. What did you say? In the Lin family's great hall, an old man who was seated upright on a chair rose to his feet immediately. His elderly face was gloomy and horrifying as he spoke in a cold and icy manner. You say that Grand Lord Honglian's daughter, Gu Ruoyan, has arrived in the first city? Reporting to the master, the Lin family members have indeed seen Gu Ruoyan enter the first city. She has even started a dispute with the members of the Charm Sect. Ha 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 ha. The old man burst into laughter. His cackling laugh echoed throughout the entire Lin family residence. Gu Ruoyan, you've asked for this. If you had remained in the secular world, perhaps I wouldn't have much of a choice about you. Yet, you've come to the first city, so I won't let you leave this place alive. Guards, bring this little girl back. With her in our grasp, I'd like to see what that brat Grand Lord Honglian could possibly do to us. The old man's chest was spitting fire as he said these words. One could imagine the scale of his hatred towards Grand Lord Honglian. After all, it was all because of Grand Lord Honglian that he has become the greatest laughingstock in the first city and the secular world. During all these years, despite after sending out countless subordinates, they were unable to slice the damned brat to pieces. Furthermore, he has even been able to progress in his cultivation to this degree. Each time the old man thought of this, he would feel a piercing pain in his chest. He took a deep breath and the space between his eyes filled with gloom. Yes, master. The guards joined their fists upon hearing the old man's order and took their leave. The first city, when compared to the vast mainland, was its own little world. Powerful cultivators have always come into the first city in large numbers. Only the great martial saints who were considered to be the best of the best amongst the cultivators of the mainland have the right to enter this little world. However, it was very obvious that the spiritual energy within the first city was particularly abundant. It was thicker and more plentiful by many times. This was also the reason behind the first city's cultivators' rapid speed and growth. Yuner, you are now a martial saint, so I should explain the divisions beyond the martial saint rank to you now. Xianbei's gaze landed upon Gu Ruoyan's delicate features and his blood-red eyes filled with gentleness. The martial saint rank is not the peak rank for cultivators. After the martial saint rank, there are the states of exceptional, refined, ninth transformation, and full circle. Every state is also divided into early stage, mid-stage, and late stage. Your rank is currently only at early stage martial saint. Gu Ruoyan nodded, then turned towards the peerless man by her side. Xiao Yi, what is the extent of your power then? Xianbei smiled. Previously, after we had parted ways, I happened to have had a stroke of luck. My power is now at the refined state. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140, An Acquaintance, 2. Chapter 1140, An Acquaintance, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once someone has broken through to the martial saint rank, the difficulty in their cultivation will increase exponentially. Even in the first city, reaching the state of the ninth transformation was limited to those who were at the peak of existence. Mid-ranked powers such as Wind Valley only need one refined state martial saint to keep watch. Gu Ruoyan hummed as her gaze suddenly pierced through the crowd in front of her. She noticed a figure in the middle of the crowd and was completely shocked. What's he doing there? A young man was standing with his hands on his hips in the middle of the crowd as he glared fiercely at a group of people in front of him. He bellowed angrily, "You better get out of the way before I treat you with discourtesy." "Ha, you would dare to treat us with discourtesy?" Another young man who was the leader of the group burst into laughter. A murderous intent then flashed in the corner of his eyes. "Hurry up and hand over the medicinal herbs you've collected. Otherwise, I will let you experience the meaning of a fate worse than death. Do you think that I scare easily?" The young man laughed with disdain. His entire face was filled with arrogance as he replied, "You bunch of uglies, get out of my way. You're all just standing here and hindering my eyesight. Damned kid, if you won't do this the easy way, we shall do this the hard way. A gloomy light flashed across the second young man's eyes. He then waved his hand fiercely and exclaimed icily, since you refuse to hand over the medicinal herbs, the rest of you, I want you to slaughter this kid. Let's see if he still dares to act tough. Yes, eldest sir. Upon hearing this, the group of people who were dressed in black charged towards the young man. The young man hugged the lingji-shaped medicinal herbs against his chest. His black eyes glared fiercely at them while he stumbled back continuously. It had been so difficult for him to obtain these medicinal herbs. Bodyguard Gu would love them very much for sure. He certainly was not going to give them to these people. Thump! His body accidentally bumped into a tree and a droplet of sweat rolled down the young man's forehead. He no longer has any room to back away now, and the arm hugging the lingji clutched the herbs a little tighter. Damned kid, are you really gonna be that stubborn? The second young man narrowed his eyes and glared at the first young man icily. The cornered young man scoffed and said nothing more. The look on his face fully described everything he wishes to say. He would never hand over the medicinal herbs no matter what. Fine. Don't blame us for being vicious and merciless. All of you, attack. Kill him. The second young man issued his final order and a cruel smile formed on the corner of his lips. It was as if he could already picture the other man lying on a pool of blood. Just as the group closed in on the handsome young man, a clear and cold voice chimed in from behind them. Who are you guys trying to kill? That voice fell into the young man's ears as if they had been separated by a few centuries. It rooted his slender body involuntarily to the ground. He raised his gaze in disbelief before his excited and shocked eyes landed upon the woman in green. In that moment, his heart trembled. Who are you? Are you trying to meddle in other people's business? The second young man eyed the two people approaching him but paid no heed to them. Gu Ruoyun smiled, but her smile did not reach her eyes, which were covered in an icy chill. I don't want to meddle, but, rather unluckily for you, this fellow is an old friend of mine. Therefore, I have no choice but to meddle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141, An Acquaintance, 3. Chapter 1141, An Acquaintance, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph. The young man scoffed icily. He then spoke disdainfully, so you're in cahoots with this damned kid. Since that's the case, none of you will have the chance to leave. You dared to steal a medicinal herb that I like, what audacity! Don't you know that I plan to give this herb to the limitless great master? However, I guess people like you would never be able to gain the favor of a cultivator who can refine pills like the limitless great master. The first city was very different from the secular world. The lifespan of the first city's cultivators was particularly long and their powers were also strong. Hence, First City was not like the secular world where pill masters were virtually non-existent. The secular world has always considered pill masters as mythical figures because the First City was a sealed-off world on its own. Outsiders were completely unable to understand the situation within it. Hence, when the First City's members discovered that the secular world considers pill masters as myths, they laughed at the secular world's stupidity and ignorance. Of course, pill masters were just as precious in the First City. If someone was successfully able to refine a pill, they would receive many invitations from various forces. Furthermore, no organization would dare cross a pill master. Gu Ruoyun smiled gently as her clear and cold gaze landed upon the young man. She then curled her lips indifferently as she said, I have no interest in that limitless great master, nor do I wish to gain his favor. All I can see is you trying to harm my old friend. You are indeed a bumpkin from God knows where to not have heard of someone like the limitless great master. The young man laughed icily before waving his hand and ordering, forget about that kid for now, deal with these two first. I want them to understand the consequences of offending me. Yes, eldest sir. Hearing this, the group released the young man and charged towards Gu Ruoyun and Xianbeiyi in unison. At that moment, Gu Ruoyun has already sized up every single one of their powers. Aside from the young man who was their leader and had broken through to the rank of an early-stage martial saint, the rest were merely high-level martial supremes. Xiaoyi simply does not need to step in for these people, she could take care of them herself. Gu Ruoyun's body began to move when she thought of this. She was like a gentle gust of wind as she traveled back and forth in front of everyone. The crowd was shocked. Just as those people were about to seize Gu Ruoyun, all they could see was a long sword piercing directly into their chests. Blood then splattered from their bodies and they never even saw how Gu Ruoyun had done it before they all collapsed into a pool of blood. An early-stage martial saint? The young man looked at Gu Ruoyun and smirked, So what if you're an early-stage martial saint? I'm a martial saint too and you're no match for me. Whoosh! The young man swiftly drew his sword from its sheath at his waist and appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun in a flash. A cold light shone from within his long sword, which was accompanied by a merciless light in his gaze which made one shudder with fear. However, just as the sword in his hand was about to pierce through Gu Ruoyun's chest, a powerful force exploded from the woman's body. It raised a sandstorm and pushed the young man several steps back. The young man straightened up his body and stared gloomily at Gu Ruoyun. He then saw something which nearly caused him to burst into laughter. The woman in green robes who was standing tall amidst the gentle wind had produced a sword from thin air. There was nothing funny about that, but the sword was actually a broken sword which had been left with only a hilt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142, An Acquaintance, 4. Chapter 1142, An Acquaintance, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Does she plan to use this broken sword to fight against me? Gu Ruoyun looked at the spiritual weapon in her hand and sighed. Ever since she had fought with the Lin family's cultivators, which resulted in the spiritual weapon being snapped into two, she had not been able to make it whole. It looks like it was time for her to find an ironworker to make the broken sword whole. After all, the divine weapon, 9 Emperors, would attract far too much attention. She would never use the 9 Emperors unless it was her last resort. Ha ha ha. The young man burst into laughter. He laughed until tears nearly rolled down his face. You can't possibly intend to use that to fight against me. Do you think that a broken sword can defeat me? You have no hope of victory. As it turns out, you will lose without a doubt. Gu Ruoyun glanced at the young man and replied indifferently, "This is enough to defeat you." Boom! The young man, who had been laughing at Gu Ruoyun, heard this and was instantly enraged. He then glared at her fiercely, "Little girl, there's a price to pay for being reckless. Now, I'll make you understand the consequences of underestimating me." Whoosh! The young man's figure flashed once again when he finished speaking. He then reappeared right above Gu Ruoyun's head. The pretty young man saw this and was instantly anxious. He cried out worriedly, "Watch out, bodyguard Gu." Even though the peerless man by the woman's side had noticed the long sword which was aimed at her, he did not seem to show any sense of urgency at all. His peerless features continued to display an air of indifference as his blood-red lips curled into a shallow smile. Clang! A clear ringing noise sounded throughout the entire mountain forest. Gu Ruoyun had blocked the longsword's strike with great ease. Her delicate and pretty features were lit up with a smile as she asked, "Is that all you've got?" Stab! The broken sword was then driven fiercely through the longsword and landed on the young man's chest. With a loud bursting noise, the entire sword's hilt was driven into young man's chest. She then slowly pulled it out as the young man watched with eyes full of hatred. "I have more than enough enemies. In order to prevent more people from causing trouble for me in the future, I have no choice but to cut you off at the root." Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as she glanced at the fresh blood spurting out from the young man's chest. She then walked around him and approached the handsome young man in front of her. She wrinkled her brows as she asked, "What are you doing here?" The handsome youth bit his lip and replied proudly, "I've completed the Yi family's test, so I've left the Yi family to search for you. I heard that you've made your way to the East Peak mainland, so I had come here as well. However, I did not know where to find you until I met someone. That person said that she had come from the first city and that she could bring me here to look for you. I had followed her, but I never expected to actually find you here. Bodyguard Gu, I've missed you to death." Once Manhwa finished speaking, he held his arms wide and charged towards Gu Ruoyun. However, before he could arrive in front of her, a large hand picked him up and threw him aside. Manhwa's buttocks landed on the ground with a loud thud. He rubbed his throbbing behind as his large, proud eyes filled with grief. He then glared at Qian Beiyi, who had thrown him aside before turning his attention back towards Gu Ruoyun. He cried out pitifully, "Bodyguard Gu, your powers don't seem to be at the martial saint rank." Gu Ruoyun ignored Manhwa's pitiful little expression straight away. "However, you are only one step away from becoming a martial supreme as well. You say that someone had brought you into the first city. I wonder who that is? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, An Acquaintance, 5. Chapter 1143, An Acquaintance, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Manhwa, I've finally found you. What are you doing here? Just as Gu Ruoyun had asked her question, a gentle voice sounded from the underbrush behind them. A woman dressed in light yellow muslin robes then appeared from the bushes. She has soft and pretty features while her body was slender and delicate with a small and petite waist. She has a fragile frame which could melt one's heart. However, if one were to assume that she was a weakling based on her appearance, one would be sorely mistaken. Gu Ruoyun could sense that this woman was very powerful. She was much more powerful than the powerful Lin family cultivators whom she had encountered. The yellow-robed woman noticed the bodies lying in a pool of blood on the ground and was mildly shocked. However, she did not say much. Instead, her gaze landed on Yi Nuo. Yi Nuo looked at the yellow-robed woman behind him and replied, I found the person that I've been searching for, so I'll be leaving with her now. Oh? The yellow-robed woman's eyes turned to look at Gu Ruoyun. A light then flashed in the corner of her eyes. When she turned towards Qian Beiyi, a clear sense of shock appeared in her gaze. It was obvious that she had never seen such a peerless and heart-moving man all her life. However, it was unfortunate that the vicious currents surrounding this man were far too heavy. Not many people would be able to control him. A member from the charm sect? Gu Ruoyun's clear and cold eyes darkened at the sight of the mark on the yellow-robed woman. She did not expect to run into another member of the charm sect after entering the first city. However, these people were not at the same rank as the ones she had bumped into at the interdimensional door. She could not understand why Yi Nuo had mixed around with members of the charm sect. Is this lady the woman you've been searching for, Yi Nuo? The yellow-robed woman covered her lips and giggled before she replied with a charming smile, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Romeu and I'm from the charm sect. I had bumped into Yi Nuo by accident while I was away from the first city. I heard that he was looking for someone and decided to help him. Now, it looks like my work is done. Even though the yellow-robed woman was smiling at Gu Ruoyun, she does not know why, but she felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps it has something to do with the charm sect's cultivation method. Bodyguard Gu. Yi Nuo approached Gu Ruoyun excitedly and intended to tug on her sleeves. However, when Yi Nuo's eyes met Qian Beiyi's bloodthirsty gaze, he meekly put his hand away. I've been through a lot to find you, so you can't just throw me aside. Gu Ruoyun did not respond to Yi Nuo's words. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon the yellow-robed woman who was called Romeu. A light flashed in her eyes as she spoke, thank you very much for taking care of Yi Nuo for me. Yi Nuo, let's go. Wait. When Romeu noticed that Gu Ruoyun was about to turn around and leave, she quickly called out to stop her. Miss, may I ask if you know the way down? Besides, there are countless fearsome spiritual beasts in this mountain forest. Perhaps you could journey onwards with the charm sect, what do you think? Bodyguard Gu, Yi Nuo blinked as he said. Romeu is right. There are many late-stage martial saint spiritual beasts in this forest. Why don't we continue with them and separate once we've reached the bottom of the mountain? Gu Ruoyun glanced at Yi Nuo before she turned to face Romeu. After a long pause, she slowly nodded. That's fine too. Miss, I haven't asked for your names. Upon receiving Gu Ruoyun's reply, Romeu had chuckled softly and asked in a friendly manner. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, An Acquaintance, 6. Chapter 1144, An Acquaintance, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. My name is Gu Ruoyun. This is my partner, Qian Beiyi. Gu Ruoyun pointed at Qian Beiyi as she introduced the both of them. Her voice was as clear and cold as it has always been with. It had no sign of emotion at all. Lady Gu, Sir Qianbei. Both of you can follow me. The other members of the charm sect are not too far ahead. Don't you worry, with us around, the spiritual beasts of this forest won't harm you. Romeu smiled. After she had finished her speech, she then turned around and headed towards the underbrush. You nur. Qian Beiyi turned to look at Romeu's departing figure and asked, why did you choose to journey with them? He does not know why, but this woman from the charm sect gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. It made him want to avoid looking at them again. Gu Ruoyun smiled, I want to know why the members of the charm sect had helped Yi Nuo. I don't believe that the charm sect is the type of organization which would take pleasure in helping others. Therefore, what's wrong with us tagging along with them for a while? She merely wanted to understand what the charm sect was planning. If she does not get to the bottom of this, she feared that the people by Yi Nuo's side would be in a lot of trouble in the future. Hence, this was why she had made this decision. Outside the thicket of bushes, Romeu paused and turned towards Yi Nuo and the others as they walked towards her. A nearly undetectable light flashed in her eyes. Senior Sister Rongyu. A few other charm sect disciples reacted when they saw Rongyu's approaching figure and surrounded her. When they noticed Gu Ruoyun and her party behind her, they were shocked. It's you! One of them clearly recognized Gu Ruoyun and Xian Beiyi, causing her face to immediately turn angry. She exclaimed furiously, Senior Sister Rongyu, it's them. These are the two people who had hurt Wu Meier. As she was speaking, the charm sect disciple's eyes had remained fixed on Xian Beiyi the entire time. Her extreme rage could not conceal the mesmerized look in her eyes. It goes without saying that this man was indeed very beautiful. If she could have him, there was nothing that she would regret in this life. Gu Ruoyun raised her brows. It goes without saying that it was an inevitable clash between opposing factions. Some of the charm sect disciples here were the ones they had met outside the dimensional door. Xue Ling, don't be impudent. A light flashed across Rongyu's eyes as she chastised her angrily. These two are the charm sect's guests. They are also the people whom little brother Yi Nuo have been searching for. You are not allowed to treat them this way. Even though Rongyu has a willowy and slender body, her tone of voice was steady yet powerful and it carried no signs of anger. From this, one could see that her position in the charm sect was an important one. The disciple named Xue Ling swallowed her words and glared at Gu Ruoyun angrily. Her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Bodyguard Gu, what conflict did you have with the members of the charm sect? Yi Nuo inched closer to Gu Ruoyun's side before he asked curiously. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow. Earlier on, one of the charm sect's disciple had tried to seduce Xiaoyi outside the dimensional door, so Xiaoyi had snapped all of her veins. He decided to cripple her just because the other party had tried to seduce him? Yi Nuo gasped loudly. This fellow sure is cruel. It looks like I'd have to go through him first if I want to marry bodyguard Gu. Yi Nuo's eyes flickered at the thought of this and no one could tell what he was thinking. It's getting late now. Let's set up camp here, we shall continue on our journey tomorrow. Rongyu smiled gently. Her smile was like a gentle brush wind. Yi Nuo, you shall stay with me tonight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, An Acquaintance, 7. Chapter 1145, An Acquaintance, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't want to. Yi Nuo rejected Rongyu without hesitation. He then inched closer towards Gu Ruoyun and declared cockily, I want to sleep with bodyguard Gu. However, just as he had spoken, a dark and gloomy wind sliced across him, pushing him several meters away. Xian Beiyi pulled Gu Ruoyun into his arms as he stared coldly and darkly at Yi Nuo. Scram! He bellowed as a warning. Poor Yi Nuo had been scared witless by Xian Beiyi. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of impropriety and could only stare in grief at Gu Ruoyun. His pitiful look made one feel absolutely heartbroken. Gu Ruoyun turned away as if she had not seen anything. However, a light flashed across Gu Ruoyun's eyes when her gaze landed upon Rongyu. Unless I'm mistaken, this woman had a particularly ugly look on her face when Yi Nuo had rejected her. It seems that the charm sect has ulterior motives in helping Yi Nuo. It was night time. The dim light of the night was like water, quiet and titillating. In the tent, Xue Ling looked at Rongyu, who was now dressed in light yellow robes, and asked in confusion, Senior Sister Rongyu, why had you allowed those two to follow the charm sect's group? Are we supposed to protect them after they had treated the charm sect's disciples in that manner? Protect them? Rongyu chuckled softly, her smile was no longer as gentle as it was during the daytime. In fact, it now has a disdainful look. You are mistaken, I had asked them to join the charm sect's group because I don't want Yi Nuo to leave. Even after we leave the forest, I'll find a way to make them follow the charm sect. I will never allow Yi Nuo to leave. Xue Ling was shocked. Senior Sister Rongyu, I still don't get it. Why are you protecting Yi Nuo so much? She asked in confusion. Since you wouldn't even let the charm sect disciples do anything to him? Rongyu's eyes darkened. She seemed to slip into her memories as she slowly replied, I've heard the news that Yi Nuo is from the banished lands. Furthermore, he is the spitting image of that person, so he must be a direct offspring of the Yi family in the banished lands. The Yi family? Xue Ling still could not understand what Rongyu was talking about and could only stare at her in astonishment. I know his father. Rongyu laughed bitterly before she continued, unfortunately, his father had always looked down on me. He probably never thought that I would run into some good fortune, break through to the martial saint rank and enter the first city. I've even received an important position in the charm sect. In the past, I've had no chance with his father, so I must have his son one. Rong Yu's mentality had become twisted. In the past, she had not been able to obtain the man that she loved, so she must now have his son. Furthermore, Yi Nua looks way too much like a younger version of his father. He was almost an exact copy of him. How could she not love him? Senior sister Rong Yu, since you want that kid, why don't you? The meaning behind Shui Ling's words was very obvious. She was implying for Rong Yu to lick Yi Nua clean and alleviate the years of longing she has had for his father. Rong Yu shook her head. He's still too young. How can I bear to have him at a time like this? I want to provide for him until he's old enough, then make him my husband. Shui Ling, you watch over those people for me. Don't give them any opportunities to escape. Yes, senior sister Rong Yu. Shui Ling joined her fists and replied respectfully. If Yi Nua was to find out about Rong Yu's true intentions, he would definitely sprout curses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 1. Chapter 1146, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This damned pervert is actually an old cow who enjoys eating young grass. What a waste of his trust in her, she actually has bad intentions. Even though Rong Yu looks quite young, in reality, she was old enough to be his mother. Besides, he was only just 14 years old. If this old witch was not a pervert, what is she then? This would simply be too disgusting for him to consider. By the way, senior sister Rong Yu, Shui Ling, who had been about to leave, suddenly remembered something and turned towards Rong Yu as she said, I'm very interested in that red-robed man with the silver hair. However, he does not seem to be affected by our glamour skills. I don't know, but, in the end, if you could. Each time Shui Ling thought about Qian Beiye's good looks, she could not help but feel her affections flail about. However, due to Wu Meier's fate, she does not dare to act blindly without thinking. That man is not easy to control. Rong Yu wrinkled her brows. Based on your power, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy to seduce him. However, I can sense that this man's talents are pretty good. If you could sleep with him and use his force to strengthen your health, your powers would increase greatly. Senior sister, what should I do? Rong Yu fell silent for a moment before a cold light flashed across his eyes. It won't be easy to control that man. However, don't forget that all men have one trait. That is, they are all promiscuous and lecherous. After the many years since my entrance into the charm sect, I've seduced many men without the use of glamour skills. Some were even men with wives. In the secular world, some married men flaunt their devotion, but in fact, I only needed to crook my finger and they would be hooked. Hence, this man should not be any different. If glamour skills are of no use, give it everything that you've got. As long as you have enough sex appeal, fooling around with him would be an easy feat. Shui Ling's eyes lit up. She still has quite a bit of confidence in her body and looks. Wu Meier had failed last time because her looks had not been outstanding enough. A woman with looks like Wu Meier would never have been able to fool around with a man without the use of glamour skills. I understand, senior sister. Shui Ling giggled. By the way, how should we deal with that woman Gu Ruoyun when the time comes? Kill her. Rong Yu's voice was very calm, as if she was speaking of something which was insignificant. Worthless people have no right to live on this earth. Shui Ling's heart shook violently as she turned to look at Rong Yu's calm and indifferent expression. It was hard to imagine that anyone could say such vicious things in such a steady and serene manner. Worthless people have no right to live on this earth. What if senior sister Rong Yu becomes the sect master of the charm sect? I'm afraid that the useless people in the charm sect would be expelled from this earth. Yuner, what are you giggling about? At this moment, Gu Ruoyun was giggling softly in her tent. This caused Qian Beiyi to glance at her as he raised his brows and asked. It's nothing. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and put away the mental energy she had released. It's just something that I've overheard. She never thought that Yi Nua and Rong Yu would have that kind of connection. Furthermore, even now, the members of the charm sect still have the audacity to plot against Qian Beiyi. Gu Ruoyun's mouth darkened each time she remembered what she had heard when she had eavesdropped on their conversation. A murderous intent also appeared on the corner of her smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 2. Chapter 1147, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Nua's father was acquainted with that woman named Rong Yu. Furthermore, there seems to be a dispute between the two. Therefore, when Rong Yu had bumped into Yi Nua, she transferred all of her sentiments for his father onto Yi Nua's head. Hence, she isn't willing to let Yi Nua leave. Gu Ruoyun's hunch had been correct. Rongyu did not have good intentions when she had taken Yi Nua in. However, Gu Ruoyun never imagined that Rongyu would turn out to be a pervert and harbor such intentions towards an immature young man. Furthermore, Gu Ruoyun turned towards Qian Beiyi. There was a hidden agenda in her smile as she continued. The other charm sect disciple named Xueling says that she wants to seduce you so that you would sleep with her and contribute to her vitality. What do you think of that? Whoomp. An eerily cold aura swirled out from the man's body and circled around the entire tent. She can try. The corners of the man's lips carried a bloodthirsty smile. After a while, perhaps afraid that his vicious currents would harm Gu Ruoyun, he retracted his power. Qian Beiyi then raised his hand and pulled the woman by his side into his embrace, holding her tightly. Yuner, in this lifetime, you alone is enough for me. If any other woman dares to stand in my way, I'll make sure that she never returns. Gu Ruoyun smiled. How could she not feel assured with Qian Beiyi around? She believes that this man would never ever betray her. Qian Beiyi lowered his head and gently kissed Gu Ruoyun's lips. His eyes were filled with deep emotion as he asked, Yuner, let's have a child once we get out of this forest, alright? As Gu Ruoyun stared into the man's sweet and gentle eyes, she could not reject him. She then gently nodded, alright. Everything will be as you like. Hearing this, Qian Beiyi's kiss became more forceful as his fingers gripped tightly onto Gu Ruoyun's waist. His silvery hair had tumbled down and under the glow of the moonlight, he looked so beautiful that it was unreal. The following day. At first light. Just as the couple had awoken from their sleep, a hand reached out towards the tent's opening. However, before Xueling could enter the tent, a wave of gloomy and cold wind greeted her piercingly and sent her body fiercely out of the way. She instantly stumbled several steps back and landed sitting on the ground. It was so painful that she raised her willowy brows. Get out! Someone bellowed angrily from the tent, causing her heart to tremble. She bit her lip, but in the end, chose to enter the tent once again. Senior Sister Romeu told me that when faced with a man, I must act in a weak and delicate manner. Only then would I be able to draw the man's pity. In the past, I would not have needed to do very much. Even if I had failed, I only need to use my glamour skills and the man would be dead set on me. However, I have to do it this way now. I'm here to apologize to you. Xueling's eyes were filled with tears as she forced herself to hold back the pain in her body. She spoke in a delicate and touching manner. At the time, it really had been Wu Meier's fault. I should not have caused trouble for you because of her. Senior Sister Rongyu chastised me yesterday. May I ask if you can forgive me? If Gu Ruoyun had not eavesdropped on the conversation between Rongyu and Xueling last night, she might have believed in Xueling's little story. Unfortunately, she had heard every single bit of the scheme between the two. Most importantly, this woman had dared to draw grand schemes on Qian Beiyi. Are you really admitting to your mistake or do you have some sort of hidden agenda? Gu Ruoyun gently curled her lips as she stared at Xueling with a rigid smile. Xueling's heart began to race and she stared at Gu Ruoyun in shock. Could it be that she has read my mind? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 3. Chapter 1148, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No. That's impossible. No one else had been around during my discussion with Senior Sister Rongyu last night. How could this woman possibly know what we had discussed? Maybe she's trying to rile me up on purpose. That's right, she must be doing this on purpose. Xueling took a deep breath and replied with mild irritation, Lady Gu, what on earth are you talking about? I sincerely understand that I've done something wrong, so I've come to confess my mistake. However, you would spew such venomous slander by accusing me of having some hidden agenda. What agenda would I possibly have? Her words carried a tone filled with indignance as if Gu Ruoyun had falsely accused her. Really? Gu Ruoyun pinned Qian Beiyi's arm down and stopped him from reacting. Her face filled with a smile as she said, That's just great. You can go and inform Rongyu that we won't be disturbing the charm sect any longer as we plan on leaving today. What? Xueling was instantly shocked. She now truly understands Senior Sister Rongyu's objective. If these people were to walk away, Yi Nua would definitely follow them. She could not let this happen. Lady Gu, it's not up to you to decide whether you should leave or not. Xueling sneered. She then turned towards Qian Beiyi and her voice softened, Sir Qianbei, I know that you have great power. However, there are many spiritual beasts in this forest. Some spiritual beasts have reached the late-stage martial saint rank. There are even one or two who have surpassed that rank, so you are no match for those spiritual beasts. However, if you journey with the charm sect, we can ensure your safety. Qianbei's gaze has darkened even more. He looked at Shui Ling as if he was looking at a dead person. However, Shui Ling did not seem to notice the murderous intent in his heart and continued to flash what she thought was a beautiful smile. It seems that Wu Meier's fate has not made you more vigilant. The man's eyes landed on Shui Ling and an eerily cold murderous intent appeared on his peerlessly beautiful face. He slowly rose from the bed while his long, silvery hair looked absolutely mesmerizing in the morning breeze. Shui Ling could not turn away. Her eyes were fixed upon Qianbei and she was nearly drooling. A sluggish look had appeared in her eyes. If only such a beautiful man belonged to me, it would be so great. Even if I could only have one night with him, my life would be complete. Zing! All she could do was to look at the beautiful, silver-haired man as he gently raised his hand. Slam, dot. A sharp sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced through Shui Ling's chest in an instant. Fresh blood spurted from the wound, dyeing her robes a bloody red. She widened her eyes in shock and stared at Qianbei with disbelief as if she could not understand why this man would kill her without saying another word. Without any feelings of chivalry. I've said this once before, if the charm sect's members wish to provoke us, I don't mind making the entire charm sect disappear. Shui Ling did not reply and only stared hatefully at Qianbei. Shui Ling! Just then, a voice cried out from outside the tent. The charm sect's disciple entered the tent, which was now torn open, and saw everything immediately. She screamed in shock and the entire charm sect quickly rushed over towards the tent. Bodyguard Gu, what happened? Yi Nua's little body was trembling with fright as he stared at Gu Ruoyun with a puzzled look on his face. Why had that fellow killed her? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 4. Chapter 1149, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Nua knows Qianbei's character very well. Unless that person had provoked him completely, he would never react so murderously. This woman must have done something which would cause him to reach the end of his patience. He. Romeo, who had just rushed over, smiled icily when she saw everything. Her icy cold gaze no longer held her previous gentleness as she fixed her cold and distant gaze upon Qianbei, who was in the tent. The charm sect had taken you in out of the kindness of our hearts, and this is how you treat the disciples of the charm sect. Romeo did not need to overanalyze things to understand that Shui Ling's plan had failed and had caused this mess. Hence, she cursed Shui Ling fiercely in her mind. She couldn't even seduce a man, and she had the cheek to call herself a disciple of the charm sect? Senior sister. Thud. Shui Ling's body landed heavily onto the ground. Her voice was very weak and her eyes were filled with hatred. I had treated them horribly so I had followed your suggestion and apologized to them. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this man had ended up taking a fancy to my good looks, so he wanted to make me his concubine? I refused. He was then shamed into anger and tried to kill me. Even if she was going to die, she was never going to let those two go in peace. Romeo laughed icily and a murderous intent came whirling out from her body. She then exclaimed frostily, I never thought that you would turn out to be worse than animals. It's a good thing that I didn't lead you back to the charm sect. I had thought of escorting you all safely out of here on account of Yi Nua, but your actions in harming the charm sect's disciples clearly shows that you place no importance upon the charm sect. I seriously don't know how Yi Nua had ended up befriending people like you. She knows that Shui Ling was lying, but how could she let such a good opportunity to pry Yi Nua away from those two slip by? As long as Yi Nua knows that these two were less than animals, he would certainly sever his relationship with them. By then, he would belong to her alone. Bodyguard Gu, what's the meaning of this? Yi Nua turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked again. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders. What do you think happened? Yi Nua fell momentarily silent before he raised his small, delicately handsome face and replied, I don't believe her. This woman must have tried to seduce Qianbei, so he had killed her. Am I right, Bodyguard Gu? Congratulations, you've got the right answer. Gu Ruoyun chuckled gently as she turned her gaze towards Yi Nua. Yi Nua. Romeo furrowed her willowy brows and she attempted to pull Yi Nua to her side, but to no avail. Just as her hand was about to land on Yi Nua, he darted away from her. Her expression froze. Her palm was suspended in midair and the atmosphere was very awkward. Yi Nua, don't you trust me anymore? Romeo softened her tone and tried to speak as gently as she could. How has the charm sect treated you over the past few days? Are you saying that you're going to choose these two at a time like this? Yi Nua wrinkled his graceful brows. The charm sect has indeed treated me well, but I trust bodyguard Gu even more. Yi Nua. Romeo was mildly irritated now. She never expected Yi Nua to make such a decision, but what's so good about this woman that Yi Nua would put so much trust in her? Even after they've killed a member of the charm sect, he would still choose to trust these two. Let me tell you this, you are not allowed to leave with them no matter what. Romeo has completely discarded all pretenses now. She then reached out again and grabbed Yi Nua's arm in an attempt to pull him to her side. Let me go. Yi Nua's expression sank. He tried to fling Romeo away but could not seem to swat her arm out of the way. In his panic, tears began to roll down his face. Bodyguard Gu, help me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 5. Chapter 1150, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyan narrowed her eyes and a cold smile flashed across her face. Looks like the members of the charm sect enjoy snatching men with no regard for their consent. Is this the standard of formality in the charm sect? Gu Ruoyan, you've already killed a member of the charm sect, what more do you want? Romeo gritted her teeth as she glared angrily at Gu Ruoyan. Let him go. Gu Ruoyan's voice was like a breeze on a clear day, yet it contained an authority which was difficult to say no to. Ha ha. Gu Ruoyan, I had treated you nicely earlier on, but I never thought that I would run into a thankless wretch. It's not too difficult for you to leave this place, I'll allow you to leave as long as you can defeat me. Romeo laughed disdainfully. She has just broken through to the exceptional early stage of the Martial Saint rank. These people would simply be no match for her. Bodyguard Gu. Yi Nua turned worriedly towards Gu Ruoyan. He felt very annoyed. If he had known about this, he would never have agreed to journey with the members of the charm sect. However, he never expected the once gentle Romeo to become so horrifying in an instant. However, what Yi Nua does not know was that even if he had not agreed to it yesterday, the members of the charm sect would never have let them get away anyways. Defeat you? A gloomy and cold laugh was suddenly sounded. The corners of Qian Beiye's lips carried an eerily cold smile as his bloodthirsty glare landed on Romeo. He gently raised the corners of his lips and said, Forget about defeating you, under the circumstances of provoking me, there's no way I would let the entire charm sect continue to exist. Romeo's expression changed. She never thought that this man would be so smug and egotistical. He had placed absolutely no importance upon the charm sect. Boom! The red-robed and silver-haired man's figure moved when he saw that Romeo was about to speak again. A red light then flashed across immediately and landed in front of Romeo before a suffocating aura suddenly oppressed the area. She felt as if a hand had fiercely pinched her heart. Romeo looked completely stunned as she stared at Qian Beiye's peerless face. Her gentle and pretty features then drained of color as her hand, which was holding onto Yi Nua, loosened its grip. Seizing the chance, Yi Nua quickly dashed off and hid behind Gu Ruoyan, terrified that the psychotic Romeo would try to grab him again. That woman was much too scary. Why on earth had he trusted her in the first place and followed her back to the charm sect? You're looking for death. Slam! Just as Romeo was about to feel suffocated, Qian Beiye flung her body out of the way. His red robes were like a pretty and flirtatious bloodflower that blossomed in front of her. You? How can this be, a dot? I'm already at the exceeding early stage of the Martial Saint rank, yet I don't even have the strength to retaliate against this man. Just how powerful is he? Romeo bit her lips, too afraid to think of the conclusion. There were only very few people who could have such power. Senior sister Romeo. The disciples of the charm sect were completely shocked as they rushed to Romeo's side. They then glared at Qian Beiye fiercely. We're leaving. Romeo propped herself on her feet while her pale face was now dusted with frost. She no longer cared about anything else at a time like this. She would only have the chance for vengeance if she left this place. Bang! Just as Romeo had managed to stand up, a powerful force crashed towards her and caused her to crumple onto the ground. She felt as if all her bones were about to be crushed into pieces, and she found it hard to breathe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 6. Chapter 1151, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you trying to do? Romeo had to take a deep breath in order to spit out those words. Did I give you permission to leave? Xianbei laughed icily as the murderous intent from his body circled into the air, causing the entire tent to collapse. The charm sect has provoked me time and time again. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to leave. They say that anyone can make mistakes, so forgive them when possible. Aren't you going too far by treating the charm sect in this manner? Romeo held her breath with great difficulty as she glared coldly at Xianbei. Slam! Xianbei's blood-red eyes swept across Romeo. Instantly, Romeo, who was now paralyzed on the ground, felt as if a large rock had fallen from the sky and was crushing her body. Not only did she feel suffocated, a cracking noise could be heard from all the bones in her body. Guruoyun, Xianbei! Romeo gritted her teeth angrily and screamed furiously, "If I leave this place alive, I will ensure that you die a horrible death. I'm afraid that you will never have the opportunity now." Smash! Smash, smash! Smash! Waves of energy continued to crash down onto Romeo until her face twisted with agony. Her vicious glare was like a poisonous dagger as she aimed it towards Gu Ruoyan, who was standing behind Xianbei. "Bodyguard Gu, I'm scared. Protect me." Yi Nuo shrank back several steps as he stared at Romeo fearfully. He never thought that the usually gentle Romeo could display such a vicious expression. "Didn't you plan to have Yi Nuo and you also taught Xueling how to seduce Xiaoyi?" Gu Ruoyun smiled. A clear and cold light shone from her eyes as she continued, "Oh, that's right. You even said that worthless people have no right to live on this earth, so you had wanted to kill me?" Romeo instantly widened her eyes. Her gaze filled with shock. How had she overheard my conversation with Xueling? How could this be? How could she have heard us? Romeo shivered at the thought of this. No wonder Qianbei would murder Xueling so cruelly. It was because this woman had eavesdropped on our conversation. Which also means that Yi Nuo has found out about my scheme. Qianbei's gaze has turned even gloomier. Last night, Gu Ruoyan had only told him about how Xueling had planned to seduce him. She did not mention that the charm sect had planned to kill her. No. As Romeo sensed the rising amount of murderous intent from Qianbei's body, she finally felt afraid. She quickly opened her mouth to cry for help, but it was too late. Before she could make a sound, the man's hand had landed fiercely onto her forehead, smashing her head into pieces with one hit. Blood and brain matter instantly spurted out, spilling all over the ground. "Senior Sister Rongyu!" The charm sect disciples shrieked at the sight of the Rongyu's horrific death. They were about to rush towards her but hesitated when they saw Qianbei's gaze on them. Run! There was only one thing left on their mind. As long as they could escape, they could return to the charm sect and ask the sect master to avenge Senior Sister Rongyu. The crowd looked at each other at the thought before they turned around and tried to escape. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Suddenly, a childish-sounding laugh sounded before an adorable and petite little Lolita appeared above them from out of nowhere. "Did you all think that you could escape from my cage?" Boom! Instantly, a flaming cage rose from the ground, trapping the charm sect disciples before they could escape. The flames on top of the cage began to slowly expand from above, placing all of them in the middle of a sea of flames. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 7. Chapter 1152, A Conspiracy is Exposed, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Arg. Arg, arg, arg. Mournful shrieks sounded continuously from within the cage. It caused a tremor throughout the entire forest. Even the spiritual animals who heard it could not help but feel absolutely horrified. Nevertheless, the voices soon disappeared. All that was left was the wind's whistle. Merely a bunch of humans who had overestimated their abilities. The vermilion bird curled her lips as she landed from the sky and walked towards Gu Ruoyan's side. "Master, I've dealt with these people for you. You need not worry about being troubled by the members of the charm sect anymore." Gu Ruoyan did not reply to her and turned away. "Let's go," she said in an indifferent tone. "All right." Qianbei lifted his lips into a smile and was just about to move. However, he suddenly came to an abrupt stop. His blood-red eyes were turned towards the sky not too far away as a gloomy light flashed across his gaze. "Yuner, I have some business to take care of and will need to leave you for a while." Gu Ruoyan was shocked. She turned inquisitively towards Qianbei and asked, "What's going on?" Qianbei did not reply her. Instead, he pulled her into his arms before he bent down and kissed her on the lips. He then placed his red lips by her ears and murmured, "I have some things to take care of and will be back very soon. You make your way out of this place first, I'll catch up with you later. Now that Zixi is by your side, I can stop worrying and rest assured one." After he said these words, Xian Beiyi released his grip on her before he turned around to leave. A hand suddenly reached out from behind him and pulled his hand tightly. The man froze when he sensed the warmth in the woman's hand. However, he kept his back turned towards her, afraid that if he were to look at her one more time, he would not bear to leave her. "Xiao Yi, be careful." Gu Ruoyun kept her eyes on the man's figure. "I will wait for you along the way to Wind Valley." "All right." A wave rose from within Xian Beiyi's heart as a smile formed on his peerless face. "When the time comes, we'll meet again in Wind Valley. Also..." He paused before he continued to speak. "Yuner, remember what you promised me last night. You can't go back on your word. We'll map out a plan when we meet again, alright?" Gu Ruoyun still had some more things to say, but Xian Beiyi had left with a flash of red robes which pierced through the sky and disappeared from view. She suppressed the reluctance in her heart before she turned towards the Vermilion Bird and said, "Vermilion Bird, I think you'd better return to the ancient divine pagoda." "Yi Nua, let's go." Yi Nua nodded. His eyes flicked a bit and a crafty smile appeared on his face. This fellow has finally left bodyguard Gu. At last, no one can stop me from getting close to her. I must get bodyguard Gu to marry me before he comes back. On a mountain range where a cool and gentle breeze danced, Xian Beiyi was standing tall upon the mountain peak. His silvery hair and red robes fluttered gently in the breeze as if he had just stepped out from a painting. In contrast, the dark and gloomy aura which emanated from the man could make others shiver. "Xian Beiyi, I'd like to see how you're going to get away this time." Countless figures descended from the sky and landed behind him. Amongst the group was a woman dressed in green robes who was also their leader. She has delicate features, good looks, and seems headstrong. Her large, bright eyes glared fiercely at Xian Beiyi as she spat angrily, "You murdered my husband-to-be and had then left just like that? We've made painstaking efforts to find you and this time, we won't let you get away. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1153, Wounded, 1. Chapter 1153, Wounded, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xian Beiyi smiled icily, "It looks like you've mobilized a few 9th transformation early-stage cultivators to capture me. You've really gone through a lot of trouble." This was why he had to leave Gu Ruoyun. While he has the ability to cope with a few 9th transformation early-stage cultivators, if Gu Ruoyun was by his side, it would be hard for him to stay focused. If she were to be harmed due to his negligence, he would never forgive himself. Besides, he would never let his enemies find out about his relationship with Gu Ruoyun. Otherwise, the future of her path towards growth would become much more difficult. "Hoof." The green-robed woman scoffed icily before she replied irritably, "If I didn't ask the elders to act, how could I have caught you? Xian Beiyi, tell the truth, did you kill my husband-to-be because you've taken a liking to me?" Xian Beiyi's gaze became even gloomier. His peerless features now carried a sense of disdain. "You're overthinking this. He had crossed me so I killed him. It has nothing to do with you. Yuner will forever be the only one in his heart. Anyone else would not be worth his attention. I don't care." The green-robed woman angrily stomped her foot and declared sulkily, "You killed my fiancé, so you must repay me with another. Hence, you must marry me. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this place. Do you really think that you have the power to hold me down?" Xian Beiyi chuckled. "If I want to leave, no one can stop me." "Humph." When they heard his words, the elders who were standing behind the woman moved to stand bolt upright in front of her. "Kid, it's your fortune to have received Our Lady's attention. Stop acting as if you don't know what's good for you. If you hadn't murdered our future lord, the lady would not have ended up as a widow at such a young age. No one dares to take her as a wife now. Hence, you must bear this responsibility. If you don't marry Our Lady, we won't let you remain in the first city alive." The elder has a grave and stern face. His eyes stared coldly at Xian Beiyi as he declared rudely. The Morong family was one of the 3 great protectors of the first city and has an incomparably high position. They also have the right to make decisions in the first city. However, this kid does not seem to know what was good for him. Not only had he murdered their lady's husband-to-be, he had dishonored the Morong family's great name. How could they stand for this? Everyone knows about the 3 great protectors in the first city. The three great protectors were guardians of the governor's palace in the first city. Not only was every protector required to watch over their own families, they had to carry the mantle of being an elder in the governor's palace. The three great protectors were the ones who announced First City's rules. As for the governor of First City, he was a mysterious existence. To this day, no one has seen what the governor looks like. It was likely that only the three great protectors have met the legendary Lord Governor. Based on that, one could imagine the height of the Morone family's position. A gale blew and the man's red robes fluttered in the wind. A bloody light flashed in Qianbei's eyes. "Then we shall have to see if you have the ability," he replied gloomily. Boom. Suddenly, a great wind rose from within Qianbei's body. His silvery hair tangled in the wind, creating a sight so beautiful that one could not look away. The green-robed woman scoffed twice and ordered haughtily, "First Elder, get this kid for me. If he refuses to marry me, it's totally fine. You can tie him up, drug him and drag him into the bedroom. This is the price he has to pay for murdering my husband-to-be and offending me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1154, Wounded, 2. Chapter 1154, Wounded, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Understood. The person who had been referred to as the First Elder by the green-robed woman released all the power from his body immediately when he heard her order. He then charged towards Qianbei, who was standing amidst the wild winds. The First Elder's swift gaze was as sharp as a knife and clearly showed his desire to defeat Qianbei there and then. Qianbei laughed icily as he stared at the elder charging towards him with no sign of dread. His beautiful features were as gloomy as it always was. A wave of murderous intent then exploded from his being, turning the green leaves in his surroundings yellow before they withered and fell to the ground. Boom! Two waves of energy clashed against each other in the sky, creating fluctuations in the surrounding air as if an explosion had just occurred. Ha! The First Elder never thought that Qianbei would be able to defend himself from his attack, and a sense of astonishment appeared in his eyes. However, he soon returned to his senses and gathered more power in the palm of his hand before slamming it at Qianbei's chest again. Slam! Their two palms clashed. The First Elder stumbled back and the look in his eyes slowly turned serious. This kid's power was clearly not at the level of the ninth transformation, yet he was still able to retaliate against his attack. No wonder the lady had suddenly developed an interest in him. If they do not utilize a genius like this, it would be best to get rid of him. Let's attack together, capture this damned kid. In order to end the fight as quickly as possible, the First Elder discarded his own prestige and summoned his friends to charge towards Qianbei. A continuous battle in midair created waves of energy. They moved too quickly for the people on the ground to see their movements clearly. Is that all a ninth transformation cultivator can do? Qianbei burst into a gloomy laugh as his red eyes danced with an enchanting light. A cold smile was hanging on his lips. Then, an endless amount of energy exploded from his body, causing the entire sky to turn dark gray as the energy converged in front of him. It then tore through the sky with a crash as it charged towards the group of elders. Not good. The First Elder's elderly facial expression changed. This kid had increased his powers with some unknown object. Run! Unfortunately, it was too late for them. Just as he spoke, a powerful red light had shot towards them. Before they could even react, it crashed fiercely onto their chests like a powerful punch and sent them crashing down from the sky. Tui! The First Elder spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. Just as he propped himself up from the ground, the man in blood-red robes vanished from the sky. First Elder, he's getting away. After him. The green-robed woman's face filled with anxiety as she roared angrily. The First Elder laughed bitterly when he heard this. That kid's last attack had heavily injured them. It would be difficult to go after him at a time like this. Let's search the area. The First Elder fixed his gaze and declared darkly, since he had used some external object to raise his power, he must have suffered some heavy repercussions as well. We will capture him when he stops to recuperate. A blood-drenched figure leaned against an ancient tree and sat down in the forest. The bright sunlight illuminated the sky, clearly highlighting the particularly pale look on that man's face. Looks like forcibly raising one's power still carries quite a substantial price. Qianbei laughed bitterly. However, there wasn't any other way aside from raising my power. After all, Yunar isn't too far away. I can't let those people notice her existence or it would bring her great danger. At the moment, she still needs time to grow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155, Wounded, 3. Chapter 1155, Wounded, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A smile appeared on the corners of the man's lips as he remembered the delicate and beautiful face. Yuner, I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep you company for a while. I'll come back to you once I've recovered my strength. He quickly sat down in a cross-legged position as he muttered these words and regulated the aura within his body. What is the meaning of this? In a forest on a mountain, several figures descended from the sky and landed near the pile of corpses after Guru Oyun and the others had left. Who has done this? Who has touched the charm sect disciples and given them such a horrendous death? A middle-aged woman clenched her fists at the sight of the charm sect disciples' bodies that were lying in a pool of blood. Her face was filled with rage as she said, "Investigate this. I will make the person responsible for this pay no matter who it is." Yes, Elder. Wen Yin, a disciple from the charm sect, joined her fists and retreated after receiving her orders. The middle-aged woman could not suppress the anger in her heart. She could not figure out why someone would be so cruel as to do such a thing to a group of women. Especially since Ronyu was the sect master's favorite disciple. If the sect master was to find out that she had been murdered so mercilessly here, the consequences would be unthinkable. Overlook Town was located in the western part of the first city. Even though it was a small town, the market there was particularly lively as stall owners called out continuously to make sales. Did you hear? Great Master Wu Yin is competing with another old man to refine pills in the plaza. What? Is this true? Great Master Wu Yin is competing against someone in the art of pill refinement? Come on, let's hurry over and watch. This isn't something that you can easily witness every day. Upon hearing the news from the small street, the crowd rushed towards the plaza. Great Master Wu Yin? Guru Oyun was shocked. If she remembers correctly, that was the name of the person who was mentioned by those ruffians who had tried to snatch the medicinal herbs from Yi Nuo. They had claimed that they wanted to gift the medicinal herbs to Great Master Wu Yin. Bodyguard Gu, let's join in the fun too. Yi Nuo blinked. I'd really like to know if Great Master Wu Yin is better than the other old coot. Obviously, Yi Nuo was a person who would hold a grudge. Previously, someone had tried to snatch his medicinal herbs in order to gain favor from Great Master Wu Yin. Therefore, he has now carried this debt onto Great Master Wu Yin's head. Great Master Wu Yin was refining the pill effortlessly and with great ease at the plaza. His expression had remained calm the entire time. In contrast, the old man in front of him was obviously uncomfortable. Beads of sweat were rolling down his forehead continuously and his expression filled with anxiety. However, when Guru Oyun laid her eyes upon the old man, she was immediately dumbstruck and rooted to her spot. What's this guy doing here? He's even competing with someone else to refine pills? During that year when she had been in closed-door cultivation, this old man had made a trip to the northern block territory. Initially, he had stormed aggressively towards the Lan family residence, intending to make them pay. Who would have thought that when he arrived, the Lan family had already been destroyed by her father, so he had no choice but to leave in an embarrassed manner? Furthermore, Guru Oyun had been in closed-door cultivation at the time and had been unable to bid him farewell. She never expected the old fellow to arrive in the first city as well. Bodyguard Gu, do you know this old man? Yi Nuo comprehended the look on Guru Oyun's face as he turned towards her and asked in astonishment. Guru Oyun stroked her chin and nodded. Know him? This fellow is my master. That was right, the fellow competing against Great Master Wu Yin was her master, the Holy Doctor Bai Zhongtian. However, it seems like her master was not in a very favorable position now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1156, Wounded, 4. Chapter 1156, Wounded, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bodyguard Gu, it looks like your master is losing. Yi Nuo blinked as his gaze shifted from Guru Oyun to the two competing old men in the plaza. Based on their auras, Great Master Wu Yin's power was a level above Bai Zhongtian's. Based on the current situation, Bai Zhongtian was also one step away from failure. Guru Oyun did not say much. She could not understand why her master had challenged someone else to refine pills. After all, this old man had only just started to refine pills and could not possibly be compared to an experienced pill master. Bai Zhongtian finally lost the battle. Sweat rolled down his forehead and he nearly collapsed. You've lost. Great Master Wu Yin eyed Bai Zhongtian as he said calmly, based on our agreement, if you lose, you must become my servant. From now on, you will only listen to my commands. Bai Zhongtian's expression changed, but he did not say anything. However, his elderly face was now an extremely ugly shade. Just then, a cold and clear voice chimed in from behind him. My master had given way to you, that's why he lost. This doesn't count. How about I challenge you in his place? Bai Zhongtian's body shook when he heard that familiar voice. He turned around in disbelief before his gaze landed on Gu Ruoyun's lucid and elegant features. His expression changed a little bit, but in the end, all he could say was, "What are you doing here, girl?" Besides, she has even witnessed him at his most humiliating front. Bai Zhongtian could not help but laugh bitterly at the thought and then sighed exasperatedly. Who are you? Great Master Wu Yin's gaze landed upon Gu Ruoyun as he asked. I am Bai Zhongtian's disciple, smiled Gu Ruoyun as she replied in a calm and breezy voice. There was actually no need for my master to challenge you, I'm good enough. Wah! The crowd plunged into a sensation. Everyone burst into a discussion as their voices filled with shock. Some even held hints of disdain. The master lost, so the disciple has to step forward. TSK, TSK. Could it be that they really think they could defeat Great Master Wu Yin? That's right, even the master himself could not win, what more the disciple? Even if they were to compete several more rounds, they would still certainly lose. This girl may be young, but she is rather bold. She has the courage to challenge Great Master Wu Yin. I reckon that her conclusion won't be very much different from this old man. Gu Ruoyun ignored the disdainful voices and her gaze landed on Bai Zhongtian's face. Master, I won't let you become someone's servant. However, can you tell me what happened? Why had you challenged this man? Bai Zhongtian laughed bitterly. I was acquainted with Great Master Wu Yin in my youth. However, he was more outstanding and talented than I. Therefore, he had arrived in the first city 10 years before me. I never thought that he would have already become a pill master. Once, we had been rivals and he had always underestimated me. Today, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I decided to have a competition with him. In the end, I had lost. Don't worry. Master, since you've lost, let me retrieve the venue for you. Gu Ruoyun stepped forward and patted Bai Zhongtian's shoulders. She then lifted her head to face Great Master Wu Yin, who was in front of her, and said, I wonder if you have any objection to me standing in as a replacement in my master's competition? Great Master Wu Yin scoffed coldly before he replied icily, he was no match for me, so there's no use in having you step forward. However, if you insist, how can I deny you? The criteria of the challenge is that both of us will produce a pill formula each. If I can refine a pill based on the contents of the pill formula and he was unable to refine one at all, I win. If the opposite happens, he wins. If both of us manage to refine the pill, it's a tie. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1157, Wounded, 5. Chapter 1157, Wounded, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Pill formulas were extremely important to a pill master. Whenever a pill master obtains a new pill formula, they would need to study it for a while before they could refine a pill. Hence, this was how pill refinement competitions were conducted in the first city. Each party would bring out their own pill formula and exchange them. The opponent would then have to refine the pill based on the formula that they have obtained. The one who fails to do so will lose. Since this means that others would get to take a look at their own pill formula, not many people would initiate a pill refinement competition. Bai Zhongtian would never have done this unless he had reached his limit. You mean that I'd win if I can refine a pill based on your pill formula? Gu Ruoyun raised her brow and looked at Great Master Wu Yin as she asked indifferently. Great Master Wu Yin looked absolutely arrogant as he replied icily, no. If you manage to refine my pill, you are only considered to be my equal. You can only win if you can produce another pill formula, and I was to fail to refine a pill from your formula. All right. Gu Ruoyun smiled, what are your stakes? The loser will become the victor's servant and shall listen to their orders for the rest of their life. Remember your word. Gu Ruoyun mildly lowered her eyelids as a cold light flashed across her eyes. If I win, you will become my master's servant. You shall then serve him for the rest of your life. That's fine by me as long as you can win. Great Master Wu Yin laughed disdainfully. He simply did not believe that this little girl could defeat him. Mainly because this little girl was Bai Zhongtian's disciple. Bai Zhongtian had lost to him, so what abilities would his disciple have to ensure success at all? But a disciple who was more capable than their master? That would be completely impossible. This was the reason why Great Master Wu Yin has such great confidence in the competition. Little girl, said Bai Zhongtian as he wrinkled his brow. His gaze filled with anxiety as he continued, "This fellow is very powerful. I could not understand the pill formula that he had produced, so you must be careful. If you really can't do it, forget it." Gu Ruoyun smiled but said nothing. She then headed towards the center of the plaza and casually picked up the pill formula on the table. After just one glance, she put the pill formula down. "I can refine this pill now. However, you'd better not forget your promise." Gu Ruoyun exhaled and the crowd watched as she picked up the medicinal herbs on the side. She then placed them into the pill cauldron one by one. Everyone could not stop themselves from laughing disdainfully. This little girl really knows how to talk big. She actually claims that she can refine a pill now. This is just a joke. This was something that her master could not accomplish. How could she possibly do it? Under most circumstances, the master should be more powerful than the disciple. The disciple could not possibly surpass the master. Not much time has passed. Just as everyone was waiting for a good show, the woman who was refining the pill stopped working and her calm voice rang out in every ear. "I'm done." "She's done?" The crowd widened their eyes as they stared at Gu Ruoyun in astonishment. What did she just say? Has she refined a pill, just like that? How much time has passed? Even Great Master Wu Ying can't possibly have been able to refine a pill just like that. Gu Ruoyun's attitude was like a tight slap across their faces, silencing them completely. The entire plaza was so quiet that one could hear the sound of the wind very clearly. All they could see was the cover of the pill cauldron being lifted up before a few pills flew right out of it, landing in the palm of her hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1158, Wounded, 6. Chapter 1158, Wounded, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The crowd was in shock. One by one, their eyes widened as they were simply unable to believe it. This was something that the master himself had not been able to accomplish, so how could the disciple have been successful instead? How can this be? Great Master Wu Yin's voice trembled. He then staggered towards Gu Ruoyun and accepted the pill that Gu Ruoyun handed to him before exhaling fiercely. "That's right, this is the clear sky pill, but..." Great Master Wu Yin may have wanted to strike Bai Zhongtian down, but being the arrogant person that he was, he would never behave in an underhanded way. Hence, he had given Gu Ruoyun recognition for refining the correct pill from the pill formula. However, even if you've managed to refine the pill correctly, we are only evenly matched. For me to lose, you'll have to produce a pill formula that I cannot refine. Great Master Wu Yin took a deep breath before he raised his head to face Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun laughed before she casually pulled out a pill formula from her sleeve and placed it in front of Great Master Wu Yin. "I wonder if you'd be able to refine this." This pill formula had not come from the ancient divine pagoda. Instead, it was a formula which she had created on her own not too long ago. This was also the same formula which had produced the pill that the vermilion bird had used on Lan Xiao as an experiment. After all, the pill formulas from the ancient divine pagoda were far too precious. She would never take them out for someone else no matter what. This. Great Master Wu Yin accepted the pill formula which Gu Ruoyun handed to him. He was immediately shocked when he looked at the contents of the pill formula. After a while, he returned to his senses, shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't refine this pill." At his level, he could determine whether he has the ability to refine the pill from a pill formula in one glance. Of course, if Gu Ruoyun agrees to give him a few more days, he would be able to study it properly. Now that this was a competition, why would the opponent give him the chance for a breather? Since you've lost, you'll have to remember your promise. Gu Ruoyun did not spare Great Master Wu Yin another glance as she turned around and approached Bai Zhongtian. She then calmly exclaimed, "Master, I've helped you attain justice." Bai Zhongtian sighed. He never expected that he, as the master, would still need his disciple to avenge him. However, what he felt was mostly pride. As her master, how could he not feel proud to have such an outstanding disciple? Bai Zhongtian, you've accepted a good disciple. Great Master Wu Yin finally returned to his senses before he sighed and laughed bitterly. He had been Bai Zhongtian's rival for so many years, yet he never thought that the tables would turn and he would lose to Bai Zhongtian's disciple. This defeat was even more uncomfortable than losing to Bai Zhongtian himself. Ha! Bai Zhongtian burst into laughter and his smile was filled with pride. Of course, didn't you see whose precious disciple she is? How could a disciple of mine, Bai Zhongtian, be subpar? Wu Yin, I've finally defeated you this time. Don't you forget our wager. Great Master Wu Yin laughed icily and replied sourly, "The person who had won against me is your disciple, not you. Why are you being so proud?" If he had a disciple like this, he would be very proud as well. Yet this idiot, Bai Zhongtian, had ended up catching this good opportunity. If he had known about this, he would never have left the East Peak mainland. Perhaps he would have found this little girl before Bai Zhongtian. She is my disciple. I had nurtured her, so her victory is my victory. Bai Zhongtian raised his brow complacently as he exclaimed shamelessly. What, not satisfied? Get a disciple like this if you have the ability. However, you don't have that chance anymore. Even if you were to find a genius disciple, they would only be an additional genius servant for me. Don't forget, you've lost to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1159, Wounded, 7. Chapter 1159, Wounded, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Great Master Wu Yin was so angry that his face turned black and he glared angrily at Bai Zhongtian. I don't believe that you have the ability to nurture such a disciple. Do you think that I'm unaware of your capabilities? Even if this girl had become your disciple from the beginning, she has now far surpassed you. Bai Zhongtian agrees with the last part of that sentence. Gu Ruoyun's achievements have indeed greatly surpassed him. However, that does not mean that he was willing to admit defeat in front of Great Master Wu Yin. He sniggered in ridicule. Regardless of the height of this little girl's achievements, it does not change the fact that she is my disciple. The greater her abilities, the prouder I, her master, will be. As for you, you can slowly enjoy your jealousy. You will never find another genius like her, not even in 100 years. No one else knows better than Bai Zhongtian of Gu Ruoyun's greatness. That was right, a young martial saint was not exactly rare in the first city. However, this was because the first city has abundant spiritual energy as well as countless geniuses and treasures to nurture them into growth. Gu Ruoyun, however, had walked step by step out of the West Spirit mainland, the lowest of the low. Hoof. Great Master Wu Yin scoffed icily, had I not arrived in the first city before you simply because my talent is greater than yours? If I had not left the mainland that year, do you think a genius like this would find you? Your talents are indeed greater than mine, but unfortunately, your luck is not as good. Bai Zhongtian looked absolutely complacent as he stared disdainfully at Great Master Wu Yin. Great Master Wu Yin's expression has turned ashen. He was sure that this fellow would anger him to death. He would rather not meet him again as he knew of the lengths of Bai Zhongtian's shamelessness long ago. Little girl. Great Master Wu Yin turned to face Gu Ruoyun and said, I rather admire your talent and I admit my defeat willingly. However, this does not mean that I will serve this old man. His powers are not as strong as mine and there's no doubt about that. Only his luck was better than mine to be able to receive a disciple like you. Gu Ruoyun smiled and said, Great Master Wu Yin, you are very mistaken. I think I'm the lucky one. In the past, if it had not been for my master, I might not have grown to this stage. Even though my powers have grown to this level, it is largely related to my acquaintance with him. However, more importantly, it is also because of his patronage during that year. She admitted it, Bai Zhongtian's abilities were not on par with Great Master Wu Yin's, but she would never allow anyone to underestimate him. Besides, everything she had just said was the truth. In her past life, if it had not been for her master's nurturing, she would never have reached this level. Hence, regardless of how great she becomes in the future, she would never forget her master's labor. Great Master Wu Yin no longer treated Bai Zhongtian with his initially disdainful scorn. Instead, an envious light now flashed in his eyes. He then lifted his eyes and turned towards the old man's complacent face. In the end, he could only smile bitterly as he said, Bai Zhongtian, you've won. When it comes to power, one brings nothing with them when they were born and one takes nothing with them when they die. So what if he has great power? In the end, he had not found an heir to carry on his legacy, nor does he have such a loyal disciple like Gu Ruoyun. Most young people would be filled with hubris after they surpassed their master and would pay no more attention to their master's teachings. However, he could see the respect and modesty in this little girl. In this lifetime, Bai Zhongtian has surpassed him in the aspect where he had managed to find a disciple like her, but regardless of how envious Great Master Wu Yin was feeling, he understood that certain destinies would never come back once they have passed. What does not belong to him will never be his. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1160, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 1. Chapter 1160, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. Bai Zhongtian burst into laughter before he walked towards Gu Ruoyan and exclaimed, "Little girl, even though this old man and I have been fighting for many years, I can't help but admire his talent. Even though he is more powerful than me, you, little girl, have given me relief. Come, let's head to this old fellow's mansion and reminiscence." A year ago, he had journeyed to the northern block territory to search for Gu Ruoyan. However, Gu Ruoyan was in closed-door cultivation at that time, so he had nothing to show for his troubles. Bai Zhongtian never thought that nearly 2 years would have gone by after their last parting. Both master and disciple have not seen each other for almost 2 years. All right. Gu Ruoyan agreed to the old man's suggestion. She then turned towards Yinua, who was standing outside the crowd, and said, "Yinua, let's go." Yinua passed through the crowd and headed towards Gu Ruoyan's side. His eyes sparkled as he stared admiringly at Gu Ruoyan. She was indeed his bodyguard Gu. Even powerful cultivators whose favor others have tried to obtain would admit their defeat to her. Looks like he had good taste that year to have discovered such a treasure. "Little girl, is this your younger brother?" Bai Zhongtian looked at Yinua, who was walking towards Gu Ruoyan's side, and exclaimed with surprise, "When did another younger brother like this come along?" Younger brother, Yinua was aggravated when he heard this. He placed his hands on his hips before replying haughtily, "I'm most certainly not her younger brother, I'm her little husband." He had decided years ago that he would bring bodyguard Gu home as his wife. Only then would she be able to play with him every day. However, because Gu Ruoyan already has Qian Beiyi by her side, he had to settle for second best as her little husband. "Little girl, what's the meaning of this?" Bai Zhongtian was bewildered and asked suspiciously as he looked at Gu Ruoyan. Didn't this little girl already have a husband-to-be? What's up with this kid? Gu Ruoyan shrugged her shoulders and sighed exasperatedly, "He's a friend of mine from a few years ago. I never expected to bump into him when I arrived in the first city, so I had let him tag along. As for whatever he's just said, children's words carry no harm. Just don't make it into a big deal." Yinua pouted as if he was unhappy about Gu Ruoyan's explanation. Still, no matter what she says, it would not cause him to change his original intentions. "All of you are welcome at my house," said Great Master Wu Yin. His expression no longer displayed its initial cold indifference, but he looked unhappy whenever he was faced with Bai Zhongtian. "Old fart, we'll have this competition again on another day. When that time comes, you won't be allowed to call for backup." This time, he has indeed fallen into that old man's trap. Everyone knows that a disciple's cleverness would never surpass their master. Hence, when he heard that this little girl was Bai Zhongtian's disciple, he had relaxed his caution. Who would have thought that this one error of his would invite so many regrets? He would never be able to make up for this in this lifetime. "You want me to continue the competition with you? Do you take me for a fool?" Bai Zhongtian was filled with disdain. "You are now my servant, why should I still have to compete with you? You..." Great Master Wu Yin was so angry that he nearly lashed out in rage. Indeed, he should not speak to this old man at all. Otherwise, he would be angered to death sooner or later. "Let's go." In the end, he took a deep breath and walked around Bai Zhongtian's side before leaving the crowd. Once the group has left, the entire plaza became silent for a few seconds. The onlookers then exploded in a sensation. Where had that woman come from? She was actually able to refine pills like Great Master Wu Yin. More importantly, she's much younger than Great Master Wu Yin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1161, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 2. Chapter 1161, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't know, perhaps she's from a great organization. Those great organizations have a large number of powerful cultivators, so nurturing such a young genius won't be a problem for them. That can't be right, isn't that fellow Bai Zhongtian her master? If she's really from one of those organizations, her master shouldn't be that weak, correct? Could it be that she's a self-made genius? A self-made genius? The crowd sneered. A self-made genius? How can this be? Even pill masters whose fame had spread far and wide would have had to study the art of pill refinement for more than 10 years to be able to refine pills successfully. How old was that little girl? How could it be that she has become a pill master after studying a few books? Aren't these the ravings of a lunatic? Matters like this, which are contrary to common sense, can't possibly happen at all. At Overlook Town. A short, tile-roofed house stood in the middle of a mountain not too far away from town. Its surroundings were deserted and weeds were growing everywhere, vastly different from the hustle and bustle of Overlook Town. Old fart, you're staying at a place like this? by Zheng Tian was a little shocked. Based on Great Master Wu Yin's status, why would he live in such a pathetic tile-roofed house? One should know that the number of organizations who wished to recruit him was too many to count. Yet he has chosen to live in seclusion. Great Master Wu Yin glanced at him indifferently before he replied arrogantly, I don't like places with too much noise. This place is much quieter and more beneficial to my cultivation. Besides, we've known each other for so many years. Don't you know what I'm like? I don't like fame or fortune. My entire life is dedicated to studying the existence of pills. It's a good thing that I've succeeded. Of course, my success is closely related to the lack of nonsensical distractions to my mind. He preferred the silence in the mountains in contrast to the hustle and bustle of the world outside. He would only be able to study the art of pill refinement wholeheartedly in the quiet here. Someone is here. Suddenly, Great Master Wu Yin's eyes moved. He paused in his steps and his elderly features instantly filled with an icy chill while his eyes looked around keenly. Russell! At that moment, countless figures descended from the sky and stood in front of the group. One of the figures was dressed in green robes. His aura was like a sharp sword, as if he was in the middle of killing a formless man. However, Great Master Wu Yin did not move at all. His face was as cold and distant as ever as he said, You again. I've told you, I like living in solitude and I won't join any other organization. You'd better leave now. The man in green robes mildly sharpened his gaze as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Great Master Wu Yin, as long as you join the Lin family, we will allow you to continue living in solitude. No one will disturb you under normal circumstances. The Lin family? Gu Ruoyun's heart shook violently when she heard those words. A murderous intent immediately flashed in her dark eyes. However, the members of the Lin family clearly did not recognize Gu Ruoyun. All their eyes were fixed on Great Master Wu Yin. Apologies, came Great Master Wu Yin's cold reply. I'm not interested in the Lin family. You don't have to come here anymore. Great Master Wu Yin, if you join the Lin family, you will receive gold, silver, money, and valuables. You can taste the glory, splendor, wealth, and rank which many will never be able to enjoy. More importantly, the Lin family will search for whatever medicinal herbs you need. I hope that you can think it over carefully. You shouldn't give up on such a good opportunity. After all, staying here all on your own is very dangerous. What if you were to encounter some ruffians? No one would be able to run to you when you call for help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1162, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 3. Chapter 1162, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The green-robed man was about to pull out threats and bribes when he heard a soft giggle. What are you laughing about? The green-robed man bellowed angrily as he turned towards Gu Ruoyun, who was standing behind Great Master Wu Yin. He had to humble himself in front of Great Master Wu Yin. However, there was no need for that with this little girl. His offer has just been rejected by Great Master Wu Yin, so naturally, he was in a very bad mood. Hence, he let all of his anger out onto Gu Ruoyun. However, he had been waiting here for Great Master Wu Yin's arrival the entire time, so he had not witnessed the scene in the plaza. Otherwise, even if he was given 10,000 doses of liquid courage, he would never have dared to vent his anger out on Gu Ruoyun. Based on what I know, Great Master Wu Yin has even rejected the offers of organizations like Wind Valley. Do you think that there's any possibility that he would settle for second best and join the Lin family? Yet, I never expected that the Lin family would go to such lengths to entice him. They would even use threats. There really isn't anything that the Lin family won't do. Wu Yin eyed Gu Ruoyun curiously. He clearly heard the edge in the woman's voice and felt slightly suspicious. Could it be that the Lin family and Gu Ruoyun holds a grudge between them? Little girl, don't get involved in matters that don't concern you. Do you think that your status could be on the same rank as Great Master Wu Yin? The green-robed man laughed icily before replied disdainfully, I had treated Great Master Wu Yin with respect, but there's no need for me to respect a little girl like you. I'd advise you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you'll attract fire. In the first city, the Lin family's name may be placed around the back of the crowd. However, they were also in the middle range amongst the ranks in the first city. When compared to the martial saints who have just entered the first city or idle cultivators, the Lin family was still much more powerful. After all, only families with members at the rank of exceeding would have the right to set up an organization. Great Master Wu Yin stared at the green-robed man as if he was looking at an idiot. His elderly features have lit with a disdainful smile. This little girl's pill refining skills were clearly superior in comparison with my own. In the end, the idiots of the Lin family have caused trouble even before clarifying the opposition's identity. With idiots like these around, the Lin family may not survive for very much longer. Looks like the Lin family members still enjoy abusing their powers and bullying others, huh? Gu Ruoyun laughed icily as her clear cold gaze landed on the man in green's grave and stern features. She then coldly replied, "By the way, I forgot to mention something. Great Master Wu Yin has just lost in a competition to me. If you plan to make him join the Lin family, I'm afraid that's just not possible." The green-robed man's expression turned cold and he turned his gaze towards Great Master Wu Yin. A fiery anger flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Is this true?" "It's true." Great Master Wu Yin returned to his senses from Gu Ruoyun's response. He smiled coldly at the man in green as he faced his question, "I've indeed lost to this little girl. From now on, I will follow only her. Of course, even if I didn't lose to her, I would never swear fealty to the Lin family, so you'd better forget about your plans. No matter how many times you visit, the outcome will remain the same." Great Master Wu Yin straightened his sleeves fiercely and headed into the tile-roofed house. He never even bothered to look at the man's ashen face at all. "My lord, what should we do?" The person next to him watched as the group entered the tile-roofed house and asked. "Master has given the order. This time, we have to bring Great Master Wu Yin back to the Lin family no matter what." "Humph." The man in green robes scoffed icily and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "This old coot Wu Yin has actually rejected the Lin family time and again. Unfortunately, the old man still has some prestige in the first city, so I can't kill him. However, we don't need that damned little girl alive. We'll wait here for now. Once that little girl leaves, we. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1163, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 4. Chapter 1163, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The green-robed man made a chopping gesture as the look in his eyes became even more vicious. His entire body was radiating with murderous intent. He may not be able to do anything about that old man, Wu Yin, but why should he be afraid of a little girl? They will wait until she leaves this mountain, that will be the time of her death. This was the price she has to pay for opposing the Lin family. The group sat around a table in the tile-roofed house. Great Master Wu Yin poured some tea for his guests before turning towards Gu Ruoyun. "Little girl, do you have a grudge against the Lin family?" "It's more than a grudge," scoffed Bai Zhongtian. "They have an absolutely irreconcilable relationship. Those Lin family B*****stards caused my precious disciple to become separated from her parents. Besides, they've been hunting her down to kill her. They simply have no manner of being powerful cultivators." It was obvious that Bai Zhongtian does not have a good impression of the Lin family. To him, the Lin family members were nothing more than the sons of B***cheese who enjoys kicking people around. Great Master Wu Yin was a little surprised. No wonder Gu Ruoyun's words had been a little sharp. This was the type of hatred she has for the Lin family. The Lin family are just purely evil creatures. Great Master Wu Yin shook his head and sighed. Not only had they caused a family to break up, they've even tried to kill every last person. However, little girl, you have just arrived in the first city after all. The Lin family's position in First City may not be very powerful, but they have a substantial amount of powerful cultivators. If you do plan on going against the Lin family, you must be extremely careful. There was a sense of care in his tone of speaking. If a peerless genius like this were to fall by the Lin family's hands, it would truly be a great loss for the mainland. "Little girl, what do you plan to do next?" Bai Zhongtian turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked. Gu Ruoyun sipped her cup of tea before she slowly put the teacup down. She then lifted her head towards Bai Zhongtian's worried expression and smiled calmly. "I plan to make a trip to Wind Valley." "Wind Valley?" Bai Zhongtian shook and his eyes filled with astonishment. "That's right," Gu Ruoyun nodded. "Master, have you forgotten that I had previously made a promise to the fire spiritual beast? I promised that I would go to Wind Valley once I've arrived in the first city and restore the fire spiritual beast clan to freedom. Since I've made that promise, I must fulfill it." At this very moment, the woman's face was filled with determination while her clear and cool eyes shone with a moving light. Bai Zhongtian fell silent. After a long pause, a smile appeared on his elderly face. "Little girl, rest assured and do whatever you like. I believe in your abilities. Whatever you plan to do, you will certainly succeed in the end." Gu Ruoyun lowered her head and wiped her lips. She continued to gently sip her tea before she spoke. Her voice was clear and indifferent as if a gentle breeze has just passed by. "Master, I'll get Ji Nuwa to go with you. It won't be convenient to have him tagging along. I can ensure his safety only if he follows you instead. What? Without even waiting for Bai Zhongtian's reply, Yinhua jumped and exclaimed angrily, "Bodyguard Gu, don't think that you can kick me away like this. I'm staying with you." What a joke. It has been so difficult to finally find her and I still haven't brought her home to be my wife. How could she possibly leave just like that? I'm never going to leave her side anyways. I believe that the Lin family members are already waiting at the bottom of the mountain to cut me off. Gu Ruoyun smiled. These people won't have the courage to touch Great Master Wu Yin, so they can only pick on a pushover. Unfortunately, in their eyes, I am the pushover that they can pick on whenever they wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1164, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 5. Chapter 1164, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Great Master Wu Yin and Bai Zhongtian looked at each other and saw a solemnness mirrored in each other's eyes. How could they have forgotten about this? Knowing the Lin family's nature, why would they just let Gu Ruoyun get away? They were most likely waiting for her at the bottom of the mountain. Do you need any help, Gu girl? Great Master Wu Yin furrowed his brows and asked. There's no need, I can take care of it on my own. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. However, I just can't feel at ease with Yinhua by my side, so he should join you too. I have too many enemies. If he tags along with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect him. If she were to run into trouble, Gu Ruoyun has absolute certainty that she would be able to escape. However, if she were to bring Yinhua along, she would not be so sure. Bodyguard Gu. Yinhua tugged Gu Ruoyun's sleeve and lifted his head pitifully to look at her. He was absolutely filled with grief, like a poor little thing which had been abandoned by his mother. I promise that I won't make any trouble, I'll be good. Don't throw me away, okay? His pretty little face stared at her anxiously and pleadingly with his big, bright eyes. Absolutely not, Gu Ruoyun rejected him ruthlessly. It will be very dangerous if you were to come with me. I have the ability to protect myself on my own. If you come along, that may not be true. Yinua's little face looked absolutely defeated and he was completely dejected. He slowly loosened his grip while his lip had lost all color from him biting on it too hard. Then, I'll wait for you here. Once you're done with your business, come back for me, okay? Gu Ruoyun nodded solemnly. Wait until I'm certain that I have enough power, I'll come back for you. This time, Gu Ruoyun had not brought Xiaohei along. Instead, she had left Xiaohei with Wei Yi and the others and had chosen to come to the first city on her own. She could not bring Yinhua. Furthermore, she has no way of sending him away when danger arrives. Hence, she chose to leave Yinhua behind. A light flashed in Yinua's eyes and he asked with uncertainty, Bodyguard Gu, will you really come for me once you're done with your business? Staring at Yinua's hopeful gaze, Gu Ruoyun nodded her head again. I'll be back. Alright, I'll wait for you here. You're not allowed to lie to me. She did not know why, but when she heard Yinua's words, she could not help but remember the freckle-faced maiden that she had met at Windfall Village. At the time, she had also promised the little maiden that she would return to teach her medicine after completing her business. Who would have thought that their one goodbye would be their last? Master, you should hold on to these pills. You can use them in times when you need to save your life. Gu Ruoyun pulled a porcelain bottle out and placed it on the table. She then pondered for a moment. She did not feel assured, so she pulled out another 2 middle-class spiritual weapons. Hold on to these 2 spiritual weapons for now. You protect your lives in times of danger, no matter what. Bai Zhongtian stared blankly and unblinkingly at the spiritual weapons Gu Ruoyun had just pulled out. He looked like a big gray wolf which had run into a tasty little white rabbit and was nearly drooling. Little girl, you have so many good things. Why had you not paid your respects to your master by giving them to me earlier on? In contrast with Bai Zhongtian, Great Master Wu Yin's face carried an obvious sense of shock. He seemed to be struggling with himself. Gu girl, there's no gain without pain. I don't think it's a good idea for me to hold on to your spiritual weapon, but Gu Ruoyun had her own motivation when she chose to give them the 2 spiritual weapons. She does not want the tragedy of Windfall Village to happen all over again. At the very least, these 2 old men's powers should increase greatly with the 2 spiritual weapons in their hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1165, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 6. Chapter 1165, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bai Zhongtian has been acquainted with Great Master Wu Yin for so many years, and he knows Great Master Wu Yin's character very well. Since her master had not said anything, that proves that the old man could be trusted. This spiritual weapon is not a gift to you. Instead, I'm hoping that you can protect my master and Yi Nuo with it. You are the most powerful one here, which is why I'm giving you this spiritual weapon. Gu Ruoyan instructed solemnly as she turned to face Great Master Wu Yin. Wu Yin took a deep breath and put the spiritual weapon away. He then smiled and said, "Gu girl, don't worry. As long as I'm alive, I won't let these two die. You can rest assured and complete your task. There's no need to worry about us here. Alright, since that's the case, it's time for me to leave. Master, I'll come to find you when I'm done." After saying her piece, Gu Ruoyan turned around and walked out of the tiled roof house. She did not turn back to look at Yi Nuo at all. Yi Nuo bit his lips and watched Gu Ruoyan as she left. His eyes were filled with reluctance as he stared at her with yearning one. A gentle wind rustled through the leaves of the trees at the foot of the mountain. Gu Ruoyan paused in her footsteps before she turned to face the forest, which did not have a soul in sight. She then exclaimed calmly, "Sorry for making you wait so long, you can come out now." Whoosh! As soon as she had spoken, countless figures jumped down from the branches of the trees and surrounded Gu Ruoyan in a tight circle. A smile appeared on Gu Ruoyan's face as she stared at the group who had descended before her. "I wonder what business do all of you have? Waiting for me here?" "Humph." The green-robed man scoffed coldly as his eyes filled with murderous intent landed on Gu Ruoyan's face. "Damned girl," he replied coldly. "You dare to interfere in the Lin family's matters. We can't do anything to Great Master Wu Yin, so we'll let off some steam on you." He simply could not believe that Great Master Wu Yin would have lost to this little girl. After all, from his point of view, a proud person like Great Master Wu Yin would never agree to become someone's servant. Hence, this little girl must have allied herself with Great Master Wu Yin to stop the Lin family's nagging. Does Great Master Wu Yin really think that the Lin family members would be that stupid to believe in a few lies? This was simply too funny. Now, he was going to make this little girl understand that nothing good comes from opposing the Lin family. That depends on whether you have the ability. Gu Ruoyan turned her gaze towards the green-robed man as a sharp, cold light flashed in her eyes. "Ha, you are only an early-stage martial saint, yet you dare to spout such conceited nonsense in front of so many of us." The green-robed man burst into laughter before an eerily cold and murderous aura exploded from his being. His aura was like a sharp knife which could cut through the earth and split bamboo into splinters, creating a quick and forceful atmosphere. Gu Ruoyan turned towards the sharp knife-like aura as a cold light flashed in her clear and cool eyes. She slowly raised her hand, and in a moment, the surrounding wind gathered in front of her and clashed against the knife-like aura which had been charging towards her. That powerful energy exploded, raising everything within 100 kilometers around them. The green-robed man was shocked. A disdainful smile then flashed across his eyes. "I didn't expect this. Your powers aren't too bad. You were actually able to use your early-stage martial saint powers to smash my attack to pieces. Unfortunately, I had not used the full extent of my powers. If I had attacked with all my power, I'm afraid that you would have fallen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1166, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 7. Chapter 1166, Meeting the Lin Family Again, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyan moved her wrist as she stared at the green-robed man disapprovingly. She then smiled calmly as she said, "Since that's the case, show me the power of a mid-stage martial saint." Upon reaching the rank of martial saint, the progress into every level was equal to a whole character's worth of change. For example, cultivators at the early-stage martial saint rank would never be able to defeat a mid-stage martial saint. That was why the green-robed man had acted so snidely towards Gu Ruoyan. Besides, he was also leading a group of early-stage martial saints who were on the same level as Gu Ruoyan. Hence, he believes that Gu Ruoyan would never be able to escape from him no matter what. "Alright, I shall make you understand the distance between you and the Lin family right now." Murderous intent erupted from the green-robed man and quickly filled the atmosphere. He then moved in front of Gu Ruoyan with a whoosh before he slammed his fist heavily at Gu Ruoyan's head. The speed of his movement was so swift that his hard fist seems to have been wrapped in a gust of wind. The green-robed man had a cruel smile on the corners of his lips. He believes that this woman's head would crack open immediately when he had thrown his fist. No early-stage martial saint could escape from his attack. Clang! Just as the green-robed man's fist was about to land on Gu Ruoyan, a broken sword appeared from the sky and sliced downwards towards his body. You think that you can hurt me with this broken sword? Ah, this is really too funny. The man in green hesitated for a bit before he burst into laughter. However, his laughter was also filled with rage. His fist did not stop as it flew towards Gu Ruoyun's head. A broken sword can't harm me even if I stayed still. Why should I care if it cuts me? I won't be hurt by it anyway. I can even seize the opportunity and put this woman down. Gu Ruoyun saw that the man in green did not have any intention of stopping his attack even though the broken sword had appeared. She immediately retreated heavily and dodged her head to the side just in time for his fist to brush past her. The green-robed man sneered and tried to attack Gu Ruoyun once again. However, just then, the broken sword pierced through his back and blood began to spray from his back, dyeing it in red. Arg! The green-robed man gasped. His thighs landed heavily as he knelt on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock, but most of it was anger. This woman has actually wounded me. Furthermore, she had only used a broken sword to do it. Actually, based on the man in green's powers, evading the broken sword should not have been too much problem for him. However, in the end, he had underestimated Gu Ruoyun. In his eyes, a damaged and broken sword would not have the ability to break through his defenses. What more hurt him? Why should he avoid it? However, he did not know that regardless of how damaged a spiritual weapon was, it does not change the fact that it was a spiritual weapon. Besides, this spiritual weapon was not like any other spiritual weapon, it was a high-class spiritual weapon before it had been damaged. Its peak power was unimaginable. The powerful spiritual energy around it was enough to break through his defenses. My lord! The faces of the Lin family members drained of color at this sight and they rushed to the green-robed man's side. Humph! The green-robed man scoffed and helped himself up. His pale, white face stared at Gu Ruoyun as he ordered fiercely, "Guards, attack! Kill that woman! I want her to die without a whole corpse. This was the price she has to pay for humiliating him in public." "Yes, my lord." Instantly, every member of the Lin family pulled out their weapons and charged towards Gu Ruoyun from all directions in a speed as swift as lightning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1167, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 1. Chapter 1167, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun was now surrounded by the crowd. It was impenetrable and there was absolutely no way out. However, there was no sign of anxiety on her face. Her expression had stayed calm throughout. You finally decided to attack together? Her voice was serene and indifferent as it echoed slowly throughout the forest. That's good too, let's finish this fight quickly. Boom! The aura within the woman's body stirred. It was an extremely shocking sight, as if a myriad of mountains and rivers had just moved. Wind and rain gathered as it whistled towards the Lin family members. Slash. The broken sword's energy sliced across the frontmost row of cultivators. Before they could react, they felt a piercing pain in their chests. When they lowered their heads to check, they saw a gash on their chest with fresh blood sputtering continuously from the wound. The crowd then watched as they crumpled to the ground. The man in green's face has thoroughly changed. His eyes were now filled with shock. The attack he had just received could be considered as unavoidable, but these people were early-stage martial saints. Yet they had been attacked by the broken sword before they could even react? Where on earth had that broken sword come from? How could it emit such a powerful energy? Gu Ruoyun put the broken sword away as she looked at the Lin family members who were charging towards her. A thick murderous intent rose in her clear and cold eyes. As if they could sense the murderous aura from Gu Ruoyun, the group quickly paused and stood several meters away from her. They did not dare to make any sudden moves, afraid that they would end up like the first few who had fallen into a pool of blood before they could even react. What kind of a person are you? The man in green's face was a particularly ugly shade as his eyes glared at Gu Ruoyun fixedly. Gu Ruoyun did not say much as she slowly approached the man in green. She was holding the blood-drenched broken sword in her hand, and with each step that she took, the murderous aura from within her became stronger and stronger. Little girl, if you wish to kill me, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy. The man in green sneered. He had absolutely no fear of Gu Ruoyun, who was slowly approaching him. His expression was full of disdain as he said, however, as long as you're willing to admit your wrongs, I might leave you with a whole corpse. This little girl is indeed pretty powerful to be able to hold her own against so many early-stage martial saints. Unfortunately for her, he was already at the middle stage. Even if she was to harness the power from her broken sword, she could not possibly defeat him. Earlier on, she had managed to hurt him because he had underestimated her. Otherwise, she would never have been able to hurt him. Whoosh! Gu Ruoyun clutched the broken sword tightly in her hand as if she had not heard the man's words at all. With one fierce stroke, a wave of sharp sword energy rushed towards the enemy. The two parties were very close to one another, so the man in green could not evade in time. More importantly, he did not want to evade the attack for the sake of restoring his dignity. He had faced the sword energy from Gu Ruoyun's broken sword head-on. Blam! With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared out of thin air in front of him. There was a loud clang when the sword energy from the broken sword reached him. The long sword in his hand then split into two before the broken sword's energy slashed fiercely upon his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1168, A Person Not to be Trifled With, 2. Chapter 1168, A Person Not to be Trifled With, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cough. The man in the green robe backed away as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely pale, and his keen eyes were locked on Gu Ruoyun like a pair of daggers. Whoosh! 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 At that instant, numerous sword energy waves shot toward him and sealed his entire body from every direction, leaving no chance for him escape. Then, it was as if the blades had cut through his skin as his entire being was dyed in a blood-red shade. Damned girl! This time, you're the vicious one. The man in green gritted his teeth while his glare was fixated on Gu Ruoyun. I'll make you understand the greatness of the Lin family the next time we meet. We're leaving. As he spoke, he waved his hand with the intention of leading the surviving Lin family members away from this place. Then again. Why would Gu Ruoyun give him that chance? Just as the man in green turned around, countless waves of sword energy charged at him from the back, and before those who had been following closely behind him could react, they fell into a pool of blood. In the end, he was the only one left at the bottom of the mountain. Cough. When the man in green saw this, he did not even have the time to speak. His legs hurried toward the sky, and he headed toward the back at lightning speed as he attempted an escape for his life. Are you trying to escape? A clear and cold voice rang aloud, and by the time the man in green returned to his senses, a figure had already appeared in the sky before him. The woman dressed in green robes had a face that was calm yet indifferent. She stared at him with a clear and cold gaze that seemed to pierce through his heart, making him tremble through the entirety of his being. What on earth do you want? The man in green simply never expected that this woman who did not feel threatening to him at all just a while ago, would have such formidable powers. Especially the broken sword in his hand, to actually be able to emit such powerful energy. Gu Ruoyun glanced at the man in green indifferently. Since you're here, there's no need to leave you be now. Whoosh! A blaze of wind from the sword pierced through the skies, and the man was caught unprepared. He quickly raised the hilt of his sword in an attempt to resist the attack from the broken sword. However, the swing from that sword instantly pierced through his sword hilt and landed on his chest. Cough. The man in green robes spit out a mouthful of blood as his thighs landed heavily onto the ground. His expression was extremely pale, and he shot an infuriated glare at Gu Ruoyun. Damned girl, humans should learn where to draw the line, and we'll have a more peaceful reunion when we meet again. You better quit while you're ahead. Don't go overboard, or you'll regret it sooner or later. My apologies. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and chuckled softly as she turned toward the man in green. I didn't plan on meeting you again in the future. So naturally, I don't need to spare your life. You once asked for my name. I can tell you now. My name is Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun. Roar! Like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, the man in green was so shocked that he went into a daze. As he trembled, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared in disbelief at the woman in green before him who held a broken sword high up into the sky. His body began to tremble. Gu Ruoyun. She's Gu Ruoyun, Grand Lord Hong Lian's daughter, and the person whom the master has ordered us to capture. I never thought that I'd run into Gu Ruoyun here. It's no wonder this wonder paid no heed to the Lin family. Cough. Just as the man in green felt as if his heart had been run over by 10,000 horses, as the broken sword in the woman's hand struck him. A gust of wind from the downward slash sliced the man in green's waist in half without even a hint of mercy. Fresh blood splattered outward and stained the entire foot of the mountain in red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1169, A Person Not to be Trifled With, 3. Chapter 1169, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Lin Family. Gu Ruoyun put the broken sword away as her indifferent gaze swept across the bodies littered on the ground. She then quickly turned away to look into the distance as a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. One day, I will destroy the Lin family and avenge my father and mother. After that, she did not delay any further as she headed towards the little town. Just as Gu Ruoyun was about to leave, she missed a flash of black robes which had appeared behind an old tree. The black-robed figure stared at her as she left. The man's grim gaze flickered with excitement as he stared unblinkingly at woman's shadow. His lips trembled gently as he said, "You're finally here. Unfortunately, I can't meet you." The man was wrapped in black robes with his face obscured. However, his voice was majestic and gruff, easy on the ears. However, as he spoke, his voice carried an easily detectable gentleness. The man lowered his head and stared at the dead bodies on the ground. He then furrowed his brows before lifting his hand. An infinite amount of black flames immediately rose from the ground and turned those bodies into ashes which scattered into the air. Gu Ruoyun had not noticed that man. If she had seen his appearance, she would have torn those black robes open and thrown herself into the man's familiar scent. The woman in green stomped her foot angrily at the Morong family home. Her delicate and pretty features were filled with absolute unhappiness as she fiercely let out her heart's frustration. Damn Shen Beiyi, he had actually disappeared just like that. She had sent the elders of the family after him, but this man had still managed to slip away without leaving a trace too. Now, each time the woman in green remembers this, her heart would fill with a great anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm going to capture you and make you my man no matter what. This is the price you have to pay for murdering my husband-to-be." Just then, a servant girl approached her from outside of the courtyard. The servant girl walked carefully towards the woman in green and bowed, "Young lady, master has summoned you." The woman in green sighed and replied, "I understand." An old man was sitting upright on a hardwood chair and flipping through a book in an elegant study. He sensed someone outside the study and slowly put his book down. He then lifted his head and turned his loving gaze towards the woman in green who had just entered the room. "Shenner, I heard that you've mobilized the powers of the higher-ups of the Morong family all for the sake of a man?" The old man gently furrowed his brows as he spoke. His intonation was filled with dissatisfaction, though some of it was exasperation and love. "Grandfather." Morong Qian walked towards the old man's side, tugged on his arm coquettishly and said, "That fellow had murdered Wu Yun, so I must make him pay me back with another husband-to-be." The old man sighed, feeling more exasperated by the minute. "I've indeed spoiled this girl rotten, she would even snatch away another's man now." However, the Morong family has great power, so, obviously, Morong Qian would have this right as the young lady of the Morong family. "I thought you didn't like Wu Yun and you didn't want to marry him? Why are you hunting this man for killing Wu Yun?" "Whatever, I don't care. I will drag him back here and force him to marry me." Morong Qian pouted as she spoke in a sweet and capricious manner. "In this world, no one would dare ignore me like he did. Simply because of this, I must make him my husband. Even if he refuses, I will tie him up and drag him into the bedchamber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1170, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 4. Chapter 1170, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Now, each time she remembers the cold, gloomy, and merciless look in Shen Beiye's eyes when he had looked at her, Morong Qian would gnash her teeth in anger. The more he hates her, the more she wants him to marry her. She even wanted him to fall in love with her wholeheartedly. This was the price he has to pay for ignoring her. "Shenner, do you know who that man is and does he have a wife or children?" The old man shook his head exasperatedly as he asked, "If he does have a wife and children, what are you going to do?" Morong Qian fell silent. Honestly speaking, she had never thought about that. After all, she knows nothing about Shen Beiye's true identity. "Grandfather, I've already taken a liking for him. If he really has a wife, maybe you can give his wife some benefits." Morong Qian lifted her head, stared at the old man with her big eyes and said, "Didn't the elders of our family manage to study that pill formula from that tomb? That pill is called a spirit-gathering pill, isn't it? It seems to have the ability to increase the speed of a cultivator's cultivation process. When the time comes, just give her a few pills. As long as the benefits are good enough, she will leave him." The spirit-gathering pill was the first pill Gu Ruoyun had refined after her reincarnation. It was also ranked the lowest amongst all her pills. However, in the first city, this pill was equivalent to a precious treasure. Even though pill masters do exist in the first city, the pills they refine were still extremely precious because of the rarity of pill formulas. The funniest thing was, the eldest lady of the Morong family intends to bribe Gu Ruoyun with spirit-gathering pills. Qianer, you can turn your nose up at everyone else in the first city. Even the defending families can ensure your safety because I am around. However, the old man's expression grew serious. There are some people from one place that you must not provoke. Otherwise, I can't help you. Morong Qian was dazed. She always thought that because she was from the Morong family, one of the defending families in the first city, there was no one in this world that she could not provoke. Even if she were to accidentally provoke the governor's servant, the governor would forgive her on account of her grandfather. Yet now, her grandfather was telling her that there were those from a certain place that she must not provoke? Otherwise, even her powerful grandfather would not be able to protect her? That place is the Secret Order. The Secret Order? Morong Qian was slightly dazed. She has never heard of that place before, yet her grandfather was warning her against provoking them. Qianer, the reason you've never heard of the Secret Order because not many people are aware of its existence. However, not even the governor would dare to cross the members of the Secret Order, so you can imagine how powerful they are. The old man's face now displayed a never-before-seen seriousness as he fixed his gaze on Morong Qian. Initially, I had not wanted to tell you about this, but you are far too willful in everything that you do. That's why I had no choice but to tell you about the Secret Order. I can say that this Secret Order had existed longer than the first city itself. The Secret Order had been established before the first city. Therefore, how could the first city's power be compared with the long-standing Secret Order? The old man sighed and laughed bitterly as he spoke. Morong Qian was dumbfounded once again. The Secret Order had been established before the first city? Just how powerful is this Secret Order? But grandfather, why have we never heard of the Secret Order even after so many years? The old man looked at the bewildered Morong Qian and replied, the Secret Order is an organization which exists in seclusion in the first city. They rarely show themselves, which is why they are called the Secret Order. The Secret Order has never concerned itself with worldly matters, their only concern is cultivation. One can only imagine how powerful they are. In the Secret Order, the only one who is allowed to give orders is their Lord Clan Elder. However, there is still another whose position will one day surpass the Lord Clan Elder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1171, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 5. Chapter 1171, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That person is the Sacred Lady of the Secret Order. The old man took a deep breath before he continued. I heard that the clan elder had brought the Sacred Lady back 20 years ago. The holy beast of the Secret Order had bestowed the title of the Sacred Lady to her. However, no one knows what the Sacred Lady looks like, and neither do we know her name. All we know is that this Sacred Lady is almost 40 years old now. Therefore, you must be very careful when you're outside in case you end up provoking the Sacred Lady of the Secret Order. Not even the Lord Governor can protect you then, let alone me. Morong Qian nodded solemnly. I understand, grandfather, I won't ever step on the Secret Order's tail. The Secret Order simply sounds too scary. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. You can go now. The old man waved his hand as he spoke lovingly. I'll take my leave now. Morong Qian flashed a charming smile before she left the old man's side and made her way out of the study. At Overlook Town, the bustling streets were completely silenced after Gu Ruoyun's arrival. It was obvious that the citizens of the town had carved Gu Ruoyun's image into their minds since the competition. Now that she has made an appearance again, they could not help but glance at her with their eyes filled with longing and admiration. After all, Great Master Wu Yin was already powerful in the eyes of Overlook Town's inhabitants. Yet, if a person like Great Master Wu Yin could lose to her, was this not entirely shocking? Are you Gu Ruoyun? Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun and blocked her way. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow as she stared at the two who were standing in front of her. A glint flashed in her eyes. Their powers are just below the rank of an exceptional state martial saint. She mused. That's right. Gu Ruoyun nodded. I'm Gu Ruoyun. May I ask what business do you have with me? My sir had witnessed your competition against Grand Master Wu Yin, so he's extending you an invitation. The man in grey was not exactly friendly, but he had spoken with a hint of respect. A pill master was enough for cultivators at the exceptional state to lower their pride. Gu Ruoyun thought for a moment before she replied, lead the way. She was really curious about the identity of the person who wishes to meet her. A man dressed in embroidered robes was leaning against the window of an inn as he sipped quietly on his tea. His eyes were fixed on the scenery outside the window and no one could tell what he was thinking. The man looked rather emaciated, as if he had been bedridden for a long time. His handsome face was rather pale too, as if not a drop of blood was left and that his life would fade away at any moment. However, what made Gu Ruoyun fall silent was the fact that there was no hint of spiritual energy fluctuations in the man at all. His aura was just like a normal person's, which moved up and down indefinitely without remaining steady. If those two powerful cultivators had not tagged along with him, it was easy to assume that this man was merely a common citizen. Nevertheless, Gu Ruoyun knows that the first city was not like the mainland. Commoners who have no cultivation abilities were virtually non-existent in the first city. The reason that this man does not emit any spiritual energy fluctuations was very simple: he must have run into an unfortunate event which had exhausted and damaged his powers. "Sir, I've brought the person that you've requested to meet." The man in grey robes approached the man and joined his fists respectfully as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the man finally turned to look at Gu Ruoyun. "My initial objective for coming to Overlook Town was to send a request to Great Master Wu Yin to ask for his help with some matters. Now that I've witnessed both your performances, I'd like to ask you for help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1172, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 6. Chapter 1172, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun curled the corners of her lips and stared at the man's pale face with a forced smile. "You want me to serve you?" "No." The man shook his head. His voice was rather frail, as if he could disappear at any moment. "I want to ask for your help. I can reward you for it." "May I ask what reward you're offering?" Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently and replied in a nonchalant manner. "If the reward suits me, I might think about it." The man looked at Gu Ruoyun and slowly responded, "My name is Feng Yuqing." "Feng Yuqing?" Gu Ruoyun's gaze sharpened when she heard his name. "You're a member of Wind Valley?" she inquired. "The hedonistic, good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley?" It was common knowledge that the second young master of Wind Valley had a rebellious and mischievous nature. Later on, he had been stripped of his powers due to a secret plot. This was how the position of young master had then fallen into Feng Xiaoxiao's hands. However, based on her current observation, the second master of Wind Valley does not seem to be as unreasonable as the rumors say. Feng Yuqing smiled. "That's right, I am indeed that hedonistic, good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley. Of course, if I had not been so naughty and mischievous, I'm afraid that Feng Xiaoxiao would have murdered me long ago. However, despite using my hedonistic ways to mask my cultivation, she had not spared me in the end. But no matter what, you are the second master of Wind Valley. You had known of Feng Xiaoxiao's murderous intent towards you from the beginning. Why didn't you say anything then?" Gu Ruoyun knitted her brows as she asked. In Wind Valley, Feng Yuqing and Feng Xiaoxiao held different positions. Feng Yuqing, as the son of the first wife, was actually afraid of a concubine's daughter. Even though not many people know of Feng Xiaoxiao's birth, both their positions could not be compared on equal footing. Hence, Gu Ruoyun could not understand why Feng Yuqing had preferred to hide his true nature instead of exposing Feng Xiaoxiao's actions. Feng Yuqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Feng Xiaoxiao is a dark schemer, I cannot defeat her. Besides, after I had wised up to what was going on, she had already brought most of the elders of Wind Valley into submission secretly. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had so much support from the elders who had pushed for her promotion when my powers had been crippled. To avoid creating chaos in Wind Valley, I, lacking evidence, could not overthrow Feng Xiaoxiao. I haven't even spoken to my father about this." Even Feng Yuqing found it difficult to believe that Feng Xiaoxiao, who had only been a child at the time, had forced so many elders into submission. He had no chance to retaliate at all. If he had stepped forward to accuse Feng Xiaoxiao without any evidence, it would certainly start a civil war within Wind Valley. This was something that he does not wish to see. Hence, in order to cause Feng Xiaoxiao to loosen her vigilance, he had masked his true nature once he had reached adulthood by becoming the hedonistic disciple that everyone knows of today. However, he never thought that Feng Xiaoxiao would still launch an attack on him despite those circumstances. Even though he had managed to escape with his life, he had been reduced to a good-for-nothing. "If I help you, what reward will you grant me?" Gu Ruoyun raised her brow as her gaze landed upon Feng Yuqing's pale features. Wind Valley must not fall into Feng Xiaoxiao's hands. A murderous light flashed in Feng Yuqing's eyes. "Hence, I want to ask you to help me take back the young master of Wind Valley's position. I will give you half of Wind Valley as a reward." Gu Ruoyun narrowed her eyes. For the sake of the position as young master of Wind Valley, Feng Yuqing has given his blood and sweat. There are many powerful cultivators in Wind Valley. I am only a newly minted martial saint, so I can't help you on my own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1173, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 7. Chapter 1173, A Person Not to be Trifled with, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Logically speaking, Gu Ruoyun and Wind Valley do not have a friendly relationship. If Feng Xiaoxiao was to find out about Gu Ruoyun's arrival in Wind Valley, she would most certainly come looking for her. This means that she would certainly help Feng Yuqing to regain his position. Only then would she be able to prevent Feng Xiaoxiao from causing trouble for her. Besides, she also has her relationship with the fire spiritual beast. She had once promised the fire spiritual beast that she would help restore his clan to freedom. Yet, she had rejected him. Feng Yuqing had not expected Gu Ruoyun to reject him instantly either. He was shocked and a sense of astonishment flashed in his eyes. You don't want half of Wind Valley, My apologies. If I want something, I can take it with my own two hands. I don't need you to gift it to me. Gu Ruoyun smiled indifferently. Besides, I am a person who values her life. I do not wish to take this risk for the sake of someone who is insignificant to me. My powers are still quite low at the moment and I can't go up against forces like Wind Valley. I think it would be better for you to look for someone else. Gu Ruoyun knows that Feng Yuqing had come to look for her not simply because of her competition with Great Master Wu Yin. As he was the second young master of Wind Valley, he must have known of the conflict between her and Feng Xiaoxiao. This was the crux of his invitation. Lady Gu, do you feel that half of Wind Valley is not enough? Feng Yuqing's lips gently trembled. You can tell me what you want. As long as it's within my power, I will get it for you. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. You don't understand what I'm saying. You and I are total strangers, yet you want me to risk danger simply for the sake of an insignificant half of Wind Valley? I'm sorry, I am not that great yet. I can't willingly sacrifice myself for the sake of helping others. An insignificant half of Wind Valley? Upon hearing this, the two men in grey robes who were standing by Feng Yuqing's side could not contain themselves from rolling their eyes. This woman was probably the only person who would underestimate Wind Valley in this manner. Their sir had put half of Wind Valley as remuneration. Was there any greater reward than this? Yet she has rejected him without any hesitation. Lady Gu, can I exchange this with something else? Feng Yuqing steadied the waves in his heart as a light flashed in his eyes. A site of historical ruins had just been unearthed in a high mountain not too far away. I'd like to ask if you could accompany me there. Of course, I will also provide you with substantial rewards. Historical ruins, Gu Ruoyun was shocked. She then eyed Feng Yuqing suspiciously and wrinkled her brows. What kind of ruins are they? I don't know the specifics. It is said that it had been left behind by a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago. Those who are lucky enough to enter the ruins will be able to obtain that inheritance. Feng Yuqing took a deep breath and said, If I can have that inheritance, I would then have enough power to defeat Feng Xiaoxiao. I only need you to protect me on my journey there and help me to obtain that inheritance. Ultimately, I will still reward you with half of Wind Valley. Gu Ruoyun fell silent. Honestly speaking, she was not particularly interested in obtaining half of Wind Valley. However, those ruins have piqued her interest. There is one thing that I can't seem to understand. She had not lost all reasoning when she heard Feng Yuqing's words. Instead, she asked, You already have two powerful cultivators at the exceptional state by your side. Why must you have me by your side with them around? My usefulness seems to be far less significant compared to these two. Feng Yuqing smiled. I want you to come along because you are a pill master. Those ruins are fraught with dangers. With a pill master on our side, we would have a guarantee at least. That's why I've invited you to come with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1174, The Woman in White, 1. Chapter 1174, The Woman in White, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I can agree to your request. Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before a light flashed in her eyes. However, regardless of whether you can obtain that inheritance or now, half of Wind Valley will still belong to me. Gu Ruoyun was really not very interested in obtaining half of Wind Valley, but she would not turn down the opportunity either. Furthermore, she paused before she continued to speak. If I ever find out that you have any ulterior motives, believe me, even a pill master can become a poison master. I don't think I need to elaborate on the consequences. A man who had been able to conceal his true nature for so many years was more dangerous than Feng Xiaoxiao. Hence, Gu Ruoyun would not trust him so easily. You. The grey-robed men's expression changed drastically as their eyes filled with anger. One of them was just about to speak when Feng Yuqing raised his hand to cut him off. Feng Yuqing's gaze landed upon Gu Ruoyun's face. He then smiled gently. Don't worry, you're extremely useful to me. I won't do anything to you. However, if I can't obtain that inheritance, I cannot give you half of Wind Valley because I may not be able to regain the position as young master of Wind Valley successfully. However, I can agree with your other requests. All right. After a bout of deep thought, Gu Ruoyun nodded. When do we leave? Let's leave now. We should be able to reach that place before it gets dark. Feng Yuqing slowly rose to his feet before he declared serenely, let's go. On a high mountain. There was a sudden influx of powerful cultivators along the rugged and uneven road. As a result, the quiet mountain range was filled with humans in its habitat. At this time, Gu Ruoyun was sweeping her gaze across every single person while she was halfway up the mountain. Her heart sank when she sensed the scale of their powers. It seems that these ruins have attracted quite a few powerful cultivators. Some have even reached the late stage of the exceptional state and are only one step away from the refined state. Feng Yuqing may have brought 2 exceptional state cultivators along, but those 2 were at the early stage of the exceptional state. They could not be compared to a late stage cultivator. The other cultivators have clearly noticed the group who had just arrived. After seeing that the newcomers' powers were of no threat to them, they did not say much before they quickly turned away and made their way towards the top of the mountain not too far away. The ruins should be at the top of the mountain. Feng Yuqing's gaze sank and his expression showed a sense of seriousness. Lady Gu, if any danger should arrive after this, I want you to hide behind Feng Yi and Feng Wu. The ones addressed as Feng Yi and Feng Wu were the 2 grey-robed men who had followed Feng Yuqing very closely. Feng Yuqing had asked them to protect Gu Ruoyun not because he wanted her to stay safe but for his own benefit. After all, a pill master's existence would be extremely useful in a party like this. Hence, she must never be endangered. Otherwise, they could not be sure of what might happen. Gu Ruoyun gently nodded and did not say much. Even though her safety was ensured as she has Zixi by her side, under most circumstances, she does not wish to expose Zixi to the eyes of the world. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun's eyes diverted towards a woman in the crowd. When she noticed the markstone carried by the woman, a light flashed in her eyes. The Charm Sect? I never thought that I would run into members of the Charm Sect again at a place like this. The woman from the Charm Sect clearly sensed the eyes staring at her from behind. She furrowed her willowy brows and turned towards Gu Ruoyun. However, the woman's gaze did not rest long on Gu Ruoyun before it turned towards Feng Yuqing, who was right next to her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1175, The Woman in White 2. Chapter 1175, The Woman in White 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The woman from the Charm Sect giggled seductively as her coquettish gaze wandered about. Her pretty and charming figure then glided towards Feng Yuqing. I never expected the second young master of Wind Valley to turn up in a place like this. Could it be that you're interested in these ruins as well, Sir Feng? The second young master of Wind Valley? The cultivators around them turned towards Gu Ruoyun and the others when they heard this as their eyes filled with shock. Wasn't the second master of Wind Valley reduced to a good-for-nothing? What's he doing at a place like this? I heard the news about the unearthed ruins in this area. I only want to take a look and bring some treasures back for my father and older sister Xiaoxiao while I'm at it. Feng Yuqing curled his lips as he replied sloppily, so what that the members of the Charm Sect are here as well? Then again, Elder Mei, you really are getting more and more beautiful. Because of your presence here, I feel as though these ruins have lost their attractiveness. Feng Yuqing no longer carried his calm and composed air. His entire persona was now like a hedonistic son of a rich family who was teasing a lady. However, no one knows that deep down in his heart, Feng Yuqing was ready to vomit. This woman may look young, but she was actually past the age of 50 and he was still forced to sprout such nauseating words. It was really disgusting. Tisk, tisk. Elder Mei giggled seductively, but a hint of loathing flashed in her eyes. This fellow is quite good looking, but it's unfortunate that he's only a good for nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the second young master of Wind Valley, I wouldn't even bother myself with this good for nothing. He's teasing me like a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Young Sir Feng, may I ask who this woman is to you? She frowned gently as she spoke, observing Gu Ruoyun. Feng Yunqing's heart shivered, yet he continued to carry a bantering smile. Elder May, when it comes to a woman who is tagging along with me, who do you think she is to me? The meaning behind his words was vague, and Elder May was immediately enlightened. The second young master of Wind Valley has always been promiscuous. He would change his female companions like he was changing clothes. Therefore, any woman who was allowed to tag along with him can only be one of his lovers. Elder May turned towards Gu Ruoyun as she thought of this. She then raised her brows and asked, "My lady, may I ask for your name?" "Nia Nai." "My name is Gu Nia Nai," came Gu Ruoyun's slow reply. The Charm sect and Wind Valley share a rather friendly relationship, so Elder May must be aware of Gu Ruoyun's name. Besides, based on Feng Yuqing's response, it was obvious that he wants to conceal her identity. Under these circumstances, she had no choice but to use her alias again. Gu Nianai? Elder May fell momentarily silent. She has never heard of this name before, and her suspicions were alleviated. Young Sir Feng, let me give you a piece of advice. These ruins are far too dangerous. Based on your level of power, coming here would spell doom for you, and you've even brought a stepchild along? Elder May's eyes flickered as she exclaimed, "If Lady Xiaoxiao was to find out about this, I'm afraid that she would be furious." Feng Yuqing burst into laughter. "I never thought that you would care about me so much, Elder May. I am truly overwhelmed by your favor. How about you come and see me at Wind Valley after this? I've long wanted to sleep with you, Elder May." Elder May's expression turned into ice. However, she soon reverted to her normal demeanor and smiled seductively. "Don't joke around, young Sir Feng. How can I accept your generosity? I must leave now as I have some matters to attend to. I'll see you again at the ruins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1176, The Woman in White, 3. Chapter 1176, The Woman in White, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even a good-for-nothing would have delusions of having me. He must be dreaming. Elder May scoffed as she wiggled her delicate little waist and headed towards the charm sex party. Feng Yuqing exhaled as he watched her leave. "She's finally gone. I was afraid that I would accidentally expose your identity if she continued to ask questions. Lady Gu, you must not let them discover that you are Gu Ruoyun, no matter what." Gu Ruoyun nodded. Her gaze had remained fixed upon Elder May's disappearing figure, but her thoughts were concealed from others. "By the way," Feng Yuqing turned towards Gu Ruoyun before he continued, "you're probably not aware of the situation at Charm Sect. Due to their unique cultivation techniques, the Charm Sect requires its members to sleep with men to absorb their power to replenish their vitality. Hence, the disciples of Charm Sect are not only talented and powerful, most importantly, they have the recipe for eternal youth. Elder May might look very young, but she's already more than 50 years old now." Gu Ruoyun curled her lips. "It looks like you have quite a hardcore preference to even consider someone of that age." Feng Yuqing's expression froze when he heard this. He then smiled bitterly. "I don't have much of a choice, do I? Everyone knows that I'm flirtatious and promiscuous, so I can only use these methods to chase her away. Otherwise, if she insists on entering the ruins with us, how do we refuse her?" Heaven knew how much he had wanted to vomit as he was saying those words. However, he had no other choice but to act this way to chase Elder May away. "Let's go." The crowd has begun to move, and Feng Yuqing rose to his feet as well. His wise and far-sighted eyes flickered with a faint light. At the high mountain. Even though there were many spiritual beasts around, they had hidden away when they sensed the great number of powerful cultivators, afraid of provoking these gatecrashers. Hence, Gu Ruoyun and others did not run into any fearsome spiritual beasts along the way up the high mountain. However, Feng Yuqing's expression has grown even more somber. His eyes stared darkly at the top of the mountain a short distance away as a light flashed in his gaze. "I can sense it. There seems to be something abnormal at the top of this mountain." His eyes then slowly sank. "Perhaps our exploration of these ruins won't be as easy as I had thought. Nevertheless, he has to try. This was the only way he could defeat Feng Xiaoxiao. Besides, if he could obtain that inheritance, not only would he regain his powers, he would even rise to a whole new state." "Elder May, why do you think that Feng Yuqing has come all the way here?" A black-robed woman in the Charm Sect group raised her willowy brows urgently as she stared at Feng Yuqing with a complicated look on her face, deep in consideration. do I really need to mention it? Elder May laughed icily. Why else would a good-for-nothing like Phone Yuching be here? He's here to find out if there's anything in these ruins that can help restore his power, what else? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, he'll never be able to do it. Elder Yun, we don't need to inform Feng Xiaoxiao about this. This good-for-nothing Phone Yuching is going to come back empty-handed anyway. The woman who had been addressed as Elder Yun's gaze sank. After a long pause, she turned her attention towards Gu Ruoyan and exclaimed, I don't know why but I can't shake off the feeling that this woman isn't as simple as she seems. Elder May glanced at Gu Ruoyan and sneered, this woman is only sticking to Feng Yunqing's side because she's taken a fancy to his title as the second young master of Wind Valley. Otherwise, why would she curry favor from a good-for-nothing? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1177, The Woman in White, 4. Chapter 1177, The Woman in White, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Yun did not reply but her eyes remained fixed upon Gu Ruoyan, unsure if she was mistaken or not. She could not shake off the feeling that this woman was not all that simple, at least not like what Elder May says Gu Ruoyan was. Let's go. She pondered for a short while before she ordered calmly and turned away. Roar! Just as the crowd was about to reach the top of the mountain, an angry roar rang out from the top of the mountain. It was so powerful that the entire mountain range shook. Looks like someone is battling against a spiritual beast at the top of the mountain. Feng Yuqing's eyes sank as he fixed his gaze on the top of the mountain. He was momentarily silent before he said, Come, let's go have a look. I can sense that the cultivator who was battling against that spiritual beast is very powerful. Her power seems to surpass everyone amongst us. Gu Ruoyun's heart gradually reached an all-time low. Honestly speaking, she had not come to the ruins for the sake of helping Feng Yuqing. She was here for the inheritance as well. Hence, when she sensed the strong energy fluctuations from the battle, her heart sank. She must have that inheritance in the ruins no matter what. A sense of determination filled her eyes. Gu Ruoyun no longer analyzed the situation further as she made her way towards the top of the mountain. An angry roar sounded. The scene of a huge black dragon battling with a white-robed woman in midair was then revealed to them. The woman was dressed in snowy white robes. Her incomparably beautiful features were frosted over with a layer of ice while her eyes were exceptionally cold and distant. The white-robed woman was staring at the black dragon scornfully. However, when Gu Ruoyun's eyes fell upon the absolute beauty's features, her heart suddenly soared. This woman's facial features were far too similar to hers, it was as if they had been carved from the same mold. Only, in contrast with her clear and cold aloofness, the white-robed woman's features were clearly more gentle. Evil creature, I'm only passing by. Why must you stand in my way? The woman in white blared at the black dragon icily. The chill in her voice could cut one to the bone. Those who trespass will die. The black dragon roared loudly before its gigantic body charged towards the woman in white once again. Since you insist on digging your own grave, I don't mind slaying a dragon. The white-robed woman laughed icily. Her white robes pierced through the skies as she charged towards the black dragon at top speed. The crowd could only see a blur as the white-robed woman, who was several meters away from the large dragon, reappeared in front of it. Roar, dot. As the woman in white appeared in front of him, the large dragon spat out its dragon's breath. A black and rotten-smelling dragon's breath then burst towards the woman in white's beautiful features. Swoosh! The woman in white raised her sword and sliced the oncoming dragon's breath into two. She then appeared behind the black dragon in a flash. The longsword moved like a flash of light before it sliced fiercely at the dragon's body with great force. Slash! The longsword pierced into the black dragon's back. He shrieked from the agony and violently thrashed, trying to throw the woman off his back. This is price you will pay for standing in my way. Slash! The woman in white swiftly pulled the longsword out and black-colored blood splattered out like a fountain. She then took several steps back before raising her longsword once again. Instantly, the heavens and earth lost their color while the sun and the moon dimmed as an infinite amount of power gathered into the longsword. This power slowly condensed into a round ball of wind around the longsword. The whirling ball then slashed downwards along with the sword. A loud bang sounded before the world returned to peace after the tremors. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1178, The Woman in White, 5. Chapter 1178, The Woman in White, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The black dragon's body swayed a little before it fell weakly onto the ground. His body was so big that it covered the entire mountain's peak. Blood flowed endlessly and soon covered the entire ground in a rotten-smelling black gunk. She's so powerful. Feng Yuqing's gaze sharpened. For such a powerful black dragon to be rendered defenseless in her hands, just how powerful was this woman? Gu Ruoyun's lips gently trembled as her eyes remained fixed upon the fairy-like figure in white robes. She could not contain herself from stepping forward as her gaze turned from its initial calm demeanor to excitement. Her heart was trembling now. Is that her? If that isn't her, who else in this world could possibly look so much like me? However, before she could speak, the woman in snow-white robes stepped into the void and disappeared before everyone's eyes. She never spared the crowd at the bottom of the mountain a single glance as if she had not noticed their existence. That's right, that must be her. Gu Ruoyun's heart slowly filled with determination as her eyes stared fixedly at the spot where the woman in white had been. Her gaze was now filled with a new resolution. Since she's here, I must find her even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. The woman in white had left too quickly, leaving Gu Ruoyun no chance to react at all. However, as long as Dongfang Yu was in the first city, they would meet each other sooner or later. The ruins should be right behind the black dragon. Feng Yuqing did not seem to notice the peculiar look on Gu Ruoyun's face as he turned his attention towards the ancient ruins to their front. If my guess is correct, this black dragon must have been a spiritual beast placed here to guard the ruins. He would stop anyone from entering the ruins. It was a good thing that the white-robed woman had helped us to solve this problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we can't possibly defeat this black dragon even if we had all joined forces. However, I wonder where that woman's origins were to have such great power. Admiration filled Feng Yuqing's eyes. He really hopes to have the power to slay dragons someday. Gu Ruoyun smiled and walked towards the dragon which was lying in the pool of blood. She then took out the broken sword from the ancient divine pagoda and slowly bent down. What is that girl doing? Who knows? The crowd was shocked at the sight of Gu Ruoyun's action, yet no one paid any attention to her. Very soon, when they saw what Gu Ruoyun was doing, they were dumbstruck. She had used the broken sword to slash the black dragon's stomach open. She then dug out the dragon's heart. When the bloody dragon's heart came into view, everyone stared blankly and even more foolishly than before as they fixed their astonished stares upon Gu Ruoyun. Lady Gu, what are you doing? Feng Yuqing, who was also shocked, asked. A black dragon's heart is a rare treasure. Gu Ruoyun smiled. This black dragon was not like the rest of the dragon clan. They were vegetarians and used medicinal herbs for sustenance. Hence, a black dragon's body, which has been tempered by countless types of medicinal herbs, was a treasure from head to tail, especially the dragon's heart. When one uses the heart to refine pills, it will bring rather impressive effects. However, it was a pity that she could not take the dragon's body with her. Otherwise, it would draw too much attention. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and put the black dragon's heart away. She then headed to Feng Yuqing's side. Let's go, she said with a raised brow. Let's go and find out what kind of treasures lie within these ruins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1179, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 1. Chapter 1179, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Yun, who was standing with the charm sex group, stared attentively at Gu Ruoyun. A light flashed across her charming eyes before she turned away and looked at the ancient ruins in front of her. The door to the ruins was shut tight and emitted a dull green glow beneath the sunlight. It looked mysterious and ancient. Let's go. Elder May ordered authoritatively before she led the members of the charm sect towards the closed great door. Gu Ruoyun had calmed down after her initial excitement. However, she did not make any move as her clear and cold eyes gravitated towards the ruins. No one could tell what she was thinking. Bang! 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 The crowd watched anxiously as the door to the ruins burst open as if it was welcoming their arrival. They felt uneasy as they stared into the depths of the ruins in front of them. Ultimately, their greed overcame the uneasiness and they walked into the ruins. Wait! Just as Feng Yuqing was about to step forward, Gu Ruoyun reached out to stop him. He paused without hesitation and stared blankly, furrowing his brows at the crowd who was advancing into the ruins. What? Elder May noticed Feng Yuqing, who was standing very still, and smiled. Young Sir Feng, aren't you here for the ruins? Why aren't you coming in with us? Could it be that you're scared? Feng Yuqing's eyes were conflicted. He stared carefully at the ruins in front of him and his voice trembled as he replied, "This. You're more powerful than me. I'm only a good-for-nothing, so I think it's best that I walk behind you." He looked so cowardly that Elder May could not help but sneer. This good-for-nothing is really scared now. Elder May no longer hesitated and she led the charmed sect into the ruins. Boom! Just as the crowd reached the great door, a powerful beam of black light burst from within the ruins. When she saw the black fire, Elder May screamed, "Retreat! Retreat now!" Whoosh! Everyone felt the danger and hurriedly tried to retreat. Unfortunately, those who had charged towards the gate at the front, most of the group did not have any time to run away. They disappeared under the blazing black flames. Amongst them were a few cultivators at the exceptional state as well. Elder May's expression was an ugly sight to behold. Her eyes were filled with shock. If she had been a little less cautious, she would probably have been turned to ashes as well. These ruins are truly dangerous. They're far more dangerous than any of the other ruins that she had excavated before. How did you know that we would be in danger? Fo Muching returned to his senses and lowered his voice, speaking in a tone that only he and Gu Ruoyun could hear. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and smiled in a nonchalant manner. Ruins are tombs left behind by powerful cultivators long ago. Their graves must still be inside, so why should they open their doors and welcome you? Therefore, you don't need to think too much to know that it's not a good sign when the doors to the ruins had burst open. However, these ruins have been around for a while, so whatever which is guarding it should not have much power left. If we had been here 100 years ago, I reckon that not a single one of us would be left alive now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1180, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 2. Chapter 1180, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She has the ancient divine pagoda, so she could have temporarily escaped the danger. Everyone else, however, would not be as lucky. They would all disappear in front of the ruins with no a soul spared. Fo Muching's expression slowly sank. He then stared at the great door to the ruins, which was now wide open, and exclaimed darkly, "I sense that there are many more dangers lying within these ruins. I'm now unsure whether coming here was the right decision or not, but..." However, if he was given another chance, he would still have made the trip here. Purely because of the inheritance. As long as he could obtain that inheritance, he might be able to defeat Feng Xiaoxiao. Elder Yun looked somber as she stared at Gu Ruoyun and Fo Muching, who had stayed at the same spot. A dark, puzzled yet gloomy light flashed in her eyes. Were you aware of the dangers in the ruins? Otherwise, why would they have chosen to stand still unlike those other madmen? Elder Yun, you've overestimated them. Elder May overheard the woman's question and sneered. Her charming eyes were filled with disdain as she continued, "They merely lack the courage. They can't possibly be aware of the dangers within the ruins." Elder Yun did not reply, but her expression remained icy. She could not shake off the feeling that the woman by Fo Muching's side was not as simple as she seems. Otherwise, Fo Muching would never have brought her to a place like this. That was right. Fo Muching may be a hedonistic son with no achievements, but that does not mean that he was a fool. He was still very conscious of what should be done and when. Let's make a move. Elder May stared at Gu Ruoyun disdainfully and led the crowd from the charm sect into the ruins. The danger has passed, we shouldn't run into any other traps for the time being. However, as these ruins are not like any other, it's best that we keep an eye out. Elder Yun thought for a moment as she glanced at Elder May and the rest who were making their way towards the ruins before she ran after them. Everything was old and rusty in the ruins. It was so quiet in the ruins that only the crowd's footsteps could be heard echoing throughout the deserted ruins. After the first trap had been sprung outside the ruins, the cultivators who had survived were now less than half of the original number. However, the remainder were still very powerful. It would not be an easy task to grab the inheritance from beneath the noses of so many people. Who on earth are you? Just as Gu Ruoyun was observing the situation in the ruins, a low voice rang out beside her ear. Furthermore, you're tagging along with the young Sir of Wind Valley, what are you planning? Gu Ruoyun was shocked as she turned towards Elder Yun's questioning eyes and curled her lips indifferently. I am only a nameless nobody, who on earth do you think I could be? The charmed sect must have this inheritance no matter what. Elder Yun's eyes darkened with viciousness as she replied icily, if you dare go against us, all that awaits you is the fate of being hunted down and killed by the entire charm sect. So, my lady, you'd better reconsider whether you really want to help Fo Muching. Once she had said her piece, she did not say anything else and headed towards the charm sect's party. Elder May gently furrowed her brow. She was clearly unsatisfied with Elder Yun's words. Hadn't this girl seduced the second young master of Wind Valley merely to gain Wind Valley's favor? What power could she possibly have? Besides, this inheritance shall belong to the Charm sect in the end. No one else should have the power to fight with us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1181, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 3. Chapter 1181, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Gu. Feng Yuqing glanced at Elder Yun, who had left, and mildly lowered his gaze before saying, Elder Yun is not like Elder Mei. She's very intelligent, and I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to hide your identity from her. However, I can't let go of this inheritance either. You may carefully consider whether you want to help me or not. It goes without saying that Feng Yuqing was not inferior when compared to Feng Xiaoxiao. However, as Feng Xiaoxiao was several years his senior, by the time he had grown some sense, the entire Wind Valley had fallen into Feng Xiaoxiao's hands. Hence, regardless of how great his power was, he has always had to conceal it. Feng Yuqing understood that Gu Ruoyun was not someone that he could easily control. If he tried to mislead her, he would end up receiving the complete opposite of the desired result. Therefore, it was best to clearly explain the Charm sect's power and to let her choose whatever she wishes. Gu Ruoyun smiled. The inheritance? I had come here for the inheritance as well. Hence, I have no intention of compromising for the Charm sect or Feng Yuqing. Foolish humans! Who gave you the permission to enter our land? Just as the crowd reached a passage in the ruins, a wild laughter burst into the air. Everyone paused when they heard the sound of the laughter. Who's that? Elder Mei's expression changed and she clutched her sword tightly in her hand while her face filled with vigilance. Humph! Just as the muffled cry sounded, the entire ruins began to shake. The crowd watched cautiously as a loud crash reverberated in the ruins. A rock had fallen from the sky and smashed a large hole in the ground. The ground then began to move as the crowd watched. Sir, watch out! Phony and Feng with shocked faces had drained of color. They rushed to unsheath their swords and stood in front of Feng Yuqing, defending him. They then exclaimed with an ugly look on their faces, this fellow is very powerful. Foolish humans, intruding on another's territory without permission requires you to pay a price. The rock spoke in a low and hoarse voice. That voice carried an air of domineering arrogance as if a loud thunder was crashing into their hearts. The rock. The rock is talking, Some of them were stunned. It was likely that they had never seen anything quite as supernatural as this before. A rock which can actually talk. This is a stone man from the ancient times. Elder Yun's eyes darkened as she slowly responded, it's a species of spiritual beast. However, the Stone Men clan have vanished more than 10,000 years ago. I never thought that it would appear in these ruins. It seems that these ruins must be more than 10,000 years old. Gasp! These old ruins are 10,000 years old. Just how powerful was the master of these ruins? Perhaps they might never figure it out. Some of them were already beginning to feel regretful. Why couldn't we have controlled our greed and stayed out of these ruins? What if we ended up losing our lives here? That would not be a good deal at all. Unfortunately, the exit to the ruins was now closed. No matter how regretful they were now, it was useless. Humph. Human, you have some knowledge at least. You still know who I am despite the many years. It is unfortunate, however, that anyone who enters these ruins will never leave. The stone man laughed icily and slowly rose to its feet from the ground. The ground shook with every step its large body took. You're merely a stone man, not some impenetrable defense. I simply do not believe that you can go up against so many of us. Under the stone man's oppression, a cultivator charged forward. His fist was enveloped in a layer of energy as it flew fiercely towards the stone man's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1182, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 4. Chapter 1182, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slam! The cultivator's fist landed on the stone man's body and everyone heard a brittle, cracking sound. A shriek, similar to a pig being slaughtered, then echoed through the ruins. Ah! The cultivator's entire arm was twisted and the back of his hand was bloody with trails of blood trickling down slowly. The stone man cracked his head as he staring disdainfully down at the cultivator who had gone pale. Human, it exclaimed with ridicule, go home and cultivate a few more years before you can think about fighting me again. Oh, right. I forgot that you can't ever leave this place now. The stone man had not been harmed by the full-forced attack from the early-stage martial saint in the exceeding state. Furthermore, the stone man had not attempted to dodge the attack and had allowed the cultivator's fist to slam directly against his body. Let's attack together. There's so many of us, don't tell me that we can't even wound this fellow? Elder May gritted her teeth as she gave the order. That's right. Though one person alone cannot defeat it, why can't we injure it when there's so many of us? Whoosh! After saying his piece, another cultivator then charged towards the stone man. Everyone else looked at each other as they drew their weapons and charged forward as well. One of them slashed their sword down, causing a wave of wind to slice down from the sky and slam fiercely towards the stone man's head. The stone man stood very still and did not move. He did not even bother to resist and only smiled at the group of puny humans struggling in front of him. Thunk! Thunk, thunk, thunk! Countless attacks shot towards the stone man on the ground, emitting a groaning sound which echoed throughout the ruins. The stone man turned his head and spoke in a disdainful voice, "Is this the extent of your strength, humans? You are far too inferior in contrast with the ones who had come before you. Do you think that you can hurt me by attacking together? Your attacks had barely tickled me. How can this be?" The crowd took several steps back as they panted and stared at the stone man. This stone man's power is probably at the late-stage exceptional state martial saint rank. There are quite a number of late-stage exceptional state martial saints amongst us too. How is it that we've been unable to hurt him? Elder Yun, who had not joined in the earlier fight, paused and explained, "Even though the stone man's power is at the late-stage exceptional state martial saint rank, the stone men race have always had a rock-hard body. It would be difficult to harm him even for those at the early-stage refined state." Ha ha! The stone man burst into laughter. "Human, you are correct. Even though my powers have regressed now, I still have a solid shell. Hence, you cannot harm me. Are you all prepared to die now?" Boom, dot. A powerful energy exploded from the stone man's body and flew towards the cultivators in front of him, reaching the cultivators' faces instantly. Crack! The stone man's fist landed fiercely on a cultivator's head with a force as great as a large mountain falling on him. The cultivator's head exploded and his brains dribbled out, splashing all over the ground. "Watch out!" Elder May cried out as she led the attackers towards the stone man. "You've overestimated your abilities." The stone man laughed icily before he threw his fist at Elder May. The fist landed heavily on Elder May's stomach with a loud thud and sent her body flying out of the way. She landed violently on the ground and large mouthfuls of blood began to sputter out from her mouth. She could only stare at the stone man who was standing in front of her as her face turned ashen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1183, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 5. Chapter 1183, The Initial Search at the Ruins, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder May. The charm sect disciples surrounded Elder May while their eyes stared vigilantly at the large and solid stone man in front of them. Their gaze was filled with seriousness. "Anyone else?" The stone man burst into mad laughter. "Does anyone else want to throw their lives away and fight me? I'm going to show all of you the power of the Stone Men clan." His laughter then echoed throughout the ruins. That crazed laughter was the only sound in the ruins. The humans have long been scared witless. Who would dare to challenge this mad piece of rock? Since none of you plan to make a move, allow me to do so. The stone man swept his maddened gaze across every human in sight before he sneered, "So, who amongst you would like to die first?" The crowd's expression changed over and over again. They all understood that this mad piece of rock had no intentions of letting them go. Does this really mean that they were all going to die in these ruins? No. They would never surrender so easily. Let's keep going and fight him to the death. Otherwise, if this keeps up, we can forget about the inheritance. We might even lose our lives here. Elder May gritted her teeth as a fierce light flashed in her eyes. That's right. The elder from the charm sect is right. We're going to die anyway, so we might as well go down fighting. A cultivator had stepped out to support Elder May's decision as soon as she had spoken. This rock does not plan to let them go and they would likely to end up dead whether they fight or not. Since that was the case, why not fight? During that period of time, only the good-for-nothing Feng Yuqing and Gu Ruoyun had not made any moves. Everyone had launched their attacks against the stone man, including the two men in grey robes who had stood by Feng Yuqing's side. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. They attacked over and over again but only managed to cause a small spark in the end. Their attacks had not even left a scratch on the stone man. However, their attacks have clearly angered the stone man and he roared loudly as he stomped angrily towards them. How could they possibly hold their own against a late-stage stone man at the exceeding martial saint rank? Very soon, all the human cultivators continuously spat blood under his attack. Those whose powers were at a slightly inferior stage had instantly lost their lives. Sir. Fengyi and Fengwu retreated to Feng Yuqing's side. They then spoke in a serious manner. This stone man may be at the late stage exceeding martial saint rank, but his powers are so great that it's absurd. Even with so many of us, it was impossible for us to touch him at all. Feng Yuqing's expression slowly sank. He then entered into deep contemplation as he stared at the huge stone man. It was also at this moment that the stone man's attention turned towards him and Gu Ruoyun. I never thought that a good-for-nothing and an early-stage martial saint would dare to enter these ruins. Since that's the case, allow me to use you two as my opening slaughter. Boom! The stone man's fist carried a heavy coercion as he struck it towards of Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun's eyes narrowed. Just as she was about to release Zixi, a flash of black robes descended from above. The black-robed figure landed in front of her like a heavenly god and blocked the stone man's fist with a loud bang. Thud. The stone man stumbled back before he lifted his head in astonishment and stared at the man in black robes before him. The man was dressed in black robes while his face was covered by a black mask. His deep eyes stared at the stone man solemnly as his sensual lips curled into a cold angle. Gu Ruoyun did not know why, but she felt a sense of familiarity as the masked man stood in front of her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1184, Ruins, Inheritance, 1. Chapter 1184, Ruins, Inheritance, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Human, you're digging your own grave. The stone man was enraged after his attack was blocked. He then attacked again and fiercely aimed his fist towards the man in black's chest. There was an unstoppable aura wrapped around the stone man's fist as it flew forward with an irresistible force. Bam! The black-robed man raised his hand and grabbed the stone man's fist in a tight grip. Though the stone man's punch had pushed the black-robed man back several steps, there was no sign of emotion in his deep and grim eyes. An indifferent light from his masked face flashed against the ruins. Gu Ruoyun's eyes were fixed upon the black-robed man in front of her. There was a slight ripple of emotion in her clear and cold gaze. Could it be him? It can't be. Big Brother should be in the West Spirit mainland, so how could he possibly be in the first city? Besides, if he really is Gu Shengxiao, he would never have concealed himself and refused to see me. Where had my savior come from? Human, stop fantasizing about defeating me. That's an impossible feat, so I advise you to beg for mercy instead. The stone man was still enraged about the fact that the black-robed man had been able to block his attack. His angry eyes looked as if they could spit fire. The black-robed man gently pursed his lips, but his grim gaze remained fixed upon the stone man. He did not say a thing, and no one could comprehend the expression beneath his black mask either. Nevertheless, the chilly aura emanating from the man's body was quite intimidating. Boom! Just then, the man in black released his attack. The stone man laughed icily and raised his fist to block him. As their fists collided, a powerful energy surged through the man's arm and transferred itself into the stone man's body. A clear and loud cracking then echoed through the ruins. The stone man's expression has changed from his initial disdain to fear. His eyes slowly widened before he cried out in a shrill voice, "No!" Crack! His entire body had been penetrated by the black-robed man's powerful energy. The crowd then watched as the stone man's body cracked open and exploded into pieces. Countless shattered pieces of rock fell to the ground in small piles. The stone man's eyes, once filled with fear, slowly turned pitch black before losing its spark. The black-robed man clenched his fist as blood dripped down from his arm onto the ground. It was obvious that he had sustained some heavy injuries from the last attack. Wah! Everyone in the ruins immediately plunged into a riot as they gazed curiously at the black-robed man in black. They wanted to know where this man had come from to have such great power. Elder May's eyes slowly darkened. With this man around, their chances of obtaining the inheritance from these ruins would be greatly diminished. The black-robed man was still standing with his back towards Gu Ruoyun and made no move to turn around to look her. It was as if he was not acquainted with her at all. "Who are you?" The woman's clear and cold voice rang out behind him. "Do we know each other?" The black-robed man's body stiffened. However, he stopped himself from turning around. He continued to stare into the distance as he replied in a grim yet hoarse voice, "We do not." Really? Gu Ruoyun curled her lip indifferently. There was no way her intuition was wrong, this man was definitely acquainted with her. However, she could not comprehend what could have possibly happened to have caused him to be unable to face her. Lady, aren't you overthinking this? Elder May sneered before she chimed in with a voice filled with mockery. This man has such great power. How could someone like you, who is trying to curry favor from the second young master of Wind Valley to obtain a high position, possibly be acquainted with a powerful cultivator like him? However, you really are something. You would even rush to gain favor from anybody who seems powerful by pretending that you know him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1185, Ruins, Inheritance, 2. Chapter 1185, Ruins, Inheritance, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Her speech came to an abrupt end. Elder May's expression turned pale and her eyes displayed a sense of terror. The reason for this was because the black-robed man had turned his gaze towards her with clear murderous intent in his cold eyes. Elder May felt as if a hand was clasped around her neck. It was suddenly very hard for her to breathe. Your tongue is too impertinent. The black-robed man's voice was just as cold as ever and the murderous intent on his body was undiminished. If you say another word, I will send you to your grave. Boom! A powerful force then charged towards Elder May. She could not avoid it in time and the attack landed straight onto her chest, causing her to stumble backward. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned deathly pale. Elder May. Elder Yun's expression changed abruptly. She then hurriedly supported Elder May's body as she stared vigilantly at the black-robed man. She might have been mistaken, but she felt as if this man had attacked Elder May because she had insulted Guni and I. How could Elder May possibly have the audacity to say another word at a time like this? She could only stare at Gu Ruoyun hatefully. To Elder May, this woman had caused her to offend such a powerful cultivator. If it had not been for her, Elder May would not have had to endure that attack. It's fine if you don't tell me who you are. Gu Ruoyun walked to the man's side and thought for a moment before saying, one day, I shall find out your identity myself. After saying her piece, she continued further into the ruins. The black-robed man stared at her as she left and his initially chilly gaze became gentler. His eyes were filled with a frustrating struggle. The path in the ruins was made from metal and made a clanking sound when walked on. This sound was particularly obvious in the silent ruins. The black-robed man followed Gu Ruoyun every step of the way, but he did not say a word to her at all. He was quiet the entire time, but his cold eyes were fully alert with a serious look beneath his black mask. Hey, there's a room here. Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded amongst the crowd. The crowd immediately saw that there was indeed a room to their left. That room had been fused together with the wall, which was why they had not noticed its existence at first. Since this tomb had been built by a powerful cultivator 10,000 years ago, there should be other treasures aside from the inheritance. Perhaps this room has precious things inside. Elder May curled her lips as her eyes filled with greed. Come, let's go have a look. She then opened the large golden door and stepped into the room. The room was filled with treasure chests which emitted a dazzling radiance, lifting one's spirits. Heavens, they're spiritual weapons. So many spiritual weapons. And spirit stones. These spirit stones have an abundance of spiritual energy. If I could absorb all these spirit stones, I might even break through to the next state. Spirit stones were a type of miracle stone on the mainland. They contain powerful spiritual energy which can be absorbed by cultivators. However, spirit stones had disappeared along with pill formulas 10,000 years ago and only a precious few could be found. A spirit stone placed in an auction could be sold for sky-high prices. These are mine, all mine. One cultivator could not resist the lure of so many treasures and burst into laughter. He then charged forward with an insane look on his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1186, Ruins, Inheritance, 3. Chapter 1186, Ruins, Inheritance, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, before he could reach the treasure, a sword was suddenly thrust forward and pierced through his chest. His body shook as he turned around in disbelief and looked at the person who had stabbed him. You actually? He asked in a trembling voice. There's not much treasure here. The less of us there are, the more chances we will have to get something, so you can go to hell. The attacker then pulled his sword out emotionlessly. Even the way he had spoken was extremely cruel and he showed absolutely no mercy at all. Splatter! Fresh blood gushed out from the cultivator's body like spring water. He then slowly crumpled to the ground, landing in front of everyone with a thud. Everyone immediately drew their weapon and struck the person standing next to them. They must slaughter their own kind for the sake of obtaining the treasure. Sir, should we join the fray as well? Fengyi stared at Fengyi in confusion as he asked. Before Fengyi could reply, a cold and indifferent voice chimed in, if you trust my word, leave these things alone. Nothing good can come from taking these treasures. Fengyi fell momentarily silent before he slowly nodded. We'll listen to Lady Gu. Knowing this woman's character, she would never open her mouth to spout delirious ravings. Since she has asked them to give up on obtaining these treasures, there must be a good reason why they should leave these treasures alone. Otherwise, they might end up throwing their lives away senselessly. Most importantly, with so many powerful cultivators fighting for the treasure, they really could not expect anything good to happen. What was it all for? Actually, Elder May was more worried about the black-robed man joining the fight. It was a good thing that he did not react at all and had remained standing behind Gu Ruoyan like a statue. Elder May does not know why, but when she saw this, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Why do I feel as if this man is like a bodyguard and is protecting that woman's safety? She quickly sneered at herself for having that thought. How could that be possible? How could a woman who needs to gain the second master of Wind Valley's favor possibly have such a powerful bodyguard? Perhaps the black-robed man was just minding his own business behind her. He certainly can't be acquainted with her at all, but... In the room, countless cultivators have fallen into a pool of blood as a result of the massacre. At this time, they never thought that they would end up being murdered by their friends after surviving the Stone Man's attack. And it was all for the sake of the treasure in those chests. It's almost done. Elder May wiped the blood from her face and said, now there should be enough people to divide the treasure amongst us. We only need to discuss who will take what. Even though many have lost their lives here, we still don't know what's going to happen next. However, she paused before she turned towards Gu Ruoyan and the others. She then smiled as she said, those of you who did not take part in the battle can't claim any of the treasure. To me, this treasure is not quite as important as you, Elder May. I'd rather you give yourself to me, Elder May, instead of having this treasure. But Fengyi peeked at Elder May with narrowed eyes, looking like a hedonistic son through and through. Elder May felt disgusted, but she did not show it on her face. Instead, she chuckled before saying, don't worry, once we leave these ruins, I won't treat you unfairly. However, that would require them to actually leave the ruins in one piece. My lord. After Elder May had spoken, she lifted her head towards the black-robed man in black who was standing behind Gu Ruoyan and addressed him. She flashed a pretty and charming smile as she spoke with an attractive expression on her face. I wonder if any of these treasures have caught your eye? I'll leave one especially for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1187, Ruins, Inheritance, 4. Chapter 1187, Ruins, Inheritance, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The black-robed man ignored her completely. He did not even look at her as if she was completely transparent. His deep, grim eyes were staring somewhere else as if each word Elder May had said to him was blasphemy. Elder May realized her failure in bootlicking and looked rather embarrassed. She was about to speak again when Elder Yun, who was right next to her, pulled her back. With such great power, why would he need these treasures? Elder May, it's no use for you to do this. We better hurry up and divide these treasures so we can continue our journey. This man's eyes clearly showed that he was not interested in these treasures at all. Otherwise, based on his level of power, if he really wants these things, would there be anything left for them to divide? Funnily, Elder May had tried to use these treasures to get into this man's good graces. In the end, he had not been impressed at all. After everyone had divided the treasure, the group continued on their journey. The long passageway was like a path to another world. Though it was long, a bright light soon came into view and everyone's heart leaped with joy. They exclaimed excitedly, we're finally at the end. Is it possible that this is where the inheritance is? There was only one inheritance. Hence, everyone by their side was an enemy. They had previously attacked their friends for the sake of those treasures. Now, one single mistake would result in their own deaths by the sword. Once the crowd had reached the path's end, their excitement soon turned to disappointment. They were greeted with a single plank bridge swaying all alone at the end of the path. Beneath it was an endlessly dark void. Fear crept into their hearts and they felt as if something could jump out from beneath the bridge at any moment. Looks like this is not the location of the inheritance. It's like what I've said, we can't possibly have found the inheritance so soon. The master of these ruins would not possibly let us enjoy the inheritance so quickly. It seems that if we want to obtain the inheritance, we shall have to cross this single plank bridge. The hearts of the crowd sank. After all, the trials in the ruins would only get more and more dangerous. The stone man earlier on was already very powerful and they do not know what was waiting for them next. Let's go. Elder Yun took a deep breath and walked around the crowd to stand at the front. We must pass through here no matter what. Everyone else followed suit. They had already gone through so much peril, how could they go back now? Besides, they have no way of retreat. Shortly, everyone had set foot on the single plank bridge. Due to the weight from so many people, the bridge began to wobble and seemed as if it could collapse at any moment. Roar! Roar, 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 dot. Just as the crowd was crossing the bridge with great difficulty, a loud succession of roars sounded underneath the bridge. When the crowd looked down, they were so frightened that their souls nearly leaped out from their bodies. Countless black dragons were rising up from beneath the bridge as they widening their bloody, ferocious mouths and roared loudly. If these black dragons had not been bound by chains, the cultivators would probably have been frightened to death. Watch out, don't fall down. If you do, you will become the black dragon's meal. Elder Yun's eyes darkened as she ordered in a low voice. Creak. Even though the crowd was already walking very carefully, the single plank bridge wobbled ceaselessly as if it could collapse at any moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1188, Ruins, Inheritance, 5. Chapter 1188, Ruins, Inheritance, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Frankly speaking, if the group had gone across the bridge one by one, this might not have happened. Unfortunately, no one wanted to fall behind and they were afraid that someone else would get to the inheritance first. Hence, they did not want to concede even one step. As for flying through the air, that was impossible. Perhaps the master of the ruins had wanted to prevent cultivators from flying through the air, so he had placed water caltrops on the single plank bridge as well. If anyone tries to fly, they would end up badly bruised by the spikes from the water caltrops. Hence, the crowd had no choice but to slowly cross the single plank bridge. Gu Ruoyun had dared to step onto it because she was certain that she would be able to escape from the dragons. Arg, dot. Just then, an arm reached out from the side and someone, who had been caught off guard, fell off the bridge. The black dragons, which had been lying in wait for their delicious meal, quickly opened their bloody mouths to catch it. Before the man could cry out for help, the black dragon had swallowed him whole. What are you doing? After that unfortunate soul had been swallowed by the black dragon, his friend turned towards Elder May, who was the person who had pushed the unfortunate soul down. He screamed angrily at her and his eyes were spitting balls of fire. You can all see it, this bridge can't take any more weight. If there's less of us, perhaps we can still stand a chance in crossing safely. Elder May sneered. You shouldn't blame me, my actions have brought you hope. It's every man for himself and the devil will take those who fall behind. As long as we can cross this bridge, what's wrong with sacrificing one or two of us, dot. Despite the angry look in the unfortunate man's friend's eyes, he did not say another word. Elder May was right. Every man for himself and the devil will take those who fall behind. Humans have always been a selfish species. What was the harm in sacrificing one or two people for the sake of survival? I think there's still an overload of weight here, so we must sacrifice a few others to save ourselves. As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Gu Ruoyun and the rest. Gu Ruoyun raised her brow and stared straight into Elder May's eyes. Her unwavering gaze showed no sign of fear. Sir Feng, even though we've known each other for so many years, you've pretty much dug your own grave by coming to these ruins with your powers in that state. Please take your subordinates and that woman, you should jump before I take action. Feng Yuqing's eyes sank. Are you not afraid of receiving retribution for these actions? Ha ha ha. Elder May burst into laughter. Now that Feng Xiaoxiao is the young master of Wind Valley and will soon take the top position, do you think that Wind Valley will avenge you? Besides, the Charm Sect have long been allied with Feng Xiaoxiao. The friendship between the Charm Sect and Wind Valley was purely because of Feng Xiaoxiao alone. If Feng Xiaoxiao found out that Elder May had killed Feng Yuqing, she might feel very excited. Sir, watch out. Feng Yi and Feng Wu quickly pulled Feng Yuqing protectively behind them as they glared at Elder May angrily. Elder May, you've crossed the line. Our sir is also a direct descendant of Wind Valley, yet you would treat him as such. We will inform the Valley Lord about this once we leave this place. You just wait. Leave? Elder May sneered. Do you think you'll have that chance? You will die here today. You should feel proud for being given the opportunity to sacrifice yourselves for us, dot. Gu Ruoyan crossed her arms across her chest and stared at Elder May with a forced smile. Her eyes were filled with mockery. When Elder May noticed the mocking smile on Gu Ruoyan's face, she was immediately enraged. She then exclaimed icily, "You are going to die very soon, so why are you smiling? Lady, you should have thought of the consequences of your greed for influence. Especially since the person that you're trying to gain favor from is the good-for-nothing second young master of Wind Valley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1189, Ruins, Inheritance, 6. Chapter 1189, Ruins, Inheritance, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder May has shed all pretenses of cordiality and no longer cared about camouflaging her intentions. Since these people are going to die anyway, why should I keep this act up? Whoosh! Suddenly, a black wave of energy shot towards her and pushed Elder May several steps back. A grim voice then chimed in and her heart froze over. "Shut your mouth unless you plan to become dragon food." Tui. Elder May spat out a mouthful of blood as she stared in shock at the black-robed man behind Gu Ruoyan. Her face was completely drained of color. She could not understand it. Why was this man standing up for Gu Ruoyan? Of course, as soon as this thought appeared in Elder May's mind, she could not help but blurt out the question. "My lord, why are you helping them? If they go down, we'll have another thread of hope. After all, this bridge can't take so many of us." "That's right." The black-robed man laughed icily. "It's true that this single-plank bridge can't hold such a great weight and some of us should get off. Why don't you sacrifice yourself to protect us instead?" Elder May's expression changed several times. She simply could not understand why this man would protect Gu Ruoyan. "My lord, these people aren't very powerful, so they wouldn't be of much use in the next battle. I, on the other hand, am already a late-stage martial saint in the exceeding state and am much more powerful than them. Under these circumstances, the weaker ones should sacrifice themselves for those of us who stand a fighting chance." The man in black robes curled his lips into a disdainful smile, but his eyes were as grim as ever. Murderous intent rippled from his body, turning the atmosphere on the single-plank bridge deadly. "The thing is, I don't even want to see you at all. I should sacrifice myself? I'm not related to them at all, so why should I sacrifice myself for their sake? Elder May." Elder Yun lowered her voice and interrupted Elder May. She then turned towards the group in front of her and said, "Lady Gu, Sir Phone, my apologies. Elder May was only thinking for the benefit of everyone's safety. That's why she had made such a decision. Allow me to apologize on her behalf. There are many more dangers ahead, so all I'm asking is for you to not start any further internal strifes." Obviously, Elder Yun was much more intelligent than Elder May. Elder Yun may be apologizing to Gu Ruoyan, but the underlying meaning in her words indicated that Gu Ruoyan was fully to blame. In her apology, Elder Yun made it sound like Elder May had done it for everyone's safety. That was why she had wanted to feed Gu Ruoyan to the dragons. Therefore, Gu Ruoyan's party's refusal to sacrifice themselves was harming everyone's best interests. They were the ones who were wrong. Indeed, after hearing Elder Yun's words, all eyes have turned towards Gu Ruoyan's little group. Those eyes were filled with accusation and dissatisfaction, as if they all believed that Gu Ruoyan had hurt their benefits. Gu Ruoyan smiled icily but did not bother to defend herself. In the eyes of these greedy souls, everyone must sacrifice themselves for their benefit. Otherwise, it would hurt their interests. Hence, when faced with people like them, she felt much too lazy to say anything. The black-robed man furrowed his brows when he heard Elder Yun's explanation. Though the murderous intent was still evident in his grim eyes, he restrained himself in the end. These people were still useful for now. There were countless dangers ahead and he still needed them to scout ahead. Roar! After enjoying their delicious meal, the dragons once again waited for more humans to drop towards them. In the end, they did not receive any more food no matter how long they waited. They were enraged and let out a furious roar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1190, Ruins, Inheritance, 7. Chapter 1190, Ruins, Inheritance, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, these dragons have been starving for more than 10,000 years. They've finally received food after such a long wait. How could they give up so easily? Hence, some of the dragons began to bang their heads against the single-plank bridge in an attempt to knock all the humans down. Elder May jumped in fright and quickly retreated. She then exclaimed anxiously, "What should we do? What if we really fall down there? We would die for sure." The crowd did not reply. However, they were grumbling about Gu Ruoyun, Feng Yuqing, and the rest in their hearts. If they had allowed themselves to be sacrificed, the others would not be facing so many problems now. They do not even have an ounce of heroism at all. People like them were not fit to be considered humans. Do they not know that even if they managed to go through this trial, there would still be many more dangers ahead? Based on their level of power, they might not even be able to escape these ruins at all. Since that was the case, why not make things easy here and sacrifice themselves for the ones who have greater power? Let's keep going. Elder Yun issued the order with a sunken face when she noticed that Gu Ruoyun had ignored her. Due to the black-robed man's intervention, the crowd did not dare to act carelessly, so no one schemed against their friends at all. They carefully journeyed forward, but no matter how cautious they were, the single-plank bridge still wobbled endlessly. Elder May tried not to overanalyze the black-robed man's attitude. Instead, she relegated him to the type of person who could not stand any sort of injustice. However, she had forgotten to consider that if he really was that sort of person, he would have reacted and stopped her when she pushed that unlucky soul off the bridge instead of taking action later. We're almost at the end. Elder May wiped the sweat off her brow when she noticed the path close by and stepped softly forward. She could almost feel the dragon's mouth close to her feet. If she was not careful enough, she would be devoured. Fortunately, everyone finally reached the path in front of them after creeping along carefully. They all heaved a collective sigh of relief when they set foot on solid ground. This. However, before they could celebrate, the next thing they saw had frightened the wits out of them. Countless spiritual beasts were charging towards them from further up. Dust was stirred up all over the place, followed by their roaring, which nearly stopped the cultivators' hearts from beating. They had just escaped the dragons, yet there were so many fearsome tigers in front of them. Was the master of these ruins not going to let anyone out alive? We're finished. These spiritual beasts are all late-stage martial saints at the exceeding state. Furthermore, our numbers are fewer than the spiritual beasts. We can't defeat them. After the last battle, there were only around 10 cultivators left. There were more than 20 spiritual beasts here. How could they possibly defeat so many of them? If it had not been for the previous battles, they might still be able to go up against these spiritual beasts if they had joined forces. However, there was no if now. They have already given up on this chance for survival. No. That's not right. The crowd's eyes lit up as a thought came into their minds all of a sudden. How could they have forgotten about the mysterious black-robed man within their group? If he was to attack, these spiritual beasts would be no match for them. Unfortunately, the black-robed man only stood with his hands behind his back and has no intentions of pacifying their troubles. Thump! Elder May blocked an attack from one of the spiritual beasts before she stared at the black-robed man in a puzzled manner. Does this man not fight against injustice and would draw his sword to help? Why does he not have any intentions of helping despite seeing so many of us under attack? Besides, those spiritual beasts seem to know about the man's power and are too afraid of going near him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1191, Ruins, Inheritance, 8. Chapter 1191, Ruins, Inheritance, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun's little group was standing next to the black-robed man and were temporarily sheltered from the spiritual beast's attack. Elder May felt a little jealous. If she had known that this would happen, she should have fought for the place to stand next to him. She should not have given up on such a good opportunity simply because she had feared the man. If she was by his side, perhaps the spiritual beasts would not dare to attack her. Obviously, Elder May was not the only one who has that idea. One cultivator realized that he could not defeat the powerful spiritual beast and quickly rushed towards the black-robed man to hide behind him. However, his actions were in vain. Even after he had hidden behind the black-robed man, the spiritual beast had still run after him and ripped its claw right through his chest. Elder May was confused now. Weren't these spiritual beasts afraid of the black-robed man? Why was Gu Ruoyun and her group protected but not the rest of them? At that moment, a spiritual beast attacked Elder Yun and tore her clothes with one strike, causing the spirit stone hidden in her clothes to fall out. Elder Yun's shocked face drained of color and she quickly tried to pick up the spirit stone. However, just as she was about to pick the spirit stone up, the spiritual beast which had been attacking her turned around and charged towards the other cultivators. Elder Yun fell silent when she noticed this. After a long pause, she seems to figure something out and quickly cried out, "Throw away all the treasures that you've picked up from that room." What? Elder May was dazed as she turned towards Elder Yun and bellowed, "Is something wrong with your brain? These are the spoils of our victory in these ruins and you're asking us to throw them away?
Elder Yun's eyes darkened as she replied in a low voice, "Throw those things away if you want to live.
Otherwise, don't blame me for not advising you, but..."
Elder May stared at Elder Yun's serious face and chose to believe her in the end. The other charm sect members pulled out their treasures and threw them onto the ground. Their eyes were filled with confusion and reluctance. Once they had discarded those treasures, the spiritual beasts immediately gave up on them and charged towards those who were still holding on to their treasure. Those who had followed the charm sect and discarded their treasures managed to escape with their lives. The others were torn to pieces by the great number of spiritual beasts and died tragically.
These precious treasures are cursed with death?
Elder May finally returned to her senses and her expression changed.
However, we've paid a great price to obtain these things. Must we throw them away?
Elder Yun's heart was filled with reluctance, but she felt much more lighthearted compared to Elder May.
We don't have any other choice, those spiritual beasts are too powerful. If we don't throw those treasures away, we would certainly be attacked by other spiritual beasts. We have no choice but to abandon them.
Elder May's heart was filled with resentment. If that black-robed man had made his move, they would not have needed to throw their treasures away. Nevertheless, she did not dare to complain about the black-robed man. Hence, she put all of her rage onto Guru Oyun's head instead.
Were you aware of the dangers that would come with taking those treasures? Is that why you had not fought a piece of the treasure?
Quite a number of charm sect members had died for the sake of those treasures.
Therefore, as an elder of the charm sect, how could Elder May not feel heartache over this? It's all this woman's fault.
If she had said something sooner, the charm sect might have discarded those items as well. Elder May grumbled away in her heart. If Guru Oyun had warned them of the dangers in those treasures previously, they probably would not have believed her. Instead, they would have accused her of lying to them in order to reap the great number of treasures for herself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1192, Ruins, Inheritance, 9. Chapter 1192, Ruins, Inheritance, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Guru Oyun stared at Elder May in shock.
Most valuable treasures and ruins are usually guarded by powerful spiritual beasts.
Also, what made you think that these treasures were gifts for you?
You only need to ponder a little more to know that there must be other dangers ahead.
That's simply common sense, right? As for what kind of dangers there are, how would I know that?
I watched how you had fought for the treasures you wanted, so I thought that you must have enough confidence to overcome any danger.
You?
Elder May was so angry that her face turned ashen and she glared at Guru Oyun bitterly.
This damned girl was actually accusing them of lacking common sense? Forget it, Elder May, it's not a big loss anyway. Let's just consider it as we never got the treasure in the first place.
Elder Yun was afraid that the black-robed man would get angry, so she quickly stopped Elder May. She then shook her head and said, "Don't forget, we're here for the inheritance. If we can obtain this inheritance, it would be much more important than those treasures." Elder May took a deep breath when she heard this and suppressed her rage. She glared at Guru Oyun angrily but turned away and did not say a word. Her heart was bleeding at this point. Elder Yun pursed her lips and stared at Guru Oyun with a complicated look in her eyes before she followed Elder May and walked off. Everyone had also put the blame on Guru Oyun's head. If she had warned them earlier on, would this have happened? It's all your fault. One cultivator could not endure this irritation. He charged towards Guru Oyun with eyes full of insanity as he yelled, "It's your fault that I had lost her after getting these treasures. Furthermore, my older brother had lost his life for the sake of those treasures. It's your fault that he had died for nothing. Why didn't you warn us in the first place? Why?" He roared angrily as he glared at Guru Oyun with reddened eyes. It was almost as if Guru Oyun had murdered his older brother. At that moment, the crowd had forgotten that if it had not been for their earlier greed, perhaps so many of them would not have lost their lives. They would also not have run into the spiritual beasts or endure the heartache of their losses later on. However, they never considered it as their own mistake. They only knew how to throw their problems onto others and to vent their anger. Stab! The black-robed man finally made his move when the cultivator charged towards Guru Oyun. A sharp blade pierced towards the cultivator and slashed through his throat. Blood began to pour out like a blooming red rose and slowly trickled down the cultivator's body. I won't be giving any of you a second chance. He would never give any of them the opportunity to hurt this girl. That cultivator glared angrily at Guru Oyun even as he died. His vicious gaze was like a poisonous viper, piercing through her skin.
If looks could kill, Gu Ruoyun would probably have been cut to pieces under everyone's glare.
Gu Ruoyun frowned as her eyes turned towards the black-robed man.
You've helped me time and time again and you still claim that we don't know each other?
The black-robed man's back stiffened.
He annoyed me. He replied in a hoarse voice. He had killed him because he had been annoyed by the cultivator?
No one in the area believed his explanation, least of all Gu Ruoyun.
However, it was very obvious that because of his actions, no one else dared to cause trouble for Gu Ruoyun.
The black-robed man did not say anything else as he made his way towards the deeper end of the ruins.
Gu Ruoyun went deep into thought as she stared at his back.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1193, Ruins, Inheritance, 10. Chapter 1193, Ruins, Inheritance, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the last fight, the atmosphere in the ruins had returned to silence.
As for those who had died under the claws of the spiritual beasts, no one bothered too much about them and trampled over their bodies as they continued on their journey. Suddenly, when they had reached the middle of the long pathway in the ruins, a powerful aura was sensed by them all. However, the powerful spiritual beasts who were hidden away did not charge out at them. Instead, they began to probe their bodies as if they were trying to find something. When their search turned out to be fruitless, the spiritual beasts retracted their aura and allowed the cultivators to pass through the long pathway. Everyone sighed with relief. It was a good thing that they had listened to Elder Yun's advice and left the treasures behind them. Otherwise, the hidden spiritual beasts would definitely attack them again. I never thought that humans would come here again after so many years. Suddenly, an ancient voice sighed and echoed throughout the silent ruins, worming its way into everyone's hearts. Everyone quickly drew their weapons as they stared vigilantly around them. They were trying their best to identify the source of that voice. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the source of that voice. There's no need to look around, I am only a remnant of a memory so you won't be able to find me. That voice rang out again as faintly as before like an intangible cloud or mist. However, there's only one inheritance and I can't guarantee that everyone's body can suit this inheritance. One thing's for sure, only one of you can have the inheritance. Have all of you decided the person who should receive the inheritance? Elder May's eyes sharpened and a light flashed in her eyes. Elder Yun, give this inheritance to me. When we return to the charm sect, I'll give my spiritual weapon to you. Elder Yun nodded in agreement. As long as this inheritance falls into the charm sect's hands, it does not really matter who it went to. Now we only need to deal with the rest. Elder May laughed icily. Her eyes then turned towards the crowd and her greedy face was laid bare for all to see. The inheritance will belong to the charm sect. If you're willing to give it up, we might spare your life. Give it up? What a joke. They had gone through so much trouble and endured heavy injuries to arrive at this point, how could they willingly go home with their tail between their legs now? They must have this inheritance even if they had to fight to the death. I think we should dispatch the Wind Valley members first. Though they don't have a lot of power, they still have 2 early-stage martial saints in the exceeding state anyway. What if they end up benefiting from this dispute while both our parties suffer? I'm afraid that the gains do not make up for the losses. A cultivator from the group had spoken up and brought a general consensus across the group. It was very obvious that they were furious with Gu Ruoyun, so they would certainly get rid of her first at a time like this. It did not matter if the black-robed man had stood up for her. Under these circumstances, who would not fight for the inheritance? That black-robed man must certainly be here for the inheritance is all. Therefore, he should not attack for Gu Ruoyun's sake this time. Go to hell. Slam. Just as the cultivator had spoken, a low, grim voice rang out in his ears. The cultivator was shocked, unable to comprehend when the black-robed man had appeared next to him. He was dazed when an arm reached into his chest, causing his body to shake. His eyes were filled with astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1194, Ruins, Inheritance, 11. Chapter 1194, Ruins, Inheritance, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Slish. The black-robed man pulled his hand out as he stared coldly at the cultivator while a chilly light enveloped his black mask. His lips were gently pursed but he did not say a word at all. Elder May's eyes instantly widened as she stared at the black-robed man who had killed another without any sign of mercy. Her voice shook as she asked, "What are you doing? Are you here for the inheritance as well?" This was the only thing that Elder May could think of.
If it had not been for the sake of the inheritance, why would he have killed someone in cold blood? As for Gu Ruoyun, that was completely impossible. She simply does not believe that this woman would have any connection to such a powerful man. If they were acquainted, she definitely does not need to gain the second young master of Wind Valley's favor at all. The black-robed man remained silent. In Elder May's heart, his silence verified her question. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let's join forces. Perhaps if we work together and fight him, even if it's no use, it's better than sitting here and waiting for our deaths." Honestly speaking, Elder May does not want to fight the black-robed man, but it seems like she does not have any other choice now. If she does not kill him, she would never be able to obtain the inheritance. Attack! Elder Yun's voice sank as she issued the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, everyone pulled out their weapons and faced the black-robed man. Boom! A great wind rose and his black robes danced in the wind. The man lifted his grim eyes as he stared at the crowd charging toward him. A murderous intent then flashed in his eyes. Just as the group was about to reach him, his power exploded like a flood. The group did not even have time to react before their bodies were flung fiercely out of the way. Blood splattered out from their mouths and their faces turned extremely pale. It was clear that the man's power had surpassed their imagination. This isn't good. Elder May's expression changed several times. She quickly retreated as her eyes filled with an eerie light. Elder Yun, this man is too powerful. We're no match for him unless our sect master was here. Only then will we stand a chance against him. Elder Yun did not reply. She looked at the black-robed man in front of them and thought for a moment before saying, "Elder May, let's give up on the inheritance." What? Elder May's expression drained of color. Their objective in coming here was for the sake of the inheritance. Now, after giving so much, this was the conclusion they would receive? How could she accept that? No, I don't want to give up. I must have that inheritance, dot. Her eyes turned red as she screamed maniacally. Elder May. Elder Yun quickly pulled Elder May back and knitted her willowy brows. The inheritance is indeed very important, but at the end of the day, it's not as important as our lives. Also, for the remaining Charm Sect members, we should also let it go. As long as the Green Hills are there, one need not worry about firewood. We will have the chance for vengeance in the future. Give up on the rest of the Charm Sect members? Elder May stared at Elder Yun in astonishment. Was she saying that they should both run away and abandon the rest of the Charm Sect members? How could Elder Yun say such a thing? Instantly, a cold and chilly sensation rose in Elder May's heart. Even though she was typically very aggressive, she was not the kind of person who would discard the lives of the Charm Sect members. However, Elder Yun was more vicious than she. No matter how many Charm Sect members there were, in her eyes, they were things that she could discard at any moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1195, Ruins, Inheritance, 12. Chapter 1195, Ruins, Inheritance, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Let's go. Elder Yun was far more composed in comparison to Elder May. She was also more adaptable to the circumstances. She then grabbed Elder May's arm without giving her any chance for consideration and pulled out a marked disc from her sleeve. Is this a transportation disc? Did the sect master give this to you? Elder May's eyes were filled with shock when she saw this, as if she never thought that their sect master would gift such a valuable item to Elder Yun. Elder Yun did not give her any chance for further consideration. There was a popping sound as the two women who had been standing in front of the black-robed man suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. The black-robed man's eyes grew even colder as his body emitted an ill-intentioned aura. After a long pause, he turned his gaze towards the other people who had been left behind. The two elders of the Charm Sect had been lucky enough to escape, but everyone else was clearly not as fortunate. Furthermore, after the cumulative amount of curses and indignation they had hurled at Gu Ruoyun, the black-robed man had completely flipped out. He attacked them relentlessly, targeting their vulnerabilities as if he wants to kill them instantly. Very soon, everyone had fallen into a pool of blood. Gu Ruoyun and the three people from Wind Valley were the only ones left alive in the ruins. Sir, be careful. Feng Yi and Feng Wu quickly pulled Feng Yuqing protectively behind them as they stared vigilantly at the black-robed man. They reckoned that after the black-robed man was finished with the others, it would soon be their turn. However, the black-robed man did not react at all. He had his back towards them as his black, blood-drenched robes fluttered in front of them like the grim night, emitting a mesmerizing aura. Are you Gu Shengxiao? Gu Ruoyun asked slowly as she stared at the man's back.
The figure in black's back clearly stiffened when he heard that question. However, he did not turn around to look at Gu Ruoyun at all. "No," came his indifferent reply. "I don't know why you won't look at me, but you should know that father misses you." Gu Ruoyun ignored his reply and continued to speak. "Besides, I've reunited with father and we're waiting for you and mother. No matter what your reasons are, I want us to recognize each other. No matter how great your difficulties are, we can solve it together." Isn't that what it means to be a family? That was right, this man must be Gu Shengxiao. Only her father and Gu Shengxiao could give her the feeling that she could rely on them. "Big brother, you had once concealed your identity and protected me by my side to prevent the spirit sect from causing trouble for me. I've thought it over for a while now and I can't think of anyone else who could stand up for me like you." Gu Ruoyun slowly approached the man as her voice grew gentler. "Ever since we were little, you have always protected me. You've never let me help you at all, so I want to help you just this once, big brother. No matter what it is, you can tell me. We can face it together, alright?" The black-robed man lowered his eyelids, concealing the complicated emotions in his eyes. He dearly yearned to turn around and pull her into his arms, but even so, he had to force back his emotions. "You've really got the wrong person. It's just that I can't abide by these people's actions. I am not acquainted with you." "Really?" Gu Ruoyun paused in her footsteps as her eyes filled with disappointment. "Big brother, you may still refuse to acknowledge me, but it's alright, I can wait. I'll wait until you're willing to take off that mask. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1196, Ruins, Inheritance, 13. Chapter 1196, Ruins, Inheritance, 13.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The black-robed man's heart began to throb when he heard the disappointment in her voice. He gently pursed his lips while an apologetic light flashed in his eyes. "Yuner, I'm sorry but I can't acknowledge you yet. I'll come back for you once I've solved those issues. Your powers are far too weak at the moment. How can I bear to drag you down and cause you to risk your life for me, but..." Just then, the voice which had been silent for a very long time slowly ran aloud again. "Humans, I've been watching your every move since you've entered these ruins. You aren't like the other humans because you aren't controlled by greed, fear, or death. You have successfully passed my test, which is why I'm willing to give this inheritance to you." Feng Yuqing trembled as his eyes filled with excitement. "Are you saying that we were being tested?" "That's right." The voice sighed gently. "However, I'm not human, I'm a spiritual beast. Therefore, my inheritance can't be given to a human. Only a spiritual beast can accept it." "What?" Feng Yuqing was in shock and his entire being froze in place. What did he just say? Did he just say that this inheritance can't be accepted by a human? Only a spiritual beast can accept it? Doesn't that also mean that we've wasted our effort? The inheritance is at the back, anyone who wishes to accept it can go there. However, if a human accepts this inheritance, he or she will explode and die. Only a spiritual beast will be able to successfully accept this inheritance. Furthermore, this inheritance is something which can be accepted by more than one spiritual beast. I had said that previously because I wanted to see the humans kill each other. Does that mean that any amount of spiritual beasts can accept this inheritance? Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose before a smile appeared on the corner of her eyes. Greed, selfishness, cowardice, weakness, these are man's special traits. I had built this tomb to instigate these traits in humans. However, I never thought that you would be able to avoid being greedy in the face of so many treasures. When faced with that wobbling single-plank bridge, you also had not pushed your friends down out of fear. Simply because of these actions, I won't hurt you. You may leave this place after this. Whatever the master of the tomb had said later on never reached Feng Yuqing's ears. All he had heard was the first part of the speech. A human cannot accept this inheritance. At that moment, Feng Yuqing's heart filled with disappointment. It's likely that not many people could accept such a great disappointment. I want this inheritance. Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose. As a means of repaying you for bringing me here, I can help restore your powers. What did you say? Feng Yuqing, who had been filled with disappointment, felt his spirit stir when he heard Gu Ruoyun's words. He quickly lifted his head to look at her and his eyes filled with excitement. How about this, you should leave the ruins while I go and have a look at that inheritance. I'll meet you at Wind Valley after a while. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and said, also, I'll only be helping you to restore your powers. I won't help you defeat Feng Xiaoxiao. After all, she did not have a complete falling out with Feng Xiaoxiao and Feng Xiaoxiao was now in charge of Wind Valley. She would not risk her life for Feng Yuqing alone. Even with Zixi in hand, she would not do it. After all, exposing Zixi in the first city for the sake of someone that she had just met was not worth the risk at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1197, Ruins, Inheritance, 14. Chapter 1197, Ruins, Inheritance, 14.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Of course, Gu Ruoyan had refused to help Feng Yuqing not because she was afraid of Feng Xiaoxiao.
She really does not want to attract any more trouble to herself.
If this were her master, Yi Nuo, or someone close to her, she would certainly do everything to help them.
That's enough, dot. Feng Yuqing's face filled with excitement.
As long as there was a chance for him to restore his powers, he has the hope of defeating Feng Xiaoxiao. He would never let Wind Valley fall into that woman's hands.
You should return and wait for me. I'll look for you after this. Gu Ruoyun paused before she turned around towards Feng Yuqing and said, also, you can't tell anyone that I'm the one who restored your powers. I understand.
Feng Yuqing nodded rapidly as he replied excitedly, don't worry, I won't let anybody find out, including my father. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun smiled gently before she headed into the inner section of the ruins. A sculpture of a dragon was lying on an altar, looking sacred and inviolable.
When Gu Ruoyun and her companions reached the altar's side, the voice rang out again. This is the location of my inheritance. Actually, according to my calculations, you are the second person to enter this place. The last person who had come here was a matter which had happened a long time ago. It was so long ago that I've forgotten it myself. The funny thing was, that person had delusions of accepting my inheritance into a human's body, and that person's fate was to ultimately explode and die. You're from the Dragon Clan?
Gu Ruoyan looked at the sculpture on the altar as she asked in a low voice.
That's right. I'm the ancestor of the Dragon Clan.
I wonder how the Dragon Clan has been since my passing. The voice then lamented, little girl, when you leave this place, help me to check on my grandchildren in the Dragon Clan.
You can consider it as my reward for giving you the inheritance. All right. Gu Ruoyun nodded seriously. Once I've completed my tasks, I'll check in on the Dragon Clan for you. Thank you so much. The Dragon Clan's ancestor then laughed. Little girl, I sense that you carry the auras of spiritual beasts. Let your spiritual beasts out.
Only spiritual beasts can accept my inheritance. Gu Ruoyun thought for a moment before she asked, spiritual beasts are divided into clans as well.
Is your inheritance only for certain clans?
If I had left a blood inheritance behind, only the direct descendants of the Dragon Clan can enjoy it. However, this inheritance only contains power.
Furthermore, I need to remind you that the power that I've left behind is not the power I had possessed at my peak, but it is still very potent. I'm afraid that one spiritual beast alone cannot support it. If the inheritance fails, they will explode and die. You must be prepared for that. Upon hearing the ancestor's voice, Gu Ruoyan chuckled. I understand.
I'll let them out to accept the inheritance, ancestor.
Whoosh!
As soon as she had finished speaking, several figures appeared by her side in an instant.
Zixi, the Snow Wolf Baobao, the 4 divine beasts such as the Azure Dragon and the others.
The Dragon Clan's ancestor was clearly shocked and did not say another word.
After a long pause, he sighed, little girl, don't you have too many spiritual beasts? Not only do you have the 4 divine beasts, even the ancient divine phoenix, Zixi, is on your side. Can my friends accept your inheritance?
Gu Ruoyan asked as she stared at the space above her.
Yes, they can.
The Dragon Clan's ancestor sighed, you may now allow them to accept the inheritance.
My power won't go to waste.
However, I had a reason for leaving my power here to find an heir.
Little girl, if you allow your friends to accept this inheritance, you must promise me one thing.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1198, Ruins, Inheritance, 15. Chapter 1198, Ruins, Inheritance, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What is it?
Gu Ruoyun fell momentarily silent before she asked. The Dragon Clan ancestor's voice slowly grew serious. In the future, if the Dragon Clan encounters any danger, I hope that you can extend your hand and help them one time. I can't protect them anymore, and I had hoped to find someone who can help them. The reason why I built these tests was to prevent humans with greedy hearts from entering this place. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would end up putting the Dragon Clan into disastrous danger.
If the Dragon Clan don't provoke me, I'll help you. Gu Ruoyun slowly replied. However, if they hurt me first, forget about helping them, I will personally destroy them. The Dragon Clan ancestor was silent. After a long pause, he replied, Little girl, I admire your moral traits. You are not like those humans who cheat and swindle. If you were to simply deceive me, you could receive the inheritance very quickly. However, you told me your true feelings in the end. I'll still give the inheritance to you. If the Dragon Clan truly does provoke you, it just proves that the Dragon Clan was useless now. Even if you weren't here, they could have crossed many others. However, the Dragon Clan ancestor paused. I still believe in my clan members. The members of the Dragon Clan are very proud and powerful. They would never provoke a human unless the human had provoked them first. You can rest assured with that knowledge. Gu Ruoyun nodded before she turned towards the spiritual beasts next to her and said, Go ahead and obtain this inheritance. Yes, master. The spiritual beasts answered in unison and walked towards the altar. Zixi, however, had remained by Gu Ruoyun's side and did not make any move towards the altar. Zixi, don't you need it? Gu Ruoyun stared at Zixi in astonishment as she asked. Zixi shook his head. If I were to obtain the inheritance, that means that this won't be my own power. I should slowly absorb my source of energy and leave this inheritance to them. I don't need it. All right. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders and turned her gaze towards the vermilion bird and the others. She then raised her brow. They will need some time to accept the inheritance. Let's wait here. Once that's done, we can leave this place. Gu Ruoyun then slowly turned around. However, at that moment, she suddenly noticed that the black-robed man who had followed her into the inheritance chamber had disappeared. She was shocked and her eyes filled with disappointment. He had left, just like that? Did he leave because I'm not in danger anymore so there's no need for him to stay? Furthermore, he had left without even saying a word? Gu Ruoyun sighed as a sense of exasperation appeared on her delicate and pretty features. I am pretty sure that he was my big brother, but I don't know why he won't acknowledge me. Zixi fell silent for a moment before he slowly replied, perhaps he has his own reasons. You only need to believe that he won't hurt you, that's all. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun laughed bitterly and did not pursue the topic any further. The spiritual energy in these ruins is pretty good. I'm going to cultivate for a while as we wait for them to accept the inheritance. After saying that, Gu Ruoyun slowly sat down and crossed her legs as a faint spiritual energy hovered around her body. In the ruins, it was difficult to differentiate day and night, so Gu Ruoyun did not know how long she had been cultivating either. As she was cultivating, her spiritual beasts completed their acceptance process of the inheritance one by one. They received great changes in their power level as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1199, Ruins, Inheritance, 16. Chapter 1199, Ruins, Inheritance, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Snow Wolf, Bao Bao, also received a fair share of the inheritance. Every spiritual beast has broken through to the Martial Saint rank one by one. Yen, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise's powers have even reached the late-stage Martial Saint rank. Though the power in the inheritance was not limited to certain clans, the Azure Dragon, who was from the Dragon Clan, had received better benefits than the other spiritual beasts. Hence, he, who had been much weaker than the Vermilion Bird, managed to reach the mid-stage Martial Saint in the exceeding state rank at the same time as the Vermilion Bird. He was only one step away from the late stage. Master, Master. The Vermilion Bird happily threw herself into Gu Ruoyun's arms. Her little face was like a pink powder puff. She was absolutely adorable. I've finally reached the exceeding stage. From now on, you won't have to be afraid of those B** stars. Also, this fellow, the Azure Dragon, has also reached the mid-stage of the exceeding state just like me. He had managed to absorb a little bit more power than me. She looked rather sulky as she spoke. After all, the Azure Dragon was the leader of the 4 divine beasts. However, due to the fact that all 4 of them had suffered serious injuries, the Azure Dragon's powers had been reduced to 0. Even though he had managed to regain quite a bit of his power with great difficulty, he was still a far cry off from the Vermilion Bird's power level. She, on the other hand, finally had the chance to show off in front of her leader. However, she never thought that the Azure Dragon would surpass her not too long after that. One could imagine how unhappy the Vermilion Bird was. Master, I've made a decision. I'm going to find the Vermilion Bird clan's inheritance. This way, I can enjoy more of the power than the Azure Dragon.
The vermilion bird pouted as she exclaimed indignantly. The honest and good-natured black tortoise, Lingxiao, glanced at her and exclaimed, "You're the only vermilion bird clan member in this world." The vermilion bird felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured onto her, leaving a penetrating coldness in her heart.
Her little face broke down defeatedly and she pouted sulkily at Lingxiao. "I'm just telling things as it is."
Lingxiao rubbed his head at the sight of the vermilion bird's pitiful gaze and replied in a good-natured manner. "All right, the inheritance has been accepted.
It's time for us to leave now."
Gu Ruoyun slowly rose to her feet, curled her lips and said, "You'd all better go back to the ancient divine pagoda now and consolidate the power from your breakthrough." After she said that, she returned all of them back into the ancient divine pagoda without giving them any chance to react.
She then headed towards the ruins exit.
After she had left, the voice which had become quiet for a while spoke up once again. "I don't know if giving the inheritance to this little girl would bring fortune or calamity to the Dragon Clan. I hope that no one in the Dragon Clan offends her. Otherwise, with Zixi and the 4 divine beasts on her side, their powers alone could crush the Dragon Clan even without my inheritance. Even though Zixi's powers aren't at his peak now and the 4 divine beasts have regressed greatly, the Dragon Clan would not be able to resist them once they've grown. If the Dragon Clan does offend her, I hope that this little girl would spare the Dragon Clan members' lives on account of this inheritance." The Dragon Clan ancestor's voice became more feeble as if he was going to disappear at any moment. "However, the inheritance has been passed on, so it's time for me to leave forever." He sighed, still feeling a certain fondness towards this world. However, in the end, he slowly passed on as if he had never existed in this world at all. Outside the ruins, Gu Ruoyun stepped out and felt the warm rays of the sun. She smiled and murmured, "We've finally left that place and our harvest is rather generous this time. I never thought that the black dragon's body would still be here after such a long time. Since that's the case, I'm going to take it with me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 1200, Ruins, Inheritance, 17. Chapter 1200, Ruins, Inheritance, 17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun then placed the black dragon's body into the ancient divine pagoda. The spiritual beasts who were in the middle of consolidating their breakthrough in the ancient divine pagoda all jumped in shock from this sudden arrival. They then returned to normal when they saw the black dragon's body. Gu Ruoyun also remembered to take the treasures that Elder Mei and the others had left behind. Now that there was no one left in the ruins and her spiritual beasts have accepted the inheritance, she does not need to be afraid of being attacked by the other spiritual beasts. "Where do you plan to head to next?" Zixi's hoarse yet demonic voice rang out from within her soul. Gu Ruoyun fell silent for a moment before she lifted her head to look at the sky and slowly replied, "I want to go to Wind Valley for a while. After all, I've promised Feng Yuqing that I would help to restore his powers. I've also agreed to meet Xiao Yi at Wind Valley. It's been quite a while. I wonder if Xiao Yi has already arrived in Wind Valley." "What did you say?" In Wind Valley, Feng Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on a chair, gently furrowed her willowy brows. A glint then flashed in her eyes. "You say that Gu Ruoyun has arrived in the first city?" "That's right, eldest lady. I heard that she was involved in a conflict with the charm sect members outside the city gates. However, we lost all trace of information about her after she had stepped into the first city. We don't even know where she is now." An old man joined his fists in front of Feng Xiaoxiao as he replied with reverence. Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered. She then gently stroked her chin and chuckled, "Elder Bai, I want you to send out scouts with Gu Ruoyun's portrait to find her. If a woman like her is in the first city, she can't possibly have disappeared into hiding. The only explanation for this is that she's using an alias. If that's the case, finding her would be a little more challenging. Furthermore, once you found her, don't touch her yet. I want you to do what you can to entice her to join Wind Valley." She then paused before she continued to speak. Gu Ruoyun had previously rejected Wind Valley's invitation because she was outside the first city. No matter how unsatisfied Wind Valley was, we had to abide by the first city's rules. That was why she had felt secure enough to refuse. However, now that she has arrived in the first city, things are now completely different. You will first use gentle measures, and if that doesn't work, do it the hard way. You must make her join Wind Valley even if you have to use bribes and threats. Eldest lady, what if even bribes and threats don't work? Elder Bai questioned as he looked at Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long pause, she lifted her pretty gaze and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Gu Ruoyun has a personality that is difficult to control. Honestly speaking, I cannot guarantee that I would be able to control her.
I should never have to resort to such measures on a genius from the beginning, but she's more than a genius, she's a pill master too. If the pills that she had refined during the medicine sex general meeting ends up in the hands of Wind Valley's enemies, it would certainly bring Wind Valley a lot of trouble. Thus, I have no choice but to do it this way. You must do everything you can to pull her to our side. If you really can't accomplish that, you have no choice but to kill her to make sure that she cannot join our enemies. Feng Xiaoxiao's fist was tightly clenched before she took a deep breath. Honestly speaking, Feng Xiaoxiao does not want to have Gu Ruoyan killed at all. Not only because she feels a certain tenderness towards Gu Ruoyan's talent, more importantly, if the assassination was to fail, she would certainly bring Wind Valley an infinite disaster. Unfortunately, she has no other choice. It was Gu Ruoyan's fault for becoming a pill master. Furthermore, she holds such precious pill formulas in her hands. Hence, if they cannot entice her, they can only kill her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.